thought it might have been a replay, but maybe not. Yeah, it might have been live. I don't know. It sounded like Danny Faulkner. It sounded like him. I don't know. I couldn't get on. I was trying to work and listen, and some shit came up, and I had to stop. But going to Mars, everybody. We're going to Mars. The human race is going to go to Mars. It's somewhere in Canada, I think. Right? It's in Canada. All right, there's supposed to be a rocket launch out here where I live, man. I might have to drive out there. Huh? When is this thing gonna launch? Yeah, I think the closest you can get to these launches is like 10 miles or some shit, man. It's not like you can get close. It's on hold. Dude, no date, man.
What's going on
here? There's gonna be a rocket launch out in California, man. I think I might drive out and check it out.
Where at?
Vandenberg.
Wait, I don't even know where that is.
Good morning.
Is it morning, really?
Good morning.
Morning. Where is it?
Having woken up early and heard Flat Earth Dude, I just had a call in just to say, fuck off.
Fuck off. All right.
Fuck off.
I was just trying to figure out when this launch out here in California is going to happen. I'm not finding it, so.
You ain't missing much, though.
No, it's 10 miles away, man. You're going to see a little fucking smoke and a little bit of light. It's not going to be nothing, man. So, Starlink, the SpaceX Starlink thing, man, this internet thing, you guys know about that? There was a $25 a month fee for some location. Anyway, an extra $25. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hey, do we know anybody that's using the Starlink internet? Is this thing working? I don't know, man. I do know a guy in Canada, way the fuck up northeast Canada, way up there, New Brunswick. You guys maybe heard of him. He has like a satellite internet, and it sucks ass, man. It's totally shit, by the way. He can't really do like a video call. We tried it, man. His picture's like super grainy, and it's like super low resolution. It was bad. He's like, this sucks. But he lives so far out of town that that's all he can get, man, is that satellite internet. So, anyway, Starlink. All right. Wow. Starlink. I gotta do a little more research on this Starlink thing, man. Is it operational? Can I rent it? Starlink.com. Here we go. Order Starlink. It's got a cute little satellite thing here. Looking. It's a high-speed, low-latency bandwidth internet across the globe. All right. How much is it? Order now. All right, I'm going to order it.
You gotta pay for it?
No. An address? It wants an address? Nah, you're not getting an address. You have to have a special app to use it, or special software for your computer. It looks cool, man. They got some pretty nice pictures, man. Yeah. Engineered by SpaceX.
Nice.
Nice.
Special. Those are special.
Special
Whatever
shit.
they are.
Starlink satellites, man. $110 a month, Mongos.
That's it. $110 a month.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it costs. Oh, they got coverage to 33 countries. How about that? Illuminati confirmed. $33 countries.
They always identify themselves, don't they?
They have to, I think. I think they have to, man, for some kind of karma reason or something. I don't know. Yeah.
That was weird.
33 countries, 110 a month.
33. Only 33.
Just 33 countries. It's been
wow. Kind of like 33 sections of the earth and 33 years old.
Oh, yeah. Very exciting. Very exciting.
And all those things on all the companies that say 666 on the cover.
So when they first started launching the Starlink satellites, apparently there were some people that got pictures of it, and there's all these like little lights in the sky, all in the same row. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some pictures of it. And
they saw little lights in the sky.
And it was like
I see one right now, actually.
Oh no. Where did I go?
Red and white.
Starlink. What the fuck did I do?
I don't know. I'm not looking at your screen.
Well, I know. You can't see my screen, man.
If I was seeing it, there'd be a problem, wouldn't there?
What the fuck?
That'd be a cool trick, wouldn't it? I don't know, somebody told me today that they believed in remote viewing, and I was like, well, I'd like to see that. I mean, if it doesn't exist, I want to see it. I want to convince me, please.
Dude, are you out?
You can learn how to do it too. I'd love to learn.
You're outside running around, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Should I turn on the mic?
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're breathing heavy, man. Slow down. Now, this was, I'll put the picture in the text. This was like, I remember like somebody uploaded this picture somewhere. I don't know, man. And I'm like, oh, dude, the Starlink's supposed to be going over my house tonight, man. I want to go check this out. And I got out my camera and I went and I looked and I'm like, Like, I want to see that going over my house, And I never did. I never saw it. And I don't know anybody that's ever seen that. I think this is total bullshit. I don't think anybody's ever fucking got any pictures of this with anybody, Club or anybody. You got a picture of that? Let me know. Because I tried, man. When I tracked this thing, man, I was all set up. I'm like, it's going to come over here like 10 o'clock. And boop, boop, nothing. And shit, nothing. So whether they actually launched that one time and it just did like whatever that is, a bunch of lights in the sky. Who knows? It could have been a bunch of lanterns or LEDs or something. I don't know. But it could have been a string of lights. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But I tried everything I could to try to find, where can I see this? Where can I see this thing? This beautiful string of satellites, 100 of them or something, right? No.
Something on the horizon like that, and I don't think there was any launches at the time. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Well, they put hundreds and hundreds of these things up there already, man. And they're supposed to be flying over our head, and they're supposed to be lit up, all in a line like that or some shit. I don't know, man. But it's just not happening. I'm not seeing them.
Wow.
I
don't remember them saying they put lights on the satellites.
Should have been, that's all sign.
They call them satellites.
Exactly. They probably lights, right? Yeah. But I never saw.
Why do they call them lights? Because they don't weigh nothing when they're in space or something? I don't know.
I never met anybody that's seen this thing, or I talked to hundreds of people, and I'm like, nobody's ever seen the Starlink train of lights in the sky. Whatever, man. I don't know. If anybody's seen it or got a picture of it, let me know, man. That would be cool. Let me know. I'll keep asking. Never saw nothing. Never saw shit. Starlink. Fuck off. Well, so the Ukraine is going to leave Russia's space program, and they're going to join partnerships with ESA, the European Space Agency. So Ukraine is not going to be dealing with the Russians anymore. They've had enough of the Russian space program. They're going to go with ESA's. So there's that. And that, they're going to join the European Space Agency, the European one. There's a big heat wave in India. Did you guys hear about that?
Afghan winners or not. I thought it was a heat wave constantly.
Right? 42 Celsius, man. That's pretty smoking.
I thought it was always hot in the desert.
Right? I don't know. I'm just reading the news, man. The headlines there. That was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, what a shit show, man. The space thing's just a shit show, man. It's just Hollywood, man. It's just 100% Hollywood shit show is what it is. And they're really good at it. They're really good at getting people's imaginations and sucking them into some shit they'll never go to or never see or never touch or feel or smell or taste. No, fuck, nothing. Nobody's going nowhere. Get that through your skull, Mongos. Nobody's going nowhere, man. According to official space records, man, only like 600 people have actually ever been to low Earth orbit. Apparently only like, 14, I don't know, 16 astronauts went to the moon and back, something like that. Those are the only people that ever go to outer space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, 16 people have been to outer space. That's it, Mongos. You're not going anywhere. Get over it. Fucking, grab a beer, watch a fucking football game, whatever.
Dude, weren't those lights that you posted? Isn't that Morse code? And like some college was putting lights up into the sky and putting Morse code saying something.
We need a Morse coder, man, to
I think that's Morse code. That looks like Morse code.
That's a good point, man. Never thought of that. Somebody needs to investigate.
Well, I'm saying because I saw something like that back in the day, and I showed it to some people, and then they found an article where it was just a college putting like punctuation and words into the sky as holograms.
So it's not.
We've got this fool here in the live stream, Sun Valley. He thinks he has Earth curvature measurements to shut this server down with.
Oh,
so what do we owe the honor?
It should be pretty funny.
Yeah, let's have it.
I'm gonna pour another glass of wine. I'll be quiet.
I would if I were you.
All right, Sun Valley, man. Is that the real Sun Valley, like California, or is that not? Maybe. I don't know.
Sun Valley, what's the fruit? Dried, Hold on.
Sunrise.
There you go.
No, he's not there. He's server muted. Someone needs to unmute him.
How do I do that? Can I do that? I don't
think power.
I don't know.
I'll do it. One sec. Unless somebody's got perms, I'm just typing something in the mod room.
It says server invite to server. Is that how you do it?
Sun Valley dried organic figs.
You got gold. Anyone who's gold can unmute.
Where do I go?
He possibly can unmute as well.
That's a lot better.
Oh, hey, Sun Valley.
Good evening. Good evening.
All right, man.
Black Globe, interesting name.
Yeah. What do you think it means?
Honestly, I couldn't guess. Honestly,
take the G and put it where the F is, and the F where the G is, and what do you get?
That was beyond my imagination. Incredible.
Alrighty, well, we're gonna have to start slow with you. That's okay. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. Good evening too.
How'd you find us, man? How'd you find?
I typed in discord.gg/flatearth.
Well, you must have saw that somewhere, like on somebody's.
No, I was looking for a flat Earth server to have a debate against. You know what I mean?
All right. Cool.
So did you bring your Earth curvature measurements that nobody else has?
Honestly, why would I bring that?
Well, that was a pretty quick debate. Better luck next time.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Questions instead of Earth curvature? All right.
No, it's a different question. Let's switch to a different topic. That's not a topic.
A different topic than that of the server?
Nope, a different topic than Earth curvature.
Well, that is the crux of your claim. So, yeah, if you're going to claim globe, that's the number one thing you're going to need. Without that,
I'll let you speak. Please don't interrupt others.
Without that, all you have are reifications, and those are kind of boring. You said that you were going to bring us Earth curvature, so I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, we were hoping you were the one, Sun Valley. Damn.
They got your hopes up.
Dude, yeah, I mean, I got shit to do in life. I can't be sitting on the internet all day. Where's the motherfucking Earth curvature already? Let's go. Let's go.
Glatflobe, how old are you?
Huh?
Doesn't matter.
This is a great globe proofsy. How old are you?
Just guess. I'm not going to tell him because I don't like
28.
him. 28? Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You're a good lad after all.
Central Banker, how long have you been a flat earther?
Me?
No.
So this is the hard-hitting globe evidence you've brought to the table.
Yeah, I
today,
don't
huh?
listen.
Asking
Listen.
people how old they are.
I don't mind answering some questions, fielding some questions real quick. Let me.
I'm being nice to him. I'm asking some.
Yeah, be nice. I want to get to know you. You know what I mean? Let's have a drink before we fuck. So,
You're a weird guy.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, what was the question that I rudely and everyone else rudely interrupted? What was that?
I was.
How long you been a flat earther, man?
Oh, how long have I been a flat earther?
Fuck up. Yeah, I can't control myself. Hold on. All right, listen, Central Banker. How long have you been a flat earther, little bro?
Wow, so much to unpack right there. But I'll just answer the question.
Okay, it wasn't.
So
you can answer. You can answer. I don't mind.
Oh, I can.
I've been one my whole life. I was born on a flat Earth. I've existed here the whole time. So yeah, roughly 34,
Let me guess.
35
you
years
watched a
now.
simple YouTube video explaining that the Earth is flat, and now you're a full-on believer into this cult. Am I correct?
Now, why would somebody who is intelligent in any other aspect of their life decide to say one day, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking believe the Earth's flat. Fuck it.
You're comparing two opposites together. Flat earther and intelligent. That shouldn't be used in the same sentence.
Okay, but if
you're right.
I'm
I'm so
really dumb, and you're here to prove the globe, and you're failing at it this badly, what does that say about you?
What am I failing at?
You're trolling,
you didn't
bud.
bring your curvature measurements.
You're trolling.
Have you actually, because we are so stupid, have you actually got a way of debunking flat Earth and your globe that would
please
go?
Right,
go for it. Give us a positive proof for the globe.
Positive proof. All right, the moon landing. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Okay, that's
talk about the Earth or the moon.
TV.
Have you seen the picture of the blue marble?
Bro, I'm asking for positive proof, not television.
Where are the stars and where are the satellites? That's what I think.
Where are the stars and where are the satellites?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah.
I'm
That's a great
still. Wait a
question.
minute. I asked them a question
Probably
for positive
behind
proof. A TV show is not positive proof, bro. You got something like verifiable in reality, because obviously NASA claims to have deleted or they've destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to make it all again. They've deleted or lost all the telemetry data. All they've got is some footage that it's got this like plenty of discrepancies.
Keep speaking. Where did you get that information from?
There's
what information?
It's Don Pettit.
You just spoke.
What information specifically? And I'll give you a link instantly.
Yeah.
You said that NASA deleted all their information.
Yeah. Don Pettit
for the moon landing.
Actually, we'd like to go back to the moon.
Please. Hey, can we
destroy that technology? And it'll be a. You stop talking over me. He says we deleted that. Destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to make it back. That's exactly what he says.
There's a proof for that, though. I feel like you're just.
Give us a second.
The proof
Hold on.
is that Don Pettit came out and said it on video. So you don't know your priests as well as you think you do, I guess.
Can you send me the video?
I'm working on
someone can link it.
I don't feel comfortable taking your word over this.
We'll take Don Pettit's word.
You should not take anyone's word for anything, partner.
They destroyed the technology. He would go back in a nanosecond if they hadn't done that. That's what he said. So
I'm going to tell you right now, Sun Valley. We do science. We do natural science here, and it has nothing to do with belief. And if you can't handle natural science, then you came to the wrong classroom. There you go. There's your damn link right there in the live stream voice text. There you go.
I got one too. It might be the same fucking video.
Towel over your feet. You don't want to hang over when you get up for the morning.
This might be the same video. Let's see.
So, Sunripe, you realize you did fail at this straight out of the gate when you didn't bring your Earth curvature, right?
Earth curvature? You're talking about the weirdest things about Earthers, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Earth curvature.
I mean, you're the guy. That's your claim. You're the one who claims that exists.
Can you actually believe that we haven't found? There's people out there that don't think there's Earth curvature, dude, because we haven't found any. Isn't that crazy? There's people that know that.
Yeah, that's totally crazy.
Let me ask you a question. Be quiet. Let me ask you a question.
You're gonna
Go
ask
ahead.
questions instead of show us Earth curvature and prove your globe.
Let's
Okay.
ask questions. No
Rest in
evidence.
peace.
All right, this is the question of Glatflobe.
What's up?
Let's talk about scientists that are studying the
Wait,
moon.
quickly before you ask your question. Do your questions prove the globe?
Talking about you, Glatflobe. Listen, let's talk about scientists wearing white coats.
This isn't gonna. I'm not gonna let him go too far on this, guys. So it's not gonna take long.
It's a genuine question. I need to meet this guy.
No, sorry. One more time. What was the question?
Okay, so scientists that wear white coats and work for 50 years on the moon, on the Earth, and outer space. Why would someone pay for that if it's all fake? Why would someone?
You're the one paying for it, buddy.
Thousands of scientists.
You're the one getting fleeced for that
nonsense. The lie that the Earth is flat. What?
You're the fool getting fleeced.
It's basically so people like yourself come in here and you'll argue with us. Like, so you've seen it on TV, and people like yourself will come to a Discord server like this and argue black is white.
Can I answer, please?
Basically, that's the reason they do it.
No,
just for another reason for you to believe it.
Hey, why don't you give me $68 million a year? I wouldn't lie to you. I have no reason to. I'll produce some really cool cartoons.
$68 million a day.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
There you go. Back. $68 million.
My answer. They didn't even let me. Don, they didn't even let me answer, dude. They didn't even fucking let me answer.
No, that's my full question. Let me answer my full question. Why do people pay to keep up a lie? What is the point?
I don't know why people lie, dude. No idea.
They obviously need to keep the lie going. The education system, industries, look at the amount of shit that relies on all this shit being fucking real. If the day they came round and says, we've been lying, the Earth's flat and stationary, we're not going to space, what would happen to the world's fucking economy? It would be fucking...
Hold on, see, none of that stuff is even related.
What
So
would fail if they
none of that's related.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth measuring flat, though.
Did you just say?
You said economics, bro. That's not why we're in here.
The economy would collapse.
That's lovely. It has nothing to do with the
education
Earth.
system, NASA,
whatever,
rockets, all the shit that goes into this, all these procedures would instantly be fucked.
Why would who would pay for that?
I mean, wouldn't take? Man, you're fucking insulting.
Talking.
I'm not trying to be insulting. It just fucking stay on topic.
You're being
so anyway, Sunripe. Here's
hey,
the
you need
deal.
a little more might help.
Down before me.
Sunripe, here's the deal. Your incredulity about whether or not government liars would lie to you is completely irrelevant to the fact that the Earth is measurably not a globe.
I'll shut down you. I've already shut down Spake.
Well, you didn't shut down anything, but I mean,
slurring over his words. He gonna speak properly, just like this guy.
All right, let's shut the server down. He totally kicked ass, man. It was a great.
I guess so, man. We're done.
Honestly,
Pack it up.
Earlier though, bro.
We are done. Oh, dude, he totally put us. He put us fucking in the toilet and flushed.
Who wants a tag taken? We'll just all get a globe earth tag. Who wants a globe earth tag?
All right, listen.
He's a
convince me, bro. That's me a flat. I'm not a flat earther anymore.
Be quiet, please. You're being very disrespectful.
I'm gonna change my name.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm gonna listen up real good if what you're about to say involves proving Earth curvature in some way.
What do y'all think about the Antarctic? I heard like.
Okay, another non sequitur. I guess the Earth's still not a globe today.
It's cold and snowy.
Not
we
today.
We could get him to at least admit that it's a belief that he has, right? So
representation. You had the Antarctics. Or the Arctics, whatever, like wrapped around the entire flat.
Hey, Sunripe, why haven't you? Why is it that you still haven't provided Earth curvature measurements for this globe you think you're standing on? No, that is the topic. That is the globe. Without that, there isn't a globe. So that is the whole conversation.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what?
The Earth.
Wow, no wonder you think you're on a globe.
I don't know the formula for measuring Earth's curvature.
Actually, you know what? That's fair. Hey, that's fair because no one's measured Earth curvature yet. So yeah, that's fair.
I don't know the measurement off the top of my head. That's retarded.
Well,
who would just have the Earth?
Listen. If you try to find anybody who has directly measured it, you will fail.
Because that doesn't exist. There is no Earth curvature. So there's nothing there to measure. You subscribe to a religion, okay?
I think, but what we need to backpedal. Why are you asking about the Antarctic when we're talking about the Earth itself, the surface measuring non-spherical?
Well, we know why he wants to do that. He's trying to divert from the issue.
I know, so let me set this up and knock it in the fucking pocket.
Bro, oh my god.
Set it up, man. Set it up.
Anyway, Sun Valley, what are you saying? What are you blabbing?
What am I blabbing? Let's go back to the original topic I was thinking about.
Oh, curvature. Okay, great. You're ready to prove it.
Curvature.
Antarctic. Now,
Yes.
the Antarctic. What do you guys think about that?
No. Curvature.
It doesn't sound like you showing us Earth curvature.
Keep switching the topic, Central Bank.
No, we're not going to switch. Listen, I want to talk to you about why you
about a good flat earther. They know how to switch topics.
Why don't you want to talk about Earth curvature? That's what I want to know. Why don't you want to talk about that?
Yeah, wouldn't you want to show us that?
Subject. I'm not.
Be a really good globe proofsy, don't you think, Sunripe? Wouldn't you want to talk about that?
Sunripe, that's very rude.
Yeah, that's your name now. Sunripe. So
Sun Valley Raisins, right? It's raisins.
That's it.
You're getting some motivation from the drunk guy laughing. He'll laugh at everything, bro.
I think that'd be a great globe proofsy for you, Sunripe. You should find that Earth curvature and bring it here because you would knock the place out of the park.
That's a legend.
Laughing us out of the park.
I get people in this call.
Laughing us off the globe, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Laughing us off the globe.
People are joining now because of me, not you. Pipe it.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll mute you and we'll talk to who's this? Exeta?
You're gonna answer my
Zeta?
question.
Yeah. Go to Exeta.
Well,
No,
Sunripe's
I'm going to ask
boring.
Ahmad to mute you because this is ridiculous, and we all can't stop talking over each other. So we're going to try to start over with Exeta.
Bro, you want to stop being toxic when you talk? Jesus Christ, man.
I already shut you up.
You
You already said what I said was bullshit, and you're talking to him like you're some kind of gangster or something, and then you're saying you're going to get mods to do shit. You're not a mod, bro. You can't tell anybody to do anything, man. Let that fucking talk and try and be a little bit friendly.
Listen, take it more personally. Go.
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, no, just fuck off. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the Earth. If you don't like what I'm saying or how...
Who are you fucking talking to,
dude,
man?
I don't care.
You don't care? I'll just fucking mute you and you won't be able to talk then.
Well, then that's fucking grown up, isn't it? Go right ahead.
You're a fucking asshole then. Fuck's sake.
This picture is a baby.
All right.
I'm just saying.
An angry baby.
We don't have to do this.
Can we go to Zeta, please?
Exactly.
Can we go to
Yeah,
Zeta?
Sunripe got pretty boring. Maybe
Hello?
Zeta has those Earth curvature measurements.
Zeta, you got some Earth curvature for us? I've been here 5 years. I need some help, man. Help me out.
Do I have
help Sunripe out.
Curvature.
Nothing can help him out.
Yeah, curvy, bendy water. If you got it, that'd be great.
Bendy's based on
me for it? What's your question?
as well.
Well, you know how the surface of your globe is supposed to curve, so we're just hoping that you could show that to us.
Exactly. Simple.
Not on TV.
Right. How do I measure what we're standing on, man? How do I know that it's rounding constantly on every direction away from me? How do I know
Sunripe's
that?
counting on you, man. Pull through for him.
Come on, man.
Bro, I'm not an entertainer, bro. This is not even a valid question.
Yeah, it's not a valid. What we're standing on is not a valid question. Okay.
I just got here, so I'm confused. And you asked me a weird question.
I think you're right, though. It's not a valid question because there is no Earth curvature to be measured, so we are pressing you to perform an impossible task.
Right. We're kind of trying to set you up a little bit because we've tried 5 years, 7 years, man. I've been out here trying to measure anything that measures a curvature, what I'm standing on, or sailing on, or
is it possible simulation?
No idea.
I want to see it
beyond the point, though.
Is it possible? Yes or no?
No.
I don't know.
It could be, man.
If it's not possible, then there's nothing I can say. But if it's even remotely possible, that would imply that anything is possible, bro.
Is it possible you'll shit out a unicorn out of your ass?
I think maybe a little one.
Okay, then.
That's pretty good.
That's a good comeback, man. I like
little one. He's right.
Hey, it's more plausible than the globe, eh? Cheers.
Yikes.
No doubt about it, right?
Right.
I got a question. Do we live in a finite or infinite universe?
No idea.
Or where the plane that we exist on, is it finite or infinite?
No
hey,
idea.
Man, we just know how to measure the surface of things. We don't have the answer to questions like that.
Only reason I asked you that.
Why are you concerned about those questions and you still can't get the shape of the Earth right?
The only reason I asked you that question was to basically see where you guys are at as far as like, I don't know.
Where
Like,
are you
if
at?
we live in a finite place, if
Where
you
are
think
you
like
at? What's the shape of the Earth?
Whatever it
I'm
is,
trying
it
to
measures
figure you
flat.
guys out, man. Like, where are you
Like,
guys
why the
at on
fuck are
like
you worried
article
about like
physics?
what the infinite universe or whatever? You don't even know what you're standing on.
Hey, man, how do volcanoes work, bro?
No, bro. Like,
was if the universe, the world is finite, then that would mean that something could be manipulating us and have an infinite amount of energy to use
Blah
manipulate.
blah blah blah. Red
So
herring.
why do you want to use your
But
imagination so
if it's
much?
finite, then none of that shit really matters. You know what I mean?
Why are you using your imagination so much when you could just measure the Earth to be flat? Because it does.
You can measure your table to be flat. You can measure what you're standing on. Why? Because you're standing on it. You can measure it. Check it out. Don't believe me.
So, okay, we can start with this. Zeta, do you think people
All
have
it would
been
take is a computer. I feel like all it would take is a computer, some kind of Jerome to fly around the world and measure the curvature.
Computer.
Okay, hey, no, he's got a good point. You'd think by now they would have developed something to support their lie, right? And they haven't. Still no Earth curvature. I don't care how many drones you make. I don't care how many satellites you claim you got.
flat Earth caveman, technological globe.
Nobody's ever sailed around the globe north to south, man. Why not? Anybody?
Is it because there's no globe?
Because there is no globe. That's the answer.
Got it.
Wait, what?
blame
Did they
it
lie
on
to me in school?
refraction.
Nuh-uh.
Nobody's ever sailed north to south around the globe, man.
I think it's because
Our food right there
refraction,
is a nice
and
one in the
they're
world.
just unable to
No,
like
it's the
get
gravity.
directly round it. Like they
Gravity
try
keeps
and head
pulling them
towards
back.
Antarctica, but the refraction takes them a different way. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, the grav fraction, gravity and refraction.
Yeah,
put together.
refraction, man.
It's
Or may-
gravitational refraction. That's it. Yeah, definitely.
Hey, I think we didn't. I thought we shut the server down. Sun Valley killed it, and it totally rocked it out of the park. I don't know. I thought.
Well, actually, I was
was
going to
it
see if Zeta could save us.
I was hoping. Man.
So
You're a funny guy,
Zeta,
We are
Quite
funny.
interesting.
We're extremely funny. Damn
so
it.
listen, if it's
You
a
don't even know.
simulation, even if it's a simulation, it's simulated as flat and stationary. Does that make sense?
Who knows?
Nice.
No. I'm letting you know. So say there was a guy at a computer, right? And he wanted to make a place. He made the place on the computer, and he made it as if it's flat and stationary. It's not accounting to be on a planet or a ball like what Mario Galaxy, I think, tried to do it. You know, this kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's really hard to imagine living on a spinning ball. Really,
Mario
really hard.
Galaxy is more convincing than NASA.
Exactly.
It's Super Mario
simulated
Galaxy,
as a globe. It's simulated as a globe that just looks flat and stationary.
Right.
Dude,
right.
like, at least Mario's taking mushrooms.
It
So it
looks
makes
so
sense
flat.
why
It must
it's easy to
I feel like there's a
Look,
toxic
dude,
limit even to
Minecraft.
the
Is
mushrooms.
Minecraft built on a ball?
If you
There-
believe
No,
Elon
Minecraft's
Musk,
flat
I mean,
too.
he claimed
Very
Elon
good.
Musk says it. I mean, it looks so fake. It must be real.
Dude.
So it looks so flat. It must be
Yeah, it
round.
has to look so fake. Yeah.
It looks
Right.
so flat. It must be round. That's it. Way to go, man.
Sounds
I'm
kosher to me.
Write
Dude.
that shit down, Mongos. Write that shit down.
Damn, then I must be pretty
Dude,
rad.
they better pay you royalties because that's going to be the next tagline.
It's gonna stick around the rest of the year for sure, man.
You know it's curved because it looks so flat.
Sounds kosher, bro.
That's so good, man.
It's moving so fast
Make a meme.
that you don't even feel it.
Yeah, dude, actually, like, the speed of light is, like, warping it in, like, space-time, and the refraction, like, the gravitron refraction quarks, yeah, dude, those quasars, and, like, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it one more time. It's
I-
moving so fast, you don't even feel it.
There you go.
That's real good engineering.
Way to put a cherry on the top of that, man.
I
That
trust
was,
the people who sent the paper-mache cardboard model to the moon using a TI-89 computer.
You know,
think that-
since 2015, I have seen a lot of piece of shit makeshift models.
yeah.
Woo!
Guys, I think Sunripe found those Earth curvature measurements he was looking for earlier. He's
Oh,
begging
good.
to
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Oh shit, Sun Valley back? No. Really? You want to bring him back?
I think he
5
found
minutes.
them. He
Release
seems to be, making a case for getting unmuted.
All
I
right,
think,
hang in there.
yeah, he's got this.
Zeta, hang in.
Release him from the shadow realm.
Zeta, hang in there, man. Let me see if I can release him. I'll try.
All right.
Here we go.
He seems confident. I think this time he's really got the measurements.
I think I
big boy pants on.
Yeah, right.
did. I unmute him? I don't know. Nope. I don't know how to
get
do
your shit together, man.
And he's back. Bigger than ever, huh?
There you go.
You brought those measurements, didn't you? I can feel it.
Wait, yeah. You're screwing it up, man. You're slowing it.
You guys
Don't talk all over him. Let him fucking dig his hole.
I was talking
Damn
smack
straight, nigga. Damn straight. Well said. All right. Let's talk about the Antarctics. What do you guys believe about that, huh?
Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I thought that he had Earth curve measurements. He sounded really confident, really sure.
Dude, at this point, I'll just take like someone say. At this point, I'll take someone coming in saying like, yeah, I measured it and it's 150 feet each block. Like, you guys won't even try. You won't even try for something.
Give us bullshit. Anything. Just
I feel sorry for you.
Go find out.
Guys, I got
right down there. Go find out.
I got the Earth curve measurements.
We're glad you're so entertained by us.
Fucking retards.
This is a great globe proofsy right here. Is everybody else
That was the
convinced?
most coherent globe argument I've heard in a while.
Let's guess his age.
Yeah, I mean, you should be next in line to replace Neil
So
deGrasse
were you
Tyson.
tickling a chipmunk just then, or?
Probably not even 13.
that was Elmo.
George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's probably never been outside of his house, so he's probably never seen a chipmunk.
I mean, you should have Don Pettit's job.
Wait, listen
Well,
a second.
okay.
Pettit?
What is that? I've never seen a chipmunk. What kind of insult is fucking that, bro? That's a weird ass insult.
Yeah, wait till you see one.
Well, hang on. I didn't mean it as an insult, but apparently you took it as one.
Yeah, you were too close to the mark, it seems.
Offense is taken. Offense is taken, not given.
I'm just trying to say you probably don't leave the house much.
You're not allowed to insult
Yeah,
him
you don't
for something he's really guilty of.
Earth measures flat. Changed my mind.
Who bought your beer tonight? Who bought your beer for tonight?
My beer for tonight?
Yeah, who gave you the alcohol tonight? Was it your older brother? Yeah.
Why would you assume I had alcohol?
Oh.
Yeah. So anyway,
we're just giving you out.
I'm just giving you a hard time, partner. Listen, we want to know why you think you live on a spinning ball. We can't detect the spinning. We can't measure the curve.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
All right, partner, come here. Let's ask about the Antarctics.
You get one. Listen, everybody, quiet, please. You get one question about the Antarctic to me. Go.
Okay. What do you know about it?
No, you need a specific question. Ask me a specific question about the Antarctic.
Do you believe in the peace treaty that no one can visit the Antarctics?
I know about the Antarctic Treaty. Yes.
Do you believe in it?
No, it's not a belief. It's documented.
It's documented, so that you know that no one can visit it, correct?
Would you like me to
listen?
Hold
on, rookie. Hold on. Let me answer.
Yeah, rookie, shut the fuck up, retard.
Please ask the question again.
Oh, shut up, Mahmoud.
If you can remember what you asked.
Do you believe that
no one calling me names?
Oh my God. Do I believe the Antarctic Treaty? I don't have to believe it, my friend. It's government documents, declassified, released to the public.
Okay,
everybody can search it and read it.
Pictures of people taking cruises to the Antarctics.
Okay, so if
listen,
I answered your question. So
not good enough.
I don't really care, partner. How's that grab
we
you?
already know it's flat, bro.
So, I guess this was the globe proofsy for the evening. So you've got pictures of people taking cruises to Antarctica.
Good evidence.
That's what you brought us.
Where's the edge? Where's the edge?
I want to go back to Zeta, man.
Where's the edge?
Zeta, can we go back to Zeta, man?
Well, you know where the edge. Hold on a second. I got a response. I
was scared about driving off the edge.
I got a response. Where's the edge?
But I never reached the edge.
Okay. Here's the deal. Yeah, there's a problem there. You should have an edge at every 1.2 miles times the square root of the observed height in feet.
How come Christopher Columbus, man, in 1490 whatever, didn't reach the edge when they sailed?
Yeah, that's the thing. There should be an edge at every 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet.
For like 140 days or something.
How do you know that story's true?
All right,
Yeah.
Sun Valley. If you're not going to hear
Okay, he crashed.
responses, yeah, no, I muted him because he's not listening to any responses. He's just gish galloping to the next statement because he's already made up.
That's a good question that I have for Sunripe, though, is where's that edge? There's supposed to be an edge at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet everywhere you look, but it's not there. Where's that edge?
All around us. There should be an edge everywhere.
Yeah.
Hey, let the retard know that I posted the Antarctic Treaty there.
There's no
that way
edge.
He doesn't have to worry about
Wait for the retards throwing, man.
Where's the edge? Dude, I haven't heard that one.
We live in a 3-dimensional flat Earth.
Well, I think that the world's 3D. That's my experience of it. How about yours?
It could be more. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I can experience at
more
least
than
3
3D?
dimensions of space.
Well, what do you experience? I mean, what would you say the Earth appears to be? Do you accept that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary, just like us all? We don't
it appears that
motion.
way.
There you go.
Right, and the only time you see curves is on TV. So we've just got to either believe TV and ignore our senses, or what's your stance? What do you do? Do you accept TV or do you accept reality?
I would say you accept reality.
Good answer. Good answer.
You've got to.
Yeah.
You've got to, man. That's
on.
where the best place to start. Don't believe us. Don't believe them. Do some research. This server is jam-packed full of information. Don't believe it. Take it. Store it. And dig into it. And fucking make your own mind up, man. Don't believe anybody.
He's right. Spake's right. Hey, listen, Zeta, real quick, and you can scroll back up into the conversation after this, but do me a favor. Scroll under all the servers, all the people, everything. Keep scrolling down on those channels all the way till you get down mostly towards almost to the very bottom, and it says additional information A through M and then M through Z. Do you see all of those channels?
Yeah. Yes.
Dude, there's so much information here,
Hold on,
man.
I just want to see him say yes. A through L, M through Z. It's additional information. It's most of the way down. Let's get a response on that. Okay. Zeta, we'll talk to you later. Sun Valley?
I said yes 3 times, bro, so you can kick me if you want.
Brother, I'm so sorry. I thought that was somebody else. Wow. My fault. No, listen, my fault. My fault completely.
It's cool.
I heard him the first time, man. I heard him the first time.
Okay, so Zeta, and you said you're down there checking that stuff out?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you could spend months down there really getting to know this topic and learning some things about your reality that you probably didn't know. So anyway, go ahead, guys.
Well, guys, I did some looking into it. I found that there actually are pictures of people on cruises at the Antarctic, so I guess we got to shut the server down. Earth's a globe after all.
Oh, shit, I know
Let's
it,
go.
man.
I'm up for that. Who's paying for it? I'll go.
All right. I say we switch the server to a Hot Wheel collection. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the next best thing in line now. I mean, it's definitely a globe. People have taken cruises to the Antarctic. Yeah, we should have seen that.
So I got this, the most expensive Hot Wheel of all time, man, is the Volkswagen 22 window bus with the surfboards on top of it. It's worth about $50,000 if you got one, man. So check your collection. If you got that one, it's worth about 50 grand.
Can I add something?
It's worth
$50,000 if you can find someone to buy it for that.
I also sent you gigs and gigs of stuff in your DM. That Google Drive literally has got fucking weeks and weeks of information, man. So.
Yeah. I was trying to find the, the Antarctic's closed. That video. You guys know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure.
Is that a Norwegian guy who got turned away?
Oh, right.
What's
his name again? Fucking
Jarl and
Anderhoy or something.
Anderhoy, Jarl and
no.
No.
Plus, you know that 6-hour video that you are on. I've got the 6-hour video, and I think it's about an hour into it, and it shows you guys in a boat. They're in a fishing boat, and they get a fucking a navy boat basically fucking comes fucking charging towards them. There's other footage of a person in a plane. And it's a news report. It's a news reporter that's in the plane, and they take off. They go into Antarctic airspace, and they get warned by a fighter jet. A fighter jet gets scrambled, and they get warned to fucking turn back or else, basically. So you can't just fly there, and you can't just jump in a boat and go there, or you're gonna get pulled.
You can pay like tens of thousands of dollars and go to a designated location with permits.
Dude, all right. Hey, Sun Valley, there's a link to a video in the live stream voice tech. I don't know if he can go in there, but
he can.
He's called this.
All right, then click on that, watch that, and let me know.
He's called disc, bro. He can't see anything in there.
All right, well, fuck him then. All right, fuck that.
Yeah.
Seriously, Sun Valley, if you're curious at all, look into it. If not, fuck off.
And fuck off anyways.
Yeah, fuck off anyway.
Yeah, just
fucking animal.
Regardless.
Can I say I don't want to hear more of that arguing between us anymore? Stop it.
Who's arguing? I'm not arguing.
No, right now you are.
Yes, you are.
You do, and I'm going to point you out. You watch out.
I never.
Well, there aren't enough Globers lately because the Globe's dead.
I know we're at each other's throats.
It's fucking stir crazy over here.
Their new tactic is to instill cabin fever in us by just not showing up.
It's working.
It's like, this is their think tank at work. Several years. This is what they came up with.
It's the best they got. Fucking.
It's deteriorated to the point of I saw pictures of cruises in the Antarctic. Therefore, Earth globe.
Nice. Right?
That's really the proof that they come with. And like Glad said, they don't even try to find curvature, which is the only thing they have to do.
Where's the edge? Oh, it's a globe. Where's the edge? It's a globe.
Yeah, that's my question. Where's the fucking edge? I was promised that it'd be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer.
None of them went to the ocean. None of them went to the ice. But
I like it where
every time I went on one, I was convinced even more and more that the Earth is flat, bro.
Anchor. I like it
in
where
every direction. It's flat.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Where's the edge? Yeah, exactly. Where is the edge?
I saw the moon go from the horizon all the way to the ship.
It's supposed
it
to
was
be.
so calm. It was so beautiful. I saw things that most people will never get to see.
See, one thing I want to know where it is. Where the fuck's the parallax if we're moving in 4 vectors at millions of fucking miles per hour? Like, how the fuck Polaris exactly where it is?
Can you imagine the chaos that would really be? Can you imagine what would happen every time? Change speed?
It would be the final battle in Star Wars, man. It would be total chaos.
Oh, but everything's so far away.
Yeah, here's what I want to know. How long does this Goldilocks
That's why it disappears when you get so high up.
You know what I'm saying? They're like, we're on the best rock in the best galaxy in the best universe, just right. Everything's just right for life. Like, how long does that last?
27 billion years.
I used to believe that shit. The Goldilocks zone. You're just in the right place, man.
It's
and then there was Drake's equation. You remember Drake's equation? I believe that as well.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, after they teach you all about randomness in science class, then they teach you about real science, and you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. You're like,
right.
Fucking
like, wait a minute. So the odds are that it's not true, but you're telling me it is. Wait.
Well, if they get you believing lies and thinking backwards at a young age, you're fucked.
Well, that's the reason why I failed out of school and why I never finished. It's because simply for that same reason, because I wouldn't agree to some crazy stuff that they were telling me, and I was like, this doesn't make sense.
Because you're a badass.
I was the same at school, man.
Actually,
everything they told me, I say, why?
Dude.
I think that's why we're all here. And that's
funny,
not
though,
a bad thing.
I read lots of books, you know what I mean? So I've educated myself. I'm not a dummy, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of people would think, oh, you didn't graduate high school, you're a dummy. Well, okay.
I'm a admitted retard, 100% guaranteed. Okay? And
if that's how we measure intelligence, then I'm a retard too. Then I guess
I'm a total retard.
But do you not notice, if anything, somebody who's been like really high grades at school, really high grades at university, they're the hardest people to try and get through to. Even the simplest concept, when you're trying to explain it, they're instantly
really hammer
programmed.
it home. Yeah.
Go-to response is the bullshit that comes out the books or out of a documentary or whatever. Man.
Yeah,
They're fucking a lot harder to get through to than just the average Joe.
But you know, the private or the guy in boot camp that kisses the most ass is usually the one that gets the least amount of shit, right? from the drill sergeant or whatever, right? And
No,
you
it was
know,
opposite
the
at school.
squeaky wheel gets
Yeah, that's not
lubricated
true.
too. You know, like you got to remember too that there's a lot of like factors that you don't think about until later, and then you're like, oh wait a minute, that doesn't make sense now. You're right. You know, like, I've done that plenty of times. It's so easy to just like go off into this thing in your mind, and you're like, but this makes sense, and then you're like, wait a minute.
But
it's
like,
almost midnight in California. Let's see how on topic to flat Earth we can get before midnight.
Right.
See, when you were at school, though, do you not remember? See, when they showed you the solar system at school.
I don't know what you guys.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking. Hey, we got a newbie here, man. We got a newbie here.
Do you not remember when they showed you the solar system at school?
I
They
loved
never
it.
told you the sun also. Nah, they never showed you the sun moving. Like it took to be a flat earther before I actually saw the helical model. And if I got showed that at school, I would have been like, "What the fuck? No way! That's bullshit." But they show you the sun stationary. I think that's how they get
And
away with it.
that's why they have to keep telling you that shit over and over, because naturally you're like, what? Wait. So we're moving really fast. That's why we can't feel it? I'm sorry. Huh?
and it's so
somebody
flat.
asked today, where was it on here? They asked somebody, they said, what exactly is the speed that something has to spin? And how big does it need to be in order for it to just magically start sticking?
Exactly.
That was you, wasn't it? Was it you, Glenn, or somebody like that?
I think
I was
so.
cracking up.
I was trying to figure out where's the threshold, right? Where is this?
Yeah, like where does your mind get broken? Like, yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. No, if the only thing we can say is big enough to start attracting things to the center of mass or whatever, or you know what I mean?
And we
don't have anything else that does that. What's the next biggest thing, or the next? You know, it's almost as big as the Earth, and it attracts shit to it, and it keeps water all around it real nice. Yeah. You know what I mean? What's the next thing we can compare it against?
The fact that gravity from the Earth only pulls on the moon. It doesn't pull. The sun doesn't pull on the moon and pull it off of our orbit. You know, that's another one.
Yeah, and really good luck at demonstrating that one too.
Like, I can relate if you put electromagnets inside of little balls and managed to put them on some kind of track system where they would move around in a similar pattern, and then see how long it took before they all smacked together and stuck to each other. I don't think it would take very long. Do you?
So we got Mickey Manratch in the house. This person makes unbearing Earth curvature. This might be the one.
Is this curvature?
This person is tranny woke.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
Doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question for everybody, man.
All right.
Okay.
Is there a speed to the tilt?
Yeah, it's a wobble, right?
Yeah.
Wobble.
I thought the tilt was constant.
Is it tilt constant? Right. But by the time it spins around the other side of the sun, isn't it changing its rotation? It's changing its what do you call it? Declination, right?
26,000 years to complete a circular wobble. Axial precession.
Right. That sounds culture.
Well, I'm talking about the tilt, man. The yearly tilt.
Yes, that is tilt.
I always thought that the tilt was constant. That as it went round, the tilt always stayed as it was. That's what I thought.
Something had to induce that as well, which is crazy.
Angle changes.
It wasn't always there.
I think it's just another part of the confusion. We just keep adding shit to it just to make it sound so mind-boggling that you just go along with it.
I mean, we go up and down on the globe, closer to the sun, actually farther away in the summer and closer in the winter. And that tilt, man, has to have a speed, man. You know what I'm saying? It has to, like, that rotation, it's going to it's this, somebody look into that, man.
You put a straw and an olive in a martini, you spin that shit around. Well, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the kind of
exact
answer
same
I was
thing.
looking for. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, who was that? Was that Claw of the Conciliator was saying something? I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
I could do a martini right now, to be honest.
I come in. Hey, Claw, pay no attention to me. I come in here late in the night and just kind of
I love you.
Laugh and piss on shit, man.
I love you. I love all of you. We're all best friends. Hell yeah.
Welcome, man. I don't know. Are you new here? Or?
No, man. I've been here for a long ass time.
You're VC verified. Flat Earth. You're hesitant?
That was labeled against my consent, but that's so cool. You can go with that. But I explain it every time I'm in here because it's actually entertaining. But,
cool. Dude, I don't think we've ever chatted. No.
Oh,
yeah, I've been
sarcastic as well as intelligent.
Wait, he just took off.
Damn, I was.
Damn it! I didn't even have a chance. Oh, come on, man!
Did you just deal?
Fuck!
Just disappear.
Oh my god!
You guys are just messing with us now.
What was it? Was it Sleepy Joe? I think who thought that was Jaren.
That's Jaren, dude. I was trying to DM some of you guys.
Sound like Jaren. Now that you mentioned
it sounded a lot like him.
100% Jaren.
Yeah, that's. I had him, man. I fucking had him.
I was about to ask him, "Hey, man, do you have a YouTube channel by chance?" He'd say, "Yeah," and I'll say, "How many followers do you have right now?"
I've been stuck at 151,000 for like 3 years.
Oh, really? Just that few then? Okay, sounds good.
So we're entertained by the fact that we chased him away that fast.
No,
was that my fault, or was he just messing around, or something?
I was
He's probably just messing around.
He dips like that suddenly. That's what he does.
I'm like, hey, what's up?
That's definitely not Jaren. That's not Jaren.
That's Jaren. It is.
It's not Jaren.
It doesn't matter.
I've talked to that guy before. The reason he took off is because you're asking about flat Earth. He doesn't like to talk about it because he feels like he's looked into all the conspiracies.
Why
he's
the
actually very
fuck is he
knowledgeable
here?
about it. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't. He has to talk about other things besides flat Earth.
I get it. He's just like, dude, let it go. Yeah, you guys talk about that. I'll listen. I get it.
Well, it looks like the globe's only hope left in this room, at least, is Nikki Manraj.
Oh shit! What happened? Oh, we lost. We lost somebody.
I
think we got new perspective. He's in here. What's up?
We got
What's up, bro?
Sun Valley, man. Sun Valley shut the server down. He said that we're
just temporarily waiting for it to kick in. Yeah.
He said we're a bunch of retards, and we said you're right, and we shut the server down. So yeah, good job.
Pictures from the
we're changing the name tomorrow morning.
You guys are retards. That proves the Earth is a spinning ball.
Exactly. You guys.
That's the only way that can work.
Well, you got us there.
The logical syllogism. If retards, therefore earthball.
Is this what we've had to stoop to? Is actually saying stupid shit like this just to get them to come in here and argue with?
No, not at all.
Rook, man, that's exactly how we've stooped to a new low.
Not at all. Listen, let's talk to Nikki.
Like, that's what
Hi,
it
Nikki.
sounds like. It's almost like you're teasing.
Let's just keep the train moving.
I'm teasing, man. 100%. I'm teasing, man. You guys know me by now, man.
Flat Earth, dude. Can you unmute Nikki?
Sure. Absolutely. Nikki.
Do you remember how to do that?
Where is Nick? Nikki. Yes, of course I can. I'm learning. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
I was going to pat you on the back, and now I don't know. Should I?
Shit. Dude, man. I click on their name. I click on their shift click.
Here, give me that. I'll do it.
You know, they make Discord tutorials.
I know, I'm sure they do, man. But I'm retarded.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help.
We need a ruler to smack his knuckles so he'll remember.
Did I make it to a flat Earth server? Yeah.
Hey.
Nice. No way, dude. You guys really believe it's flat? No way.
Like, you guys really think it's like pretty flat?
Like, how does cheese work?
Not that.
Dude.
Fuck, Walter.
How does pizza work, man?
Space.
Wait a second.
Dude, I can't. I can't. Nikki, my bad, man. Nikki's mute. She can unmute herself, man.
Oh, okay. So she's just on user mute.
Why aren't the trees flat, bro?
I've been like smoking trees.
Now you're talking my language.
Wait, you're right, man. You got a point, man.
I saw like an airplane with the trail behind it. It was curved, man. It was totally curved, bro.
The sky is curved, bro.
It was curved. The sky's curved.
Nikki?
Yeah, haven't you seen that coffee cup, man?
Hold on, everybody. Let's clear the way. Make a hole, people. Nikki, how are you? Please, God, tell me I didn't just embarrass the shit out of myself, okay? Nikki, I need you to be there.
Let's hope for.
She's coming now. Hold on. She's taking a piss. Hold on.
Taking the piss.
Taking the piss.
Well, she might actually be laughing so hard she can't turn the mic on.
I think she pissed herself.
That's a weird thing to assume right away.
Hey,
Also,
now
she's
we've added
back.
water sports to the list of things. Anybody else want to throw anything else in there while we're...
shit.
No, I want to speak to this person.
Yeah, me too.
We're going to need a yardstick for you guys' nipples.
Damn, easy.
Rookie, dude. Of all people. No, I'm just kidding.
That's why it's funny, don't you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, so what happened today, man? I was all over the place today, man. My headphones, I don't know, something was whacked out, but anyway.
Well, we saw so many globe proofs today.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard that I'm a retard is a good excuse that the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, that's a pretty common one.
Pretty good one. I thought that was pretty good though. I'm gonna have to remember that.
I like that.
I think that was Eratosthenes originally, right? You're a retard, therefore
it's so round. It looks flat. All right, it's so round. It looks flat. New perspective. It's so round. It looks flat. That's a take on that.
It must be flat because it's so round.
It must be flat because it looks so round.
Right.
You can tell it's round because it looks so flat.
It must be round because it looks so flat.
Well, the reason you can't see the curvature is that's dark curvature.
Dark curvature. I invented that. Man,
I never thought of that.
That was a good one.
You just fucking got a Nobel Prize nomination.
Yeah, the reason it looks so flat is because you're seeing around the globe.
Right, there you go.
I love that.
You get whirled around. You get whirled around.
Oh, there was another one brought up.
Seeing around the globe.
There was a good one yesterday. We were talking about light and the passive light and shit. And that someone's like, "Oh, that's dark light."
Oh shit,
Black
Dave!
Light,
oh my God, dark light.
Down for that dark light.
Remember blue light specials?
Dude, we need some memes, man. Dave, get busy, man. Make up some memes, man.
Basically, you just take a picture and you just draw over it, right? Basically, and then
I don't know, dude.
Save it or something. Because I've made stuff like that, but it always looks cheesy when I write because it looks all like goofy and like a 3-year-old did it.
What?
You mean
no? I only use my phone. Like that. No, I don't have Photoshop. My computer is just one of those Walmart like $400 toys.
All right, hold on.
You're gonna get a job at NASA if you log off.
Yeah, that's what NASA uses.
Yeah, that's it.
The fuck.
It has a magnetic spot on the top on the right hand side that I'm trying to figure out what it does. You know, like how usually it's shielded, like the whole thing, but this one's not. There's like a spot where if you drop like a screw, it'll stick to the side of the computer. It's like, wait a minute, why does it do that?
It looks so flat.
You know, NASA's globe cartoons really don't look very good. I think they destroyed all of their technology going back to like about the 1950s or so. computers and everything.
You know what? I'm starting to realize that I don't think people really know what physics are or how they work, because I'll watch a video and I'll look at it and go, wow, there's like 5,000 things that I could say that honestly prove that that's just not what it should be, right? But yet I'll have another person watch it 4 or 5 times in a row and they'll be like, I don't see anything wrong with it. And I'll be like, really, bro? It's 10 seconds long.
Welcome to the Matrix, bro. Welcome.
And it's like, some of these people actually think they believe in flat Earth, and I'm like, you don't see the problem. Well, no, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Dude, we got a lot of people in here, man. Somebody speak up.
Any newbies?
Why aren't they talking?
Some of you Mongos. A lot of Mongo.
How much do we really know? Flat Earth, dude, how much do we really know?
Well, Twad, if you can measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, then you're supposed to know absolutely everything.
Hey, I know that Antarctica...
Dude. Not TWR.
How much can we know?
What we do know, we know for a fact it's definitely according to the dimensions of WGS84 model, for sure. I broke up there, man.
The question is, how much can we know?
You got to know everything.
How much
if
can we
you can
know?
measure the surface of the Earth, you got to know everything. You got to
put
know
our
where
mind to
stars
learning
are,
it, I
how
guess.
far they are, where any possible edges, whether things are infinite or not, who's the creator. You need to have met them. You got to know it all.
Oh, dude, that's heavy burden, man. That's a heavy trip, man.
I think all you really need to know is that it's definitely not what they say it is. As long as you know that, then at least you've got a good fucking foothold to start fucking learning.
What if you don't even know that? What they tell you, what they teach you in school, you don't even know that. Man.
You've always got fucking Star Trek, man. If you don't know that,
there you go. Yeah, you got Star Trek, Star Wars. That's how much I know about.
Wars.
How much do you know about the globe? I don't know. It's big. What's the circumference? I don't know. It's big. How far is the sun? I don't know. It's far away. How far is the moon? I don't know. It's far. It's far. It's closer than the sun. I don't know. You know, what's the closest star? I don't know.
Beetlejuice. It is pretty sad that I know the answer to almost all those.
But I know it's a globe.
I can get the Kessel run in 5 parsecs. Okay, that's how I know it's a globe.
Irrefutable.
I feel sorry for them, man. I think it's a shame that they're that deluded, because it's literally a psychological problem. It causes. I've been in fistfights. 3 or 4 fucking severely.
Yeah, but if you can't convince any smart, intelligent person that's actually got a degree that will actually stand on it and say that this is how it is, how are you ever going to convince anybody? That's the thing.
But see, if they've got more defensive and they're more fucking aggressive in the sort of their tone, and they don't want to let go of anything, they'll not concede fucking anything. Whereas a normal average
they won't even concede that. Yeah, that they can see their nose in front of them. Yeah, they'll just be like, "No, I can only see it when I look this way."
People with degrees can be tough to reach, though, because they're super invested in their indoctrination by that point.
Exactly. They're more
what I meant.
More defense mechanisms because they have more.
It's like they're trying to defend their degree as well as their belief in the globe, because obviously it's kind of linked, and if they lose the globe, then their degree might not seem as fucking real to them, I suppose.
Well, I mean, they have more at stake, right? Because they spend a lot of their time investing into these lines,
and money, a lot of money,
and money.
You're chipping away at their life.
Or don't be chipping away at my fucking education.
Well, I guess if we were like keeping track of every glober that we smack and prove wrong, and then exposing him to the world, like, you know, getting his name and like doxing him or whatever, then I would understand people being afraid of that. But I really don't see how that's going to affect anything if you come on here and you're using a a fake
Good
name
idea.
anyway. Or
See, when
you,
we
you
started
know,
this
like
new
who's really
server,
gonna know you from anybody else unless you're
we
big
should
that
have kept.
dumbass
More
tells
of a
them, you know.
personal thing, right? It's just they can't
Nah,
admit
we
they're
Yeah, it's
wrong.
more of an ego thing. Yeah, I think it's more of a measuring thing.
have
You
a
know, instead of
room. We should
measuring
have
the
made a
earth,
room
we're
when we
measuring
started this
what's
server.
between our legs. You
Well, we got this guy.
See, when we started, we should have made a room for the people that we've managed to show the truth, because there's been quite a lot that came to the server and have managed to see the truth, and they've gave us messages saying, look, thanks for all your help, I came here believing the globe.
I agree.
Like, there's been quite a lot over the years, man. It's quite, it fucking sort of warms your heart a little bit when somebody turns around and says, look, man, you changed my life completely.
Yeah, I can imagine. I haven't had anybody tell me that yet, but I'm hoping that
That's
eventually.
what I do it for man. For the 1 person in 1,000 that thanks.
Fucking Scotland.
But honestly, it wouldn't change it. I'd still keep coming in here even if I was failing at it.
No, dude, man, I would do it because I like hanging out with you guys because there's nobody else I can talk to. I don't have like a bunch of friends around me going, hey, man, we want to hang out. I mean, I got more than most, not as much as some, but I mean, I wish everybody was a flat earther because they are. They don't even know it.
I just wish I could talk about it with them and have a conversation.
But if
Wasn't
everybody was a
involving us
flat
fighting
earther,
over it.
bro, what
I would like
the
to go
fuck
to
would
the
we
gas
do?
station, talk to the guy. Hey, man, what's
Bro,
up, man?
Bro, we would have nothing to do if everybody was a flat earther. That would be the server fucked.
But
we have to keep the globe around.
But then the world would have changed then.
Dude, we can still talk about other things, but for the most part, man, I mean, on here, man, I love to just talk about the earth and science and the gas pressure and fuck
I'm
off.
saying that, but
Yeah. What do you
I
got?
speak to complete strangers all the time. I spark up conversations in the shop, in the street, somebody standing at a bus stop with a mask on. I'll stand and speak to them, fucking show them stuff on my iPad, get them into the server, get them to my YouTube channel. I do it every day. Anywhere I go, I'll bump into people. I just spark up the conversation. I'm always doing it every day,
Dude,
man.
you're an OG legend, man. You're a fucking legend, bro. And you
7 years, man.
For a little while, and then I realized it was.
Have you ever met Dell? Imaginary Curve?
Nah. He actually banned me from his show, bro. But one of his mods banned me. He was right. Honestly, man, they were talking about fucking. He mentioned something about Antarctica, and all I put in chat was, "How do we?"
How do we know? How do we actually know?
Spake, are you English? Are you British? Where are you from?
Fucking skull fucking.
Wait, I can't hear what you're talking about.
This man, right? I went back in his channel with my second account, and I was like, "Look, I just got banned for nothing." Blah blah blah. Banned again. I went into another YouTube account because I had about 6 active in my whatever device I had. I changed the account to "Why am I banned for nothing repeatedly?" or some shit like that. Banned again. He banned like 5 or 6 of my accounts. So I just don't go to his channel anymore.
Fuck you, Dal. I was telling you, dude.
I don't know what, but I saw him in the pseudo.
We're not Irish.
But I saw him in James. He was in one of James' streams, and I asked him in James' stream. I was like, "Is there any particular reason why I got banned?" He says, "You must have been up to no good." And I was like, "I never done anything, man. I just got banned in all my accounts." And then he fucked off. He never answered me after that. So fuck knows, man. But I thought his content was good, man. I enjoyed watching him until he did that to me, and then I just made a point in never going back.
Good. Yeah, I like it when Dal was interviewing people on the street. That's my favorite part of Dal.
That's when I found him. Yeah,
that's when
about 5-6 years ago. It came up automatically in the YouTube search. If you just search for Flat Earth, valid content came up.
Dell was right there, at the top. Yeah, man, I love it.
Make Israel great again, person.
And then he was recording people as well. I noticed when I was recording people, when I was speaking to them, they did a little bit. If I was recording, because they knew the camera was there, so I just stopped recording people because it's kind of detrimental to try and get the message to them because they feel a little bit sort of on the spot. getting recorded, so I just stopped recording.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but my favorite part of Flat Earth is talking to people on the street and saying, "Hey, man,
me for sure.
What do you know? What do you know about the globe?" Well, nothing.
Not much.
They don't know shit.
Nobody knows fuck all.
But
that's the problem.
They defend
That's
it.
the main problem, mate. Everybody just believes the TV. Nobody knows shit about it. So they just think, oh, well, they're scientists. They must know more than me. They're brainy. They've got a white coat and glasses and they drink loads of coffee and fucking, and then they talk in big words and shit. So they must be brainy. So just accept what they say. That's the way they look at it.
I think some of the people that are in here, some of the people involved with this channel, are actually way smarter than any of the people I think I've ever met that had a degree.
No question.
You know, like a professor.
Definitely,
I've talked to a lot of professors.
Dude,
I have. I've called lots of them.
Definitely, bro.
I'm serious, bro. There's a couple of guys in here that would probably just walk up that one side and down the other of these guys, man. They don't know.
100%.
Like, I've asked them questions about things. I call them randomly and ask them a question, and they're like, "Huh? I don't get it."
Yeah, like
Wow,
look
bro.
at Indio. Like you could mention something to Indio, and that man knows something about fucking
I know. That's
everything
what
there
I was
is,
gonna
man.
say. He's the one I'm speaking about. Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, man. He literally,
like, one day I
there's
talked
not
to
a
him,
subject
me and
I've
him, and
ever
he just
heard
like
him
blew me
say
away,
that he
bro.
doesn't
I
know.
was like, I couldn't even speak. I didn't have
man.
anything to say because he kept on filling in the gaps. Every time I thought to say something, he was like, he'd say something that would let me know he already knows exactly what I'm going to say, right? It just blew my mind because he did that for like a good 10 minutes, and I was like, dude, I can't talk to you for very long, man. My brain hurts already. It's like, wait a minute, you slow down. I want to hear all the details.
Nah, hey, I tell these Mongos, man, these Mongos come in here and go, oh, like it's a globe, dude. I saw it on TV, and it's like,
But bro, see, at the end of the day, man, they're not Mongos, bro. They're just fooled. They're deluded by the system. And
I think a lot of this
calling them names
probably would. They probably would listen to you if you talk to them in a normal situation. But I think
see, the thing is, see, if you start like being aggressive or calling them names or shit, they dig their fucking heels in, and they won't accept anything
then they
after
become
that.
trolls. I think we create
they get
those
defensive.
trolls. Yeah.
See if you can relate to them in some way.
That's all we can do, man.
Fucking any kind of subject, if you can relate one on one, and they realize that you are a fucking human being after all, and not just a retard flat earther.
Yeah, that's mostly why I come in here. I don't really come in here I don't really try to debate people. I try to tell people that too, even though I'll argue with them about stuff. But it's not really a debate because, they always want to ask me, they always want to get down to something. Instead of talking about evidence, they always want to talk about, well, if I showed you evidence, would you be convinced of it? I said, well, yeah, if you showed me some curvature and you actually had some data on it, I would actually look at it and consider it. I'd look into it as hard as I could. But you don't have that.
If we're in a spaceship and send you to space, would you believe it?
No, you don't get it.
I've probably heard that the most out of every globe earther I've spoke to. That's the most likely answer is, so if we put you in a rocket and send you to space and you saw the Earth, would you believe it? You're like, what? Of course, if I saw it was fucking round, I'm going to believe it. Fuck's sake.
Well, I always think that that's a trick question in order to get me to say something else and then be like, oh, so you're a dumbass and you believe this? So I was just like, I don't answer stupid questions like that. What would you say if I asked you that? That's kind of dumb. That's like asking a rapist, does he like to rape women? It's stupid. You already know the answer to that question.
It's a bit below the belt.
Sorry about the comparison, but it's the one that popped into the head the quick.
It's a very strange world, boys and girls.
If anything I say makes you think that I'm weird, then you probably haven't met some of the idiots that come on here.
Dude.
Fuck. Yeah, the people I've met in this server that have walked into VC check, I wish I'd been recording every.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Some of this, man, honestly. Having a live stream just for the VC check-in would be amazing.
Oh yeah, that would be a lot.
Yeah, we should do a VC check-in live stream.
Honestly, man,
You know, we can.
when I first joined a couple of years, well, 3 years ago, it was just that. Remember the Memulus video when Memulus came to the server? It was the old server. I came in kind of just at the tail end of that, and it was like over 1,000 people coming every week. It was fucking crazy. Like these check-ins were like 30, 40 people.
Yeah, oh my god!
It was fucking amazing.
I can only imagine.
Amazing.
I can only imagine.
It was amazing, bro. Honestly, it was fucking amazing.
I can only imagine. Yeah, I've been through the crazy times too, man. I've seen.
Oh wow! I wish I was here right in the middle of it, but I caught the tail end of it.
Did you ever go on Poncho Pete?
Nah.
You know who he is, all right?
I've heard of him, though, yeah.
You've heard of him? Okay.
Yeah.
He ran a 24/7 hangout panel for like 3 years.
What happened to him?
He fucking just one day said, I'm done.
Has he still got a YouTube channel, or does he still come about in flat earth streams or anything?
You can search him up. Poncho Pete, man. Search up Poncho Pete, man. Find your own Poncho, man, on your own. I can't help you. But yeah, I know where I spent. It's just like this, man. But we could share videos, and it was crazy times, man. Crazy.
But see, that's the thing. See, when you've been at this game for years, because it's like in this, like with the people in the server all the time, the first one, and then all the people, it does.
You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up, man.
And constantly here, and I suppose some people, they might just get pissed off after so long, so much energy getting wasted, and think, I've just got to do some shit in my own life, rather than, I think this has all been released to us deliberately, all the fake NASA stuff. I think it's all there, so the people who can see it, they're constantly trying to tell the people who can't see it, but the people who can't see it, they're steeped in belief. So
man, you're roboting. You're roboting. Horrible. Robot. Yeah.
No. Sorry, folks.
You're a robot.
Sorry,
robot.
Sorry, folks. Sorry.
It's
the satellites, man. Sorry. It's the lack of space.
You're back. You're good now. You're good.
Yeah, I'm saying it's the lack of space satellites, man. Don't worry. No, I'm just saying that I think they deliberately released this. They knew Flat Earth was going to come out, so they've deliberately put that shit out there. Look at astronauts gone wild. I've said this a million times. After the very first astronaut was set up, he would have phoned his handler, then NASA would have stopped every other interview. But NASA allowed every interview to be done and them all to be set up. So that's obviously fucking deliberate, man.
Yep.
I think possibly they might even throw NASA under the bus at some point and say, look, NASA's been lying to you, but we're the government. You can still trust us.
New perspective would definitely agree with that 100%.
I was going to say he's talking my. He's talking my.
He's talking.
I was waiting to get out of the parking garage before I came in. I didn't mean to unmute. But yeah, you're right. They're doing all the fake shit on purpose.
Yeah, they're doing the fake shit on purpose so that you get distracted from that, and they come up with the Coco 19, and like, oh shit, that's a new one. And then they come up with, you got to get the Cocoa Puffs. You got to get some Cocoa Puffs over here, everybody. Woo, line up like a fucking sheep of herd. Fucking line up and get your Cocoa Puffs, baby. Oh yeah.
Wash it down with some raw milk, and we're
wash it with some organic milk. Yeah, raw milk they call it. That's right.
Man, I keep going to the farmers markets and I keep asking, going to the stall and saying, any chance I could get some raw milk? They're like, no, we can't sell that. But I keep trying, man. I've been trying for a couple of years to get all milk from them, man. But they just won't have it.
Dude, I can go down to my local. I got a supermarket just down the road sells raw milk, man. Sells it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Supposedly, Britain, in Scotland, it's illegal to sell it, but you can get it sent from England. You can get it sent over the border for some reason. Don't know why it's illegal in Scotland, or it used to be at least.
Fucking bastards. Fuck them. Fuck them. Damn. I can't believe they. Raw milk. Oh my God. It's a horrible thing. Don't drink. No. Piss off. Piss off. Fuck off.
I don't think dairy's that great for you anyway. I think any animal products are kind of against it. I think it's energy, like not to get on the vegetarian vegan subject, but I'm pescatarian now. I know obviously they're still animals, but the dairy industry to me is toxic, man. I mean, their kids are taken away from them straight away. The mother is absolutely distraught. Bang, straight into milking, hormone fucking induced milk. Fucking their udders are basically.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's totally fucked up system, man. It ain't right. There's got to be a healthier way to do it, no doubt. But
I remember that, man. As a kid, I remember being at the dairy farm my mum's friend owned, and the cows, they looked like literally like cartoons. Like they didn't even look real. They looked at swollen and fucking like they were exploding at the seams, man. Looked fucking disgusting.
Yeah, we got a lot of cattle farms out here, dairy farms in California. Yeah, it's nasty, man.
Oh,
it's a nasty business.
I mean, I don't know what else to replace fucking animal products with, man. I go, as I say, I go to the store and I look at all the shit in the fridges and freezers. None of it tickles my fancy. I'm pissed off with eating now. It seems like I'm constantly having to go and get food and think, what the fuck? I mean, I know I've got to eat to survive, and I have to force the food down my neck. I've kind of got an aversion to even eating.
Hey, have you ever heard of aeritarians? People that can live off of
breatharians, the ones that get from the sun.
Breatharians,
they just sit and stare at the sun and they get all their energy. They don't need water. They don't need food. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that shit. Like.
Me either, man. I'm not buying yet, but I've heard of it. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely heard of it.
So it's it could be a possibility. That's all I'll say, man. Possibility, probability. Do you guys know?
Hey, Speak.
When it comes to it, found out it's not a fucking ball, so really anything's possible, bro.
Hey, somebody's got a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to ask Speak, do you reckon you could survive on iron brew alone?
Not anymore, bro, because put fucking aspartame in it.
Oh, yeah, they fucked it up, didn't they?
The fuckers, man. And then they, after about a year and a half, they brought out what they call original iron brew, which is the same iron brew that was at 1907 or something. When you own the ingredients, it's got a thing. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but it makes the head that makes a froth on the head. And when you look at it, when it first came out, I got a bottle of it and I looked at the ingredients and I saw it. What's it called? I put it here. And when I looked at it, it's highly toxic, but it's additive in food and it's all right in small doses. So if you're getting like tiny particles, it's all right. But if you take too much, you'll fucking die. Why would you put that in fucking soda? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? But the original stuff was amazing.
No, but this is the original stuff that's got this. It's was it quinine? Quinine or something?
Yeah, I know.
But the stuff that was out was they fucking crowbarred it in, basically the aspartame. They brought out a sugar tax any fucking kinds of drinks that's got excessive sugar, then they were getting taxed. That's why everything apart from Coke, Pepsi, and then Iron Brew eventually came out with the original. But basically, you're paying £2 for a bottle that used to cost 80p. So they're fucking robbing bastards. Oh, they've got planned, obviously, as well, man. Bullshit, man.
Hey, what was that? Sorry, man. I had a phone call.
No, I was just saying it's all bullshit. It's all planned. Like,
Hey,
getting that.
Hey, what do you think of Antarctica, man?
Even though the.
What do you think of Antarctica?
Did you ask me? You asking me?
Yeah. What do you think of Antarctica?
Oh man, I couldn't even guess, bro. You know, about a year ago, I basically built it.
Fuck, robot. You're fucking robot, man. Hold on. Let the satellite. We got to get the satellite back in order here. Hold on. We got it. Hold on.
Is that better? Is that better?
A little better, man. There must have been
better now.
Must have been a 747 flying in between us and the satellite.
No, I bullshitted if you can hear me now, I bullshitted a travel agent about a year ago, telling them that I wanted to go to Antarctica, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can facilitate that." And I'm like, "I want to go to specific coordinates below the 60th parallel." And when she got back to me, she's like, "Yeah, we've got tours and blah blah blah." And they were trying to sell me a place on a boat with other people, and I told them I was wanting to go to specific coordinates for a period of time and then come back, but I never got another reply. So fuck knows.
They did not.
Man, just to see what they would say.
They didn't get back to you on that, man. Yeah. Because
I know. After the last message I sent, mate. After that, it was like an automated message I got sent, just with some bullshit, sort of tourist fucking bullshit. Yeah, but I just fucking ignored it after that.
Yeah, they'll sell you some little cruise ship to some little icy little penguin.
For about 20 grand or some shit for a stupid little tour.
So, Spake, are you in Scotland?
Yes. Edinburgh.
Any other fighters friends out there?
What, me personally, you mean?
Yeah, do you know Ali B? Ali B is the only other Scottish.
All right, man. I mean, I flat smacked a few of my friends. 2 of them have became flat earthers, and I've fucking flat smacked probably the few years I've been here living constant. I've probably flat smacked fucking a few thousand people just having discussions with people in the street.
Nice.
You know who Ali B is?
People anywhere. I've heard of him. I think he's in Edinburgh as well.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. You guys should hook up.
No, I've never met the guy. I've never seen him or met him or anything. I remember vaguely seeing a video of him one time, but I don't know how to contact him or.
Oh, I just talked to him earlier today. I just talked to him today.
All right.
The funny thing is he's. I'll warn you beforehand, though. He's the only flat earther that I know of that believes we went to the moon.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Right?
Man.
So maybe you could talk. Maybe you should talk some sense into him.
Oh man!
No. I talked to him today about
Where the fuck does he?
Wait, yeah.
What? So he believes in.
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link. You can rewind and hear me talk to him earlier today. And he was given all his justifications for it. He's like, well, I think they went to the moon, but it's flat. They're hiding the flat Earth. That's why they gave us fake pictures, because they're hiding the flat Earth.
What does he? What? So I take it he thinks the Earth's a disc then.
He thinks that we're on a flat Earth, but they actually went to the moon. But he's argued it for years.
I take it but if he thinks the Earth's flat and there's a moon above us, he must think the Earth's a disc, just like the Flat Earth Society claims.
Right. Something like that. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. He thinks they faked the pictures of the Earthrise and they faked the pictures of the Earth, but the pictures they took of each other and on the moon might be real. And he He's holding on to it still. I don't know why. He's a true flat earther. It's weird that he's not a true flat earther because of that, but he thinks it's it's possible that he thinks they went to the moon. I don't know why he's holding on to it.
I've never heard of that in my
Isn't
life.
that crazy?
That's weird as fuck, man.
What does flat earther
weird.
mean, though?
That seems.
You know what I mean?
That sounds like he's either a shell or completely delusional.
Yeah, I think delusional, or just wants to hold on to that. He wants to hold on to that belief. It's like the one part of the globe he doesn't want to let go of. But otherwise, he'll talk your ear off. He might be someone you want to listen to before because he can ramble on. That's for sure.
It's maybe just part of the fucking. Because I mean, it is a psychological problem. The globe. We've got to admit that. You've seen the behaviour we get in here, so obviously it's possibly just another part of the symptom that's not quite managed to let go yet.
Yeah, I think that he wanted it. That's the last part he held on to, and he was arguing for the moon landing still. And he's like, because he was a glober that realized it's flat, but still wanted to think that the moon landing was real. And he argued it so much that he doesn't want to feel like he lost that part of it or something. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's just this fucking contradictory, man.
Yeah.
How the fuck can that be possible?
Well, he's also someone that says he believes the Earth is flat.
Hey,
And
you got a
I don't think
question?
anybody says that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened to D Marble?
He's
I don't know. I never used to watch the guy. In fact,
started doing crypto. He's still doing his thing. He was in that Next Level movie.
The recent one?
I never thought much of that.
Yeah, the
level,
most
man.
recent.
I'm looking forward to level. They never really showed anything that we've not seen before. I was quite disappointed.
Last I saw on his channel, he was doing crypto and quitting his job and doing crypto full time.
All right, cool.
I don't know, but I think he's still
hope he
doing
makes some money, man.
Yeah,
some money, baby.
He must be making something to just drop his channel like that.
Yeah,
no,
he
not
was
his channel, not his channel, his regular job. He made a video where he went in and quit, or went in and said goodbye to everybody or whatever.
All right.
But he was trying to get people to get on the crypto train with him.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Though, if he's that sort of
crypto, man,
he must be making a few quid. I couldn't even tell you how to fucking buy a fucking bit of crypto. It's fucking Greek to me.
Now's a good time as lower prices or somewhat lower. If you're gonna, I don't know. I wouldn't be giving advice about it. Actually, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Miggy's in here. Isn't Miggy in here? Miggy's the one to talk to.
I remember when it came out, man. I remember vividly when it came out and people talking about it, and I never even thought I'll put a couple of pounds in just to see what happens. If only I'd done that, man. Fucking couple.
I know.
Of
I had the same experience. They were $1. They were $1. I thought about getting one. Should have got 100.
You just stuck like $20 in or something, man.
Right.
Fuck. But you set for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Hey, be thankful where you're at with what you got. Yeah, keep it real.
I'm not thankful, bro. I've had a really tough life. I'm not trying to feel sorry for me, but I've had a fucking hard
I should have
shift.
invested in space. I should have invested in space, in time continuum. If I was only smart enough to invest in the space-time continuum, I would be a trillionaire.
What the fuck?
I think his point is, how would you feel about it if you made your money from investing in a lie, right? And crypto's a lie to a large degree too. I get your point.
Yeah, you got my sense of humor. Good, that's good.
Yep.
Well, at any minute, those fucking the elite, the controllers could just pull the fucking carpet from underneath crypto at any second. They decide to, man.
Well, they're going to try to probably transition into digital with it, somehow make it all taxable.
That's they've won. So they had crypto ready. They've had this bullshit ready that will switch over. So obviously, it's probably been invented by the same people who have gave us Cocoa Pops 19.
Cocoa Puffs 19. Woo! It's the most delicious cereal you'll ever eat. Cocoa Puffs 19.
Amazing.
It's delicious.
As long as you've got raw fucking drinking that pasteurized milk, man, it's poison.
Fuck.
But man, I buy organic. I get organic cornflakes from the health shop. They're all a bit expensive, like double the price of normal ones, but they taste amazing. They taste a lot better than the shop brand.
Hey, can you go buy weed? Can you go buy some weed today at the
I could buy CBD. I could buy CBD weed and CBD hash, but if it's got THC in it, it's illegal.
Oh shit! Oh man, that sucks.
Anytime I want.
Eventually, man. I think that because they've gave us the CBD. That's been a good maybe a few years. It's been like freely available in the stores. I think that was just sort of the first push towards decriminalising it, or at least for medical use, because I know some like people that have had kids that have had really bad like fits and stuff like that. There is some children getting the THC oil and stuff. So eventually we'll probably get it decriminalised, but it'll probably be for medicinal purposes only, I would imagine. To start.
Yeah. Well, I've watched the progression here in California, man. It has changed from, they can confiscate your house if you got weed. I'm like, oh shit, that's a bust. Hey man,
you can buy 3 houses because you grow weed.
Did that ever stop you?
Now, no, never stop me. But
so what was the point?
Now it's like, oh, here, I'll deliver it to your house. I'm like, oh, really? Oh shit, I can get somebody to bring me weed to my house now. Dude, I did not grow up in a world like that, man. I grew up in a world where that shit was illegal. It was a bust. There was, it was complete prohibition, as they say, man.
Don't you think it takes a little bit of the fun out of it now that it's legal?
Yeah, exactly. It takes a lot of the fun out of it.
Nope. Now it's just no paranoia because you don't have to worry about getting in trouble unless you're driving or something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like the high school fun where it was like we're doing something we're not supposed to,
Yep. Yeah, we got busted.
That was the surprise I ever had when I was a little kid when I first started being paranoid out in public. I'll never forget some of that. Like when you're walking with a bunch of kids and you're all high, and then you see a cop, and everybody runs different ways, and the cops see you, and you just stand there like a deer in the headlights, and they start asking you questions, and you're stoned out of your mind, and you're like, and you don't know what to do or say, and you're afraid to run. You're a bit like.
I always ran. I was always the runner, man. I'm like, shit, I can run.
I'd waste my time running and get
I can run like a motherfucker. Those cops can't catch me, bro. See if a copper with all his uniform and all his batting and his shit, he can't catch me, man. I'm off like a fucking greyhound.
Come on, man. Yeah.
I used to run just for a laugh. Just for fun, I just run anyway. Even though I knew I wasn't wanted, I knew they weren't wanting me for anything. I would deliberately make myself look dodgy, then run like a motherfucker just so they would chase me, so I'd get a laugh.
Yeah. Good times, man. Good times.
Yeah, run from the. I rode my bike, so I always got away.
Yep. Running from the cops, man. Not, it's not a fun situation, man.
I always hung out with the kids that didn't have bikes. That way, when they were running, I could get away faster.
Dude. I got 350 subs on my YouTube subscription list. Fuck.
Yeah, that's all right.
I got to go thin those guys.
Bro, I was up to like 740 my last Pantomath channel. The motherfucker deleted it. I put a video up about Obama. Bang, deleted.
Damn. Fucking censorship. Sucks.
Yeah, hey, it was a video that was already up on. It was up on someone else's channel, and it's still up on their fucking channel. All I did was fucking mirror it, and they fucking delete me and they leave it on his. Like fucking assholes,
fake.
man.
You're Pantomath?
Yeah, man.
Ah, dude, right on. Cool.
Yeah, man.
Changed my YouTube, my Discord as well, man.
Right on. Yeah, you like the Issa Mihalski, right?
Oh, he's man. He's a man, bro. He's fucking amazing. Like on the guitar, he's a fucking. I don't know how he's not at least made a lot of money off it because he's fucking class.
He hasn't made any money on it. He doesn't try to make any money. I keep telling him, you got, dude. That's where I know you from, is what I'm saying. You and I have exchanged messages in this chat. I think I might have direct message you. But yeah, he's the man.
Lives all the time. Hey, man. Who am I speaking to? Sorry, what's your name?
New Perspective.
All right, man. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my iPad, bro. I've got it green off because it's not getting any charge when it's on, and I'm
yeah. We go way back a little bit.
Yeah, man. I've been. Is it like coming up for the 4th year? I think I've been in 24/7.
Yeah, I don't think I've talked to you in here, but you have a different name. That's why I didn't recognize it. But
yeah, man. I've not spoke to Issa for a while. I heard him in here. I was in Discord, YouTube the other week, and he was in talking. In fact, he was in Geo's server.
Well, yeah, you and Geo's server too. I was gonna say that's where I was talking to. That's where I was talking to Ali B earlier. You go in there at all? Talk.
Geo's is a good server as well. Yeah, man. I'm in there as well, bro. Yeah. That's a good server as well, like, to be honest.
Yeah.
But apart from all the Globers that are banned from here and like fucking Kosho and fucking Zanuck.
Yeah.
Fucking the same fucking bullshit they've been talking for fucking years. The same fucking arguments, man.
I just had Zanuck try to pick a fight with me about Coriolis earlier tonight. I was like, dude, you want to have the same conversation that you lost many times before with me? Are you kidding me? You want to go through this again? There's no way that they'd be talking to us if they were so sure it's a ball.
Yeah.
Huh?
And see, the thing is, Kosho and Zanuck, they're intelligent fucking people, mate. They're no stupid little fucking idiots.
No,
and they've
you're right.
heard every fucking argument explained 100 different ways, and still they fucking refuse to concede fucking anything.
Right. It's like a game. I was saying that to Kosho yesterday. It's like a game he's playing, you know. In fact, the reason I say that is because he said if he thought Flat Earth was going to go away, he'd argue our side just to keep the argument going.
It's probably. I wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. And his girlfriend, who he's supposed to marry, is a Flat Earther, and he wants her to be a Flat Earther. Like, why would you want your girlfriend to be a Flat Earther? Yeah, seriously. Like, why would you want
just so you can argue with
him?
That's just so when fucking there's not an argument online, he can fucking argue with her. Probably beat the shit out of her.
Yeah, maybe so he can keep the argument going in case he doesn't do it online. If
that's just to warm him up before he comes online. He'll have an argument with her first just to get himself heated up.
Right.
See, like some guy.
Well, he'll always have her asking him questions or whatever, but she even thinks he's a Flat Earther. Like, she thought he was a Flat Earther because he was in the discussion all the time. I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. She doesn't talk to you. You don't ever tell her anything you talk about. Like, you don't have any real conversations outside that. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Why he would want her to be a Flat Earther? He thinks it's wrong, you know. Anyway.
Maybe he's got like a fetish. Maybe he's just like
it is a fetish. Yeah.
Like he's like he wants love from a Flat Earther, possibly.
Yeah, he actually admits to that. He wants a Flat Earth girlfriend. He's always wanted a Flat Earther girlfriend.
Right. In the middle of his love making, he's like, "Oh, tell me it's flat, baby. Oh, please." Is that Kosho or Zanuck? Which one? Which one was
Kosho.
it? Kosho. Right, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to pull
Yeah,
him
give him
about
some
that sometime. I'll make a meme. I think I'll find a good meme, a good sarcastic meme I'm going to make about it.
There you go.
Perfect,
Yeah,
man.
I remember
Good
you. I haven't been to
ammunition.
your channel for a while. You had some good content, didn't you?
I got
Yeah, I'll
deleted,
check it out
man.
again.
It's been deleted for about fucking, I don't know, 6 months or something. They deleted it.
Oh, really? Was it a certain video?
Man, I had like almost 750 subs, man. I was fucking gutted that
Yeah.
day, like when I turned up.
What was the
Especially
what was the
for the
reason they
fact that
deleted
it
it?
was a video for posting the fucking Obama video, and I downloaded it off somebody else's fucking channel, and
Okay.
their channel's still up. The video's still up on their channel, so it's obviously
Oh, that's
some motherfucking
lame.
Globers made a complaint because there was a video I put the guy Karis or something his name is, the guy that invented the PCR test. I put a 3.5 minute video about him explaining the PCR, put it up on my YouTube channel, and it was up for I don't know a couple of months or something. And then when I was doing a live stream, I put it up on the live stream, and then the next day I went onto my channel. It took me to the YouTube studio and says blah blah blah. Another community guidelines strike for spreading medical disinformation. It's the guy that fucking invented the test. What the fuck? I'm like, you
Wow.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But you know what they've done? I appealed it, and they never acknowledged the appeal, but they've put the video back on my channel, but it's locked, and I'm unable to share the link. I'm unable to unlock it, so I can still watch it on my channel, but I'm unable to share it or allow anybody to watch it. It's fucking weird as fuck.
So when they do that, your chat, all your videos are gone too, or can you still access your videos?
Oh, from my old channel, that's gone. No, I was talking about that PCR video. They've allowed it back on my channel after I appealed, but they've locked it, so it's only me that can view it. Fucking, I've
Okay.
never heard of that in my life.
Okay, so okay. I thought you said your channel got deleted. I see.
No, yeah, the Pantomath channel did, but the Spake Face channel, that was already. I already had that account anyway. I've had that account for fucking as long as I had the old one. Just never used it very much.
Okay.
But I should have backed up all the shit that was on my first channel. I should have had it all backed up on that one, but too late now.
That's good.
I should have had fucking a BitChute account. I should have had the library account. I should have had all these fucking different platforms. I should have had all my videos backed up on all these different platforms. But I don't like the user interface on BitChute or on that Rumble. That's garbage as well, man.
Yeah, it sucks. I can't believe they can't get something closer to YouTube for people to use that's open. Doesn't make any sense. It's like they're intentionally making it suck. Like they got some kind of propriety on the technology or something. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense why someone can't just copy the code and make another YouTube.
Bro, it's probably owned by fucking Google as well when it gets right to the top of it. So if it does ever get huge, then they can fucking wipe people again. You know? Like everybody moves from YouTube, bang, they all jump on another platform that's owned, or even if it's not owned by them, at some point in the future, if Rumble got huge and it was a good like user interface and there was loads of fucking activity, they would probably buy it and fucking wipe it.
Right, exactly. That's what they do. Yeah. Exactly.
It's only a matter of time, man.
Well, I don't know.
I would imagine at some point YouTube's going to wipe us completely.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they really want to kill any narrative. They just want to have a control on all of them to some degree, at least. And like you said, that you think they're faking space on purpose. Maybe they're planning on using flat Earth, absorbing it, and using it for some other reason. You know, like
possibly.
You know, I was thinking they were talking about automation on the other channel, and how it's going to be weird if we're on UBI and there's like you can't buy anything, or like the automation, everyone's out of work and everything. And I thought, well, if they brought flat Earth in and they had less materialism, right? People were less material oriented, that would be a way for them to use it as like a, saving grace for the people to like change their paradigm at the same time, so that they don't mind being poor so much as like, they can find God that way or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It could be like their net.
The God that they create, or one of the
Yeah,
religions
right.
that
One
they're
they want.
fucking
They want to
pushing.
believe in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
man. Keep everybody herded together as well as divided. They'll herd us into separate pens and then get us fucking fighting amongst each other yet again, like the fucking like they've been doing for centuries, man.
Over religion instead of whatever else. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Crazy. Fucked right up.
And they could use. I always say they could use the UFOs and say that the UFOs are outer pounders.
Well, that's what Morvis. I know he's not in here quite a lot, but Morvis, the moderator of that, it's what a couple of years ago, he said that to me, that basically they're gonna, or they possibly, they're gonna say that UFOs have landed, like once they've done all the UFOs getting spotted here, there and everywhere, spread it all over the news, then they're gonna basically, the people or the entities that possibly come from another realm, another pond, another whatever, and they're gonna say they're the actual aliens from space, whereas they're really fucking some kind of other life form that we don't know about so far. Which
you mean? Well, no,
could be fucking possible.
Well, what if they say that the UFOs don't come from space, but they say that we're on a flat Earth, and these are the outer pounders that we had a treaty with. That's the reason we had to tell you it's a globe, so that you wouldn't worry about trying to go over the line or where the treaty mark is.
Aye. But now we have to tell you because they're a threat to us, and we need money to fucking make bombs or some shit like that, man. Like this fucking space race,
And they
the
can start
Cold
funding
War.
the outer ponder defense organism. Yeah,
man.
Air, what is it? The Space Force will be like the force that fights the outer pounders and keeps us safe or whatever. Yeah, that's the perfect psyop. It's the perfect direction to go.
I know. See, the thing is, and all the flat earthers will just be kicking back saying, "You fucking bunch of assholes, listen to that bullshit."
Right. Some flat earthers might even believe it because the outer pounders seems kind of reasonable almost, You're cutting in and out.
Nuts,
You're roboting a little bit.
Cool, it's constant,
You're good now,
bro. Cool, bro.
Yeah, but you know what?
It's cause I'm in a really old building, bro. It's just we've got boosters out in the hall, but the walls are like really, really thick, so it's just fucking.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out a little bit. It's all right. But yeah, the whole idea of outer pounders is something that a lot of flat earthers think is most likely the case.
It could be, man.
So we won't even know if they do it good enough. They use the blue beam technology and whatever else. They do a good enough job. We won't know what to think. I mean, we won't believe what they're telling us, obviously, but we might still think that there's outer pounders.
I would think at some point, like, we think we're awake and we think we know all this shit. But if they are leading us down this path, then they've got a plan to fucking fool all the people who think they're awake as well. They're obviously releasing this specifically as planned. Like, they've probably planned this decades, if not fucking 100 years in the future, man.
Oh, yeah. I think they probably have 100-year plans for sure. That's the only thing that makes sense. Everything comes off without a hitch.
No. And they've got us convinced that we think that we know where we live and we're the rebels, whereas really we're fucking the sheep getting herded, probably worse than the fucking assholes that believe in space.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you never know. You never know. We don't know anything though. I mean, we just know that we don't know.
Man.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah, they got their hands in every
pie. I hope I'm alive to. I mean, I'm getting older now, man. I'm fucking 42, so I'm not going to live to 84, so I'm fucking past middle age. So I don't think I'll live in a 30, like, to be honest, man. All the smoking and shit that I've done, but I don't think I'll last fucking that much longer. But I hope I live to see part of their plan, like the alien shit. That's I really want to see the alien shit getting happening on TV before I die.
I think
That'll be
that's not
amazing,
too
man.
far
Just
off.
sitting back watching all the people. I was like, could be soon, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
You'll know when fucking like increased sightings of UFO start happening all over YouTube, then it'll start coming on mainstream media. Then the fucking military will probably release some kind of information that's kind of sort of hinting, and then it's going to stir up fucking everybody. I mean, look at the amount of times that Ancient Aliens is on the fucking TV. My girlfriend's brother, like, I flat smacked him fucking, I don't know how many times I've sat at his house taking acid, MDMA and shit, flat smacking him from the minute I walk in the door to the minute I leave. I mean, he's still fucking stuck on the Ancient Alien shit, but his subconscious has heard all the valid flat information that there is. So he knows that the earth is flat, but he's still convinced that there's aliens and fucking that they built all this fucking the pyramids and Stonehenge and all that kind of shit, man. Me trying to tell him that
that's why
these
Outer
were
Ponders
actually
answers. If he knows the Earth is flat, then the Outer Ponders is the perfect marriage between Ancient Aliens and flat Earth.
Kind of does, man. Yeah. I mean, I've told them that shit as well, and I showed them like the old map and stuff, and it shows you the different like continents that supposedly are there, the ancient Chinese or Buddhist map or whatever it is, and I've showed them fucking most of the information that I know.
Hey, show him the meme that I just put in the
completely hooked on Ancient Aliens.
Show him the meme that I just put in the live stream.
I fell out with him the last time I spoke to him. We were almost fighting. He got really angry about it, man.
Yeah. Wait, so he knows it's flat, but he knows it's flat, but he wants to believe in aliens still? Is that what you're saying?
No. He agree. Like when I've been Socratically questioning him and giving him all this fucking information, he's unable to disagree with any of the stuff that I've fucking said to him. But the Ancient Alien thing, that's got him hooked. And so, like, a lot of the stuff I've said, but the stuff I've showed him, he's agreed with it, and he said, "Aye, that looks right enough," and then I accept what you're saying, but he can't let go of that because obviously all that ancient looking technology is there, all the ancient structure, the way that for things, so that's the reason he's still.
I'm sending you the meme that I just put in the live stream for you because it's exactly what we're talking about.
But I never even got to Tartaria. That's one thing. I never spoke to him. I showed him the old footage, like the UR stuff, the UR non. None was out the last time I spoke.
Yeah, my best friend from high school, I don't talk to him anymore because of the flat Earth. You're roboting pretty bad now, but I don't know if you're
that situation. My girlfriend, shit. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend's the same, man. And and we're family. We class each other as family, but the flat Earth, the first time I brought it up, she got really fucking angry about it. And I know the reason she's angry, because what I told her is undeniable. She can't argue with it, so she got pissed off, really irate. And the last time I spoke to her, which was almost a year ago as well, we kind of had a fucking dispute about it. And I've never phoned her again since. Same, but fuck it, man. I'm not gonna just fucking drop fucking the information just because she's pissed off about it. She knows how to contact me if she wants to speak to me. So
yeah, they can't handle it. It's paradigm shift. You know, I always say that flat Earth is like the acid of information. And it's like walking up to somebody and saying, "Take this permanent hit of acid." Who's going to want to take a permanent hit of acid, right?
No, it changes fucking everything, man. People say, what does it matter? The only reason they claim or they say, what does it matter, is because they're still in that nihilistic mentality.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's like taking a permanent hit of acid, because, and the thing is that most people are, everyone else is still thinking they're on a spinning ball, so they're the ones tripping, but you're tripping because you stopped tripping about the spinning ball. So it's like you're tripping permanently because everyone else is still thinking it's fucking a spinning ball, but it's obviously not. So it's like you're taking a permanent hit of acid.
Fucking just see when I knew that it got brought up, quite fucking devastating that I've not spoke to any of the two of them for so long, because we were fucking, even though me and her were no longer a couple, I still spoke to her almost every day on the phone. Her boyfriend, he wasn't too happy about it, but he got told when he got with her, look, Lee's in my life, we're finished, but he's my family. Okay, and he had to accept that I was in her life. But I've still, the flat earth was a bit of a sort of, I don't know, like a stopgap. It was like after I brought up flat earth, it kind of changed everything between us.
Yeah, it's crazy how you wouldn't think. I mean, it's only the most interesting thing you could ever find out.
I know.
Sorry for assuming you might want to know. Sorry for wanting to, make sure that your reality is what it actually is, not what you think it is. Right.
That was the thing that kind of brought us together, was like sort of scientific stuff, because I went to a party and it was my birthday. I went to a rave one weekend in Edinburgh, and it's called EH1. Amazing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, banging, screaming techno in about 5 different fucking huge tents. And I met this bunch of people, and they like we sat in the campsite after it, and we had spliffs and shit. And they were like, "Oh, come! If it's your birthday next weekend, come down to our house, have a party." I was like, "Right then." So I went in there, bounced into the party. They'd already been on it from the night before, so I bounced in hyper on my birthday. They're all coming down from the night before. I bounced in with like luminous yellow raven fucking clothes, and we were having this discussion with this dude. And we were talking about the heights and mountains, and a guy says, "What's the highest mountain in the world?" And I was like, "Oh, it's either Mount Everest or K2." And somebody said the height of it, and I said, "And it's a little bit bigger now you just said that." And the person went, "Ah, what do you mean?" I went, "Well, it's even a little bit bigger now that I just said that as well, because as far as I believe, the tectonic plates, because they're pushing together, Mount Everest is supposedly getting slightly higher constantly, like fractionally." And because I said that, and this guy, he was like, "Well, no, man, what are you talking about?" And he was arguing with me. And Nick, like the love of my life to be, she agreed. She's like, "Nah, he's right. That is right. Mount Everest is getting bigger all the time." So she knew about shit like that. So I thought that when I found out about flat Earth, she was the first person I messaged. I was like, I wanted to tell everybody. I was like instantly talking to every person that I seen about it.
Right.
And I wrote like a fucking, I don't know, man, about fucking 1,000 lines information. This Facebook message. And she's like, "I can see that you've been fucking thinking about this, Lee. I'll give this a good look and I'll get back to you with what I think." And then after that, she just refused to engage in the topic.
Yep. It's crazy. We all go through it. That's why I can't stand it when Glovers say that we want to think it's flat. Like, who would want to think that? Like, who you think we decided we wanted to
be a flat earther?
Right. Nobody wants to be a flat
Who
earther.
wants to be ostracized for fucking society? The entirety of society think we're fucking complete monkeys.
Right. Who would ever choose that? Nobody ever. It's and like the comparison to pink unicorns comes up. Like how crazy that would be. It'd be like somebody saying pink unicorns are real, and everyone just jumps on that bandwagon to be the pink unicorn person. You know, like no one would do that. You know, until they had a good reason.
Crazy, man.
Doesn't make any sense.
But I tried. At least I fucking tried, man. She's got all the information, just like what I did with her brother. She's not had quite as much information from me, but she's had plenty. I gave her the formula for working at the curve. I gave her the radius, the circumference, the amount of drop over distance, range of observations. I gave her fucking vast amounts of stuff. So it's all still in her Facebook messages. Surely the fuck she's at least looked at some of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And the thing is, it's not even about the flat Earth. It's like the other things that they're not telling us. Like I gave up on friends and family after this last thing with the cocoa. Like the reason I was trying to tell you about this other shit was when something real happens and you have to be aware that you shouldn't trust people. That's the reason I was telling you about the other shit. If you're not going to listen to me about this, then there's no reason to keep going. I mean, obviously, if you're going to get the jab, then there's no reason to try to talk to you about this other shit.
Oh, well, she's a nurse. She's literally just got her degree in nursing about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So and prior to that, she worked for the National Health Service. She basically every night, she always done night shift, like 12-hour shifts. Basically, say someone had like a severely handicapped child, and they had to be on ventilator, whatever, while the mother and father were sleeping or getting respite. She was there basically to look after them. So after doing X amount of work doing that, then she got her nursing degree, and obviously she has to trust the National Health Service. So me telling her that the National Health Service is wrong and they're lying and but just exacerbated it even further. So
yeah.
Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Maybe she might come round, man. Someday she might fucking phone me or something. Or I don't know, man. Fuck knows.
We'll see. Yeah, they really made no choice for people. They just totally tied it into your work situation and you keeping your job and everything. That's just fucking crazy, man. They really went all out. They went all in on this last one.
Are we allowed to discuss health topics now, or?
No, we're not supposed to. We're not saying the keywords. We're not saying the keywords. But yeah, we're not supposed to discuss any of that.
Just get right off it completely, man.
It's still clear, even though you don't use keywords. It's still clear for anyone listening what you're talking about. So it's easy to report something, and if someone does look at it, listen to it. Just try to be careful.
We should stop talking about it.
That's what I'm saying. Just get right off it completely.
Yeah. That says it all, though. The fact that we can't talk about it, right? I gotta hang up anyway.
Going tilt, go nuts, right? Go to DMs, make a call, go nuts.
Martov,
you gotta be careful about the service.
The topic, really. Martov, I was just talking about my ex-partner. She's got her nursing degree now, and she's fell out with me. She doesn't talk to me because of fly earth and whatever. That was the point. It wasn't anything else, really, man.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Right.
It's my fault. I was kind of hinting at it, But yeah, I just said this last.
I'm not trying to tell you guys off or anything. Just
I know.
Try to be mindful of it,
Yeah, that's good. That's good thinking. I gotta hang up anyway, but yeah, good talking with you, Panto Math.
That's great. Go, brother. Peace out, man. Take care of yourself.
I messaged you. I DM'd you, and I'll send you some links and stuff with Ali B.
You go.
You guys are right next to each other. You probably should hang out.
Yeah, I'm saying new perspective. I'm saying.
Right. A little bit after though. Take care.
I'll send it to you, man. Anyway.
All right, brother.
Peace out, bro. Yeah, Martov.
What's up?
Hello, bro. Yem and Brenda was in last night.
I know. Oh, Jesus. I heard things I've never heard before. All
Did you
knowledge
miss
is
it?
belief.
Oh, it's funny,
All
man.
knowledge is belief. Like what?
Brenda says the independent variable in Cavendish is the distance. As your cause is your distance. She's like, well, the distance is inversely proportionate to the something of gravity. I'm like, so you're already assuming that gravity does something before
Right.
you try and prove gravity.
Right, and then we asked. Remember when we
Like,
asked him
what the fuck?
for the observed natural phenomena in Cavendish, and he started to explain how Galileo was dropping balls down an incline. So apparently, the natural phenomenon is a dude dropping balls off an incline. So as a train wreck.
I did an inverse plane or some shit. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually come into VC, but when I saw in the mod room that Brenda was there, I was like, oh, I've got to fucking speak to Brenda. That's funny, man. I don't know if she got banned. Somebody
I don't know.
they just got muted.
Dropped
I
out
don't know.
eventually. I think they got muted and banned, like usually, obviously, because at some point they're just being completely blatantly dishonest. But well,
But alright, Brenda, I'd be talking the bullshit because we know we can demolish it and we do demolish it, and it's good for anybody listening that's not too sure or that thinks Brenda's intelligent and just listening to 20 minutes to realise that Brenda's a fucking complete crackpot.
well, I mean, at least they were honest about like. I trust the official story. I believe what they say. That's pretty much what everything's based on. So
Yeah. Man.
I mean, it's not about, in my opinion, it's not about always about winning the argument. Sometimes it's just about exposing the nonsense in the argument.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
If anything, exposing it's better than the argument, man. Because the argument could go on forever, but exposing the ridiculousness of the other side, I think that's the cherry on the cake. Yeah, am I disconnected again, man?
No, you're good, bro.
Anybody there?
I can hear you, bro.
Oh, cool, man. I thought I was fucking
Yeah.
disconnected again.
No, you sound good.
I need to get
Scottish satellites sort of
a small wood. I need to get a deal for my phone for this. A small wood deal with maybe 100 a month or something because they'll pay me to get a let's see if I can get any customers from Cogdes.
I think we've got a customer. Possibly.
Christian wants to. The Christian Avgeek Israel spake, but I don't know. Just you have to be on your toes with that one if you bring him in.
Who's this?
The Christian Avgeek.
Who's that?
Cogdis. One in Cogdis.
Oh, it was the other guy.
Yeah, no, but he wants to too. He wants to come into the live stream. He's just been putting.
If I can get him there, just get mute if he's fucking. Fucking can't even go to VC.
No, he's in there.
Yeah, I've got him out here now. No, I think he's in. I've got him. But be quick on the. Oh shit! I can't. For some reason, I can't move him. All right, I've got him. I've got him. Be quick with the mute if you can.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Christian something.
Christian Avgeek Israel.
He'll be muted there. If I can find them. Alright. Israel, you there, bro? You're muted. Christian
Christian Geek Yisrael, are you there, my friend? If you don't want to speak, I'll have to mute you back up. It's up to you, man. I got a mic. Hello?
Yeah. The Christian AV Geek. You can speak.
Muted, bro. You can look at your end if you want to speak, Christian.
You're roboting a bit there, Panto.
They just leave, I think. Yeah, I think he pissed off.
Yeah, he's gone. Guess he wasn't up for it.
Scared of flat earthers. He's not fucking something. But at the end, let's see what he says. Uh, oh, I tried. Nobody else want to unmute and talk, ask a question, pose a question. Nobody.
Chickened out. He said he was recording it.
Aye. Maybe doesn't want to get busted on fucking record.
Yeah, probably. He said he was going to invite all his friends too. Haven't seen one yet.
Fuck's sake. Wow. Has anybody ever seen Ancient Eight? Do I take that as a no? Found the link
You're kind
for
of breaking
the
up a
other
bit.
day, or- You hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little better. It's like it just dropped out
Yeah,
intermittently. Might be connection. I don't know.
Have you ever seen a have you ever seen a video called Aliens Debunked? It's like 5 hours long. I'll post the link in the live stream.
Yeah, that might be a good idea because I didn't hear what you just said. Like half of it didn't get through.
Yeah.
Maybe try reconnecting.
I posted that in
All right, cool.
this guy says he's going to come back. The Christian real guy says he's going back.
He's back in Cogdis VC Panto.
He says he was going to come back and he just fucking bailed. And he's saying his voice sounds like a kid. Like he's paranoid about his voice.
You know, a good way to fix being paranoid about your voice is talking to people. So.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to do with this one up in Cogdis VC Panto.
Bro.
They sound like they're using a voice changer to me.
Yeah. Who that other guy, the fucking Israel guy.
Yeah.
Did you speak in VC and Cogdis VC?
Yeah, just momentarily.
All right. Oh. It's just a fucking. He says my voice sounds kind of like probably something. What about that guy in the mod room, Martov, from that Twitter feed? Holy fuck.
Oh, what's up?
That dude, Roger posted.
I didn't look at that yet.
That guy says he doesn't want to come in because he says, nah, I don't want proof. Y'all won't believe. Take it, he thinks we're just going to disagree with him for no reason. Fuck. Shit. Anyone still here? Or am I here myself?
Yeah, I'm just back and forth.
Hello. I see you. That's cool, man. I keep thinking I'm fucking disconnected, man, but it's just dead.
It's coming through less robot-y now.
Yeah. It's like seems to be like every 3 or 4 minutes it goes like silent for 30 seconds or something.
Yeah, I'm just back and forwards.
Yeah, at work just now, Todd.
Sorry?
So you're at work just now? Or you're home?
I'm at home, but yeah, just back and forwards, just like from the kitchen. I have to hop off in a minute.
And I've been in here for like 12 hours or something, man. Since about, I don't know, about fucking 12, 1 in the morning or something. I think I've been in here. Maybe 8 or 9 hours.
That's a good stint.
Aye. I've not been in for fucking months, bro. I usually only pop in if I'm on YouTube and I hear somebody like constantly talking about COVID or whatever, kind of just like any of the divisive subjects, then I'll jump in and just say, "Whoa, come on, boys, chill," and then jump back out. I'd rather do check-ins than sit here usually.
Right, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to even get a word in.
Aye. Especially when people got like really loud mics, quite overpowering. They just like talk over you and nobody can hear anybody because they're just barking over. Or fucking they want to start throwing fucking retard about or some shit like that, man. It's just no conducive with a conversation that anybody learns anything if you're throwing fucking insults at people, man.
I mean, to be fair, it's also not very constructive if 3 people are trying to have a conversation with one person.
Aye. If they're not allowing
just like yesterday with
finish.
Yeah, I mean with Brenda when she was in there, when they were talking to AI or someone else one-on-one, it was a lot better to listen to than when 3 people were trying to get something at once and she just kept saying stuff which led someone else to say about that and just makes it incoherent to listen to. So this really helped us expose the argument if we were also sounding incoherent and like a mess. So.
And somebody else would say something which, if Brenda decided he's a fucking question and answering the fucking question is direct fucking towards them, so it gives them a chance to fucking escape.
And then they're like, "Oh, I can't get a word in. I'm just getting dogpiled. Oh no, my feelings." And
The amount of times that Brenda says, "Am I allowed to speak now? Is it what am I getting to speak now?" I'm like, you could have just fucking said it. But you just said more words than what was in the fucking sentence in the first place. Just fucking say it. What am I allowed to speak now? I'm like, stop fucking whining. Just fucking say it.
Right.
Just about smokes, bro. I've got enough for about 2 left, I think.
I was trying to point out that she inverted the modus tollens, right? It wasn't so much that she was. Yeah, but it wasn't so much that she was using the inverse fallacy, as in denying the antecedent. Instead of saying if the Earth is spinning, P, then pendulum will deviate, Q. She said if the Earth is not spinning, P, then the pendulum will not deviate, Q. So she inverted, and she did that to escape the freaking affirming the consequent fallacy.
Well, she did the same thing with Cavendish, remember? It's like, if there's a force attracting these objects, then it's like, no, dude, come on.
And
I
kept
tried
on
to explain
repeating
it,
that
like,
it's a force.
if there are invisible fairies pulling things down, then something I drop is gonna fall. It falls, therefore the fairies are real. Like, that's like literally the level of the argument, but unreal. Fun to listen to.
Yeah, and saying that observing objects of mass being attracted to one another, like, no, the observation is that you see something fall down, and then you interpret that as it being objects of mass being attracted to one another, which is what you're trying to prove, So.
Right. No, I basically turned into observed natural phenomenon. Dude dropping balls down an incline.
Right. Yeah.
Dude, centuries ago.
Yeah.
I did that probably never even fucking existed.
There was a guy on Oakley's going back that kept on trying to bring that up, but he said it was dropping a ball from a tower and recording a deviation. I don't know.
Deviation? Like what from the rotation or something? Or?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he claimed Galileo did that.
Galileo, picture wrong. Somebody should have had the soundboard ready for that. I know should have fucking. I remember when Sheeple was doing that. I thought it was quite a good idea if it's done not too much. The crickets, like the cricket sound. There's a few like classics that could be used when we're in the middle of a discussion. Sound quite funny for the listeners on YouTube and shit.
I think Creation Bear does it sometimes.
Oh, I know somebody. I wasn't sure who it was. Is that who usually does it?
Yeah.
I was never sure.
Yeah, he's got a good soundboard. It's fun. The Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme that cracks me up.
Right. Or the fucking the sound from what do you call it? Law and Order. Ding ding. You know, like when there's like a shocking part of it that goes ding ding. That's fucking hilarious. Oh man.
An awkward moment of silence. The bomb has been planted.
No, it's a bit we can like set up like a computer with a program. So when a specific word or a part of an argument gets said, the computer automatically picks it up and automatically plays the sound. I think that would be decent, man.
A studio crowd laugh, that'd be a good one.
For some of them, definitely. I like the deliberately sounding like canned laughter, like the obviously fake as fuck canned laughter that you get on shows like The Big Bang Theory and shit. Like it's pure blatantly obvious. It's bullshit.
It seems to me like they use the same 10 laughing tapes in pretty much everything.
I hate that, man. I think that spoils fucking.
That's awful. It's like German movies where they change all the voices to be German, and they have like 20 German people who do all the movies. It's awful.
I don't like movies. And I'd rather. I'm not a big huge subtitle, but to be specific, I'd prefer it to be subtitled rather than fucking speaking English to each other in German uniforms and like staged fucking ancient fucking like grammar or whatever.
Cued laughter though, that is a perfect example of programming. It's like you're supposed to laugh now, like so your brain's like, oh, did I miss something funny? Oh, right, and then it processes. Oh, I'll laugh, like.
Even if it's not funny, just because the laughter's there, your fucking brain wants to laugh.
Right.
It's crazy shit, man. Just shows you the level of fucking.
It's conditioning.
Wonder if that shit has like a knock-on effect. Like the more you hear that kind of shit, as well as the media disinformation campaigns, the stuff in the newspapers, this fucking canned laughter, the flickering of the TV screen, like you're only got to see it, but if you record it, that's picked up by the brain. Wonder if it's like.
Well, it's very telling when you watch either very young children or very old people watching the television.
Oh, especially kids, man. Especially if it's a big, huge flat screen, and they're like their mouths open and their eyes are like saucers looking at it, man.
Right, but that's what it's supposed to do, because it's flickering at a rate that we wouldn't encounter in nature, and our eyes can't really process properly. This is also why, like, if you walk into a room where there's a screen on, you'll almost subconsciously look at it because it's like, what's going on there? Something I can't process, right? Out of my peripheral vision. And then for extended duration, you just end up in an alpha brain state. It's like, well, why do you have to be in an alpha brainwave state? I mean, what's the point of that?
Fuck up this shit, man. Nah, I'm definitely, when I get my new house, man, I'm not buying a big flat screen TV. Definitely not.
I got a big flat screen TV. It's my monitor.
Nah, I'm not going to buy one of the newer ones, man. I'll try and no. I'm not going to like buy like an old fucking projection, but I'll get. I'm sitting on my shelf just now. I've got, I don't know, it's about 30 inches. If you're lucky, it's an analog one, but it's got access. It's got the USB part inside of it. It's got the HDMI and stuff. So I might just keep a hold of this one instead of buying one, just because it's not like too advanced. It's not got quite as much of the shit that they're trying to pump into my brain.
That's funny. Actually, I feel the same with my car. It's like I want my car to be as analog as possible. I don't want it to like beep at me if I don't wear my seatbelt and crap like that. Just get away. What do you mean I can't take the battery out myself? Are you crazy?
Don't tell me I've run out of fucking cigarette papers, man. Jesus. That's all fucking need, man. Fuck it. I've got big skins they'll have to do. Fuck it.
Did you see the plan the European Union has for like at the start of June, all new cars produced are going to have some kind of electronic speed limiting system.
Oh man, I heard something about that on the news just fucking a few days ago. And if you break, it's not going to limit it, but it's going to register that you've broke the fucking law, so they can then send you a fucking ticket in the post.
That's pretty.
So they're not going to stop you speeding. They're just going to fucking register it and fucking fine you.
But they're going to only mandate it for new cars produced from that time. So as long as your old piece of shit still works, who cares?
Ah, sure. So nobody's gonna. Every cunt's gonna be like, fuck buying a new car. I'll just buy an old classic.
So it'll have some kind of Wi-Fi, and you drive past like a tower or something. It'll feed the data and
downloads to the. Fuck. Shit. Imagine what they've got planned for us. For fucking hell. Like in the next 10, 20, 30 years. They've probably got it all laid out. If only
as long as
he can find one of the places where he fucking decide this.
As long as the people, the public just keeps saying yes to this shit,
Oh, mate, yeah, that's the problem, bro. Fucking ignorant, and they're happy to be ignorant as long as somebody else is making the decisions for them.
I mean, like the way I see it, like partly you could blame them for that, but in part, it might also not be their fault. I mean, the amount of indoctrination and propaganda that people are exposed to these days is just unreal. I mean, let's face it, right?
Yeah, I just
you would have to be some kind of, I don't know, to be able to withstand all that and try to maintain some semblance of sanity at the end of the process. I mean, it happened to us all, right? We were all Globers, so.
This guy I was just having a debate with in another server. I tried to direct him here because he was talking so much shit and he wouldn't let me talk, and he was shooting down everything I would say. And then he would be like, he'd bring up a subject that it was just unbelievable. I tried to get him in here, but he was a pussy. He wouldn't come.
What was he saying? Like, what was his evidence that he gave you?
He's like, he wasn't really giving me evidence. He was throwing an ad hominem attacks at me and changing the subject, making strawman arguments. But he also said like, oh, when people do, I gave him an example of standing at the coast, measuring the distance, doing the curvature from the information they give us, and saying that you wouldn't be able to see this, but you can bring it in with a zoom. But he was like, oh, all those people, they just go to the top of a high rise. I'm like, no, they don't. They do it at the coast. And if they do, they factor that math in. They factor it, like, what are you talking about? Like, and he wouldn't even listen to me, anything I had to say. And then I told him about Admiral Byrd's expedition.
Sounds like he's just telling you what he believes.
Yeah. He wasn't really having a debate. And I was like, dude, why don't you come here? I think you're, he has a bad idea about people that are flat earthers. You think we're just retarded and we don't do our research. We don't know how to use a scientific method. We can't. I'm like, what are you? It made me so fucking pissed off, bro. I wanted them to come in here
Professor
so
Phil, was it?
bad.
Was it
What was his
Professor
name?
Phil?
It was something sausage. Holy Sausage. His name was Holy Sausage.
Oh, okay.
Never seen them.
Now, something I like to do when they're like that is stop trying to argue with them, like presenting them with arguments, and start asking them questions. You ask them the questions, you're going to force them to, make mistakes and admit their own nonsense.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
That's what I do when I'm talking to people on the street, man. Socratic questioning. They've got to. You lead them right to it. They've got no fucking way out. They have to come to the same conclusion. They destroy themselves, and they
Just
end up not
asking
able
questions.
to answer.
That's what I got to do.
Yeah, man.
Okay, that makes
Of course,
sense.
bro.
Only thing
See,
I did
Dell
slightly wrong.
does it. If you look at beyond the imaginary curve, Dell, he's good at the Socratic questioning method. That's what I've been doing basically since I started. Ask them questions that I asked myself when I was supposedly a glober and I'd been told this information. Then I found out about NASA and I went through everything in my head. I don't know how many weeks I barely got any fucking sleep at all because I kept saying, but what about this? And if this is that, then that must be this. And I kept just asking myself question after question after question. And that's the same stuff that if I'm talking to anybody in the street, interviewing them at all, that's always the way I do it, man. Because then it's not like you're giving them information they've got to believe or have faith in. They've came to the conclusion themselves. They've got to accept it.
You know what's interesting? I tried to explain to this guy because, I tried the question thing. I was like, "So, can you explain the heliocentric model to me?" And I was trying to ask him to explain it. And he did the basics, like, "Well, the sun's the center of the universe," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "All right, do you understand that we're rotating on the Earth and then we're going around the sun and everything? But then the sun and our solar system, or our galaxy's like shooting through ever expanding infinite space, right?" He's like, "You understand?" He's like, "No, it's not. What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Bro, isn't that like their theory? Like that's what they say? And like, how do you believe that shit?" You know what I mean?
Most of them don't even know, bro. Most of them don't even have a clue about it. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's fantastical. I'm like, how do you believe that shit?
See the amount of globers I've showed the helical animation to, and they're like,
it's like we're a bullet rotating in 3 different directions, shooting at ridiculous speeds.
I'm like,
we don't feel her. This server sparked a whole new interest for me in this subject. Like I moved on from it years ago, but then I got right back into it. Someone tried to explain. Go ahead.
No, you go, bro. You go. I've been.
I was gonna say someone in here tried to explain a phenomenon that I see kind of often now. The other week in here, but I don't remember their explanation. But like I saw it again yesterday. Like the moon's up in the sky, right, on one end of the sky, and then the sun's on the other. But yet the moon is like half. You know what I mean? And I remember like all those arguments they try to tell you about. We can tell the Earth is round because it casts a shadow from the sun on the other side of it and makes us see half the moon or whatever in different phases. And then that's how you can tell it's curved, right?
I don't think. Oh, that's not.
That means they don't even know the globe story.
The globe answer.
Right?
No, but that's not the globe answer, is it? It's not the shadow of the Earth that causes.
No, the moon phase is not Earth shadow.
Okay.
Like there are moon phases where the shadow would be concave and flat. So it's So it's like, what the hell?
Concave. Yeah. That's fucking great.
Concave, man. That's what I like to call concavers.
I mean, just look up wax and gibbous. If that's shadow of the Earth, then what the hell's the Earth?
Somebody was mentioning earlier that there's an eclipse possibly happening, like quite soon, someplace in America. I think he said it was. I used to have an app on my phone that told you when eclipses and told you the meteor showers and shit, but I never fucking when I got a new device, I just never bothered to download it again. It's boring to me now, I think. Check all this and get customers. Hey, Martov, when do you plan to watch that alien shit? Martov, you still there, bro? Well, am I fucking disconnected again?
No, you're not just doing something. You're right there.
Mic check, anybody? Shit. Who goes there?
Okay, so I just watched a video on describing exactly how we get our moon phases. Now I understand it a lot better. So that works on a flat Earth model as well, then, yeah? Research.
Where the fuck did that come from?
My bad, though.
For somebody who's playing the guitar or something.
Was, but it was it was my bad. My mic was unmuted. I don't know if this is.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Is this ridiculously loud?
I just went. I went in the shop a couple of days ago because I broke one of my machine heads. And I went in to ask how much it was going to cost, and they said 20 quid for the machine heads, and they were like, what was it, £15 to put because I was buy one,
but they're like your best rather than putting an odd one on with the other five. You're better like renewing the whole like set, put a whole brand new set on. So I think that's what I plan on doing, getting a whole set of them rather than have one odd one and fucking 5 fucking different. But I've lost fucking about a year's worth of guitar playing, man. Because once in fact, I lost it when I moved. Fucking the machine head got snapped, and I've not been. I've basically missed out on all my playing. My fingers, all the hard skin I had built on my fingers, it's all gone. It'd be like fucking starting again from fresh.
Man, I wish I could fucking had permissions to use my camera in here. I would fucking stream my sweet, beautiful guitar. I have it's currently.
Oh yeah. You got a nice guitar, bro, yeah?
Yes. Several.
Aye. I've got 2. I think what is that again? I'll tell you what kind it is. One of them's a Carlton. The other one's a Wesley. Wesley's the best one. I think it's a semi-acoustic. But they're just fucking gathering dust until I get the motherfuckers fixed. See, the main reason I wanted to learn the guitar was finger picking.
Oh, finger picking.
Yeah, I'm not that great at it, but I love it.
I can show you the way, mate. All we need is a VC with cameras and you having a guitar. And I don't know what do you need to fix? You're just the two. You only have one guitar, so you can't play.
Looking at it and then having the muscle memory and the fingers building it up, but then obviously I've left it for so long. I'm gonna have to fucking get my fingers and my tendons and everything back to where they were.
How long?
Well, it's been a year. About a year.
Shit.
Well,
it's not. It's okay. How long did you have it before that though?
Maybe 4 or 5 years. But
I've been doing it on and off forever, and I have arthritis now, so I'm fucked. But I keep playing.
Yeah. It's like riding a bike, man. You never forget, but it's just getting back to getting the skin built up on the fingers and getting the muscle memory back, so you're able to go back and forth on the fretboard.
I hope that's true.
But I'll get it.
Never forget thing. There's songs that I learned and I forgot how to play, man. They're in like weird different guitar tuning, like open tunings, like math rock and shit. I learned a little bit of math rock on a weird tuning, but I never used that guitar, so I never really. I forgot how to play that shit. Queens of the Stone Age, the 3s and 7s. I used to know how to play that song, but I don't know how to play it.
I like them, man. There's one song of Queens of the Stone Age. It's one of my favourite songs, man. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. Fuck. I like System of a Down as well. I don't like other songs, man. Some of it's like fucking torture, but some System of a Down are amazing tunes. Like Prison Song, even though it sounds like intense and fucking insane, I think Prison Song's fucking tremendous.
Oh, it is. And it's so easy to play too. That's in drops.
Is it?
Oh yeah. It's fucking amazing, man.
What's the name of that song?
That's class. See when it kicks in, man. And he's like, oh, research and drug policy shows that treatment should be increased. And was it? And mandatory minimum sentences. Ah, fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, you like that shit, dude?
Brilliant, man. Fucking brilliant.
Adulation.
Shows that treatment should be increased. Was it? I can't think of the words, man. Pull them back to front, but see, trying to think of it just now because I've been awake for this amount of time, I really can't think of it. Mandatory minimum sentence. Not really electric guitar, even though I've got semi acoustic. I've never had it plugged into a fucking amp or anything more.
I fucking love the shit. Guitar's the thing.
Yeah, as well, bro. Not just guitar, but I like mixing on tractor. I've got Launchpad, I've got Reason, I've got GarageBand, I've got fucking, I don't know, 150 worth of apps making music stuff on iOS. That's good, bro. I good at that shit, man.
It's alright, I mean. You see the distant flames that bellow in the night.
Yeah, just I had obviously because I've got all those apps when I'm done it at college or an iPad. So as soon as I sign it in my account, I get all the apps back. So I got tractor, and I'm getting all tracks and put on the iPad today. So I bought a 20 quid JBL speaker. It's like 40 watts and it's got fucking 7,500 milliamps fucking power source. You should hear the speaker, man. It's fucking amazing. Shit.
Fuck all. I have the bare minimum around here, but it works. I have a fucking tiny micro amp, Nux, and I have it just plugged in from the headphone slot into the input slot of the audio interface.
Oh. But the to be able to plug my iPad jack. I bought a JBL 3 years ago. Had the jack. I just purchased it thinking, oh, it's going to have a jack, and I bought it. And when I got it and opened up the box, so I can't even use it for fucking mixing. Fucking devastated.
Why can't you? I'm sure there's a way. I don't know how to do any of that shit. I literally just have an amp, and I plug it into my interface.
It's got Bluetooth.
Oh wow!
You see, it's
So
got Bluetooth, as well. But you can't mix with Bluetooth. Nah, but it's got there's a latency issue. It's only a split second, but you just can't mix with it, man. It's fucking impossible.
So there's a way to fix these things, man. I had latency when I did it, and then I went in and I went into my recording software, and you go in a certain setting, and you can adjust your fucking latency so you make it on time. So like you'll put in a digital something or other that does something or other. Even if it's Bluetooth, I'll use a wireless. My thing has 2.4 gigahertz wireless internet adapter. I use that with my amp, and it picks up my wireless guitar into the thing, into the interface, into the recording program.
You can definitely kind of do it with the iPad on Tractor, bro. It's fucking devastating. But I was gonna send it back, but then I'd have to wait on them receiving it. Then they fucking transfer the money within 7 to 10 days. Then I'd have to send the money back to them and buy another one. So I just thought, fuck it, I'll keep it just now. I'll just buy another one at some point. But I needed a speaker because I'm basically right across from the main sort of park, the biggest sort of park in Edinburgh. I'm literally right across the road from it, and I need a big fat speaker to go pumping the tunes, having a smoke and a can of beer in the sun. So I just thought I'd keep it, fuck it. But I'll get another one, man. I'll get one at some point.
Yeah.
You're good, bro. Right? That's good playing, man.
Thank you. There's mistakes in there though. You can hear them sometimes. I fuck up a little bit, but it's like it's not like a normal way of playing. It's not like people be like, you know what I mean? It's not like that. It's like all this crazy shit. Like,
fuck it.
Yo, I was in here the other day, like, and some guy was in here, and he was like totally like trying to tell everybody that I was like some sort of like, I don't know, but like not genuine. But
what, like a show?
Yeah, like a shill or something, and he was.
Who was that? What was his name?
I forgot.
What was his name?
He was a total prick though.
Be handy to know who the fuck he is.
I know.
Put his name in there. We've got a usual suspects room, and it's just been added the other week just for people who we know they're fucking about.
Say the names and I'll tell you if it's the one. Just start naming some of the suspects and I'll let you know if it was that was the one or not by hearing the name, you know?
I don't want to broadcast it on live stream, to be honest.
Live stream.
I'm saying I don't really want to broadcast it to the nation or to the world in case any of them are listening. They want to go and change their name and because they know we've got them.
You've got your jackets.
Good shit, bro.
That's just unclean because I don't want to. It's supposed to be played with an overdrive and shit, but I imagine I don't know who's actually actively in here, but I don't know. I don't want to piss anybody off.
You better be pissed on, bro.
I'm getting so high.
Anybody ever tells you that? Anybody ever tells you they're pissed off, bro? Just tell them it's better than being pissed on.
Nobody, yeah, but nobody's ever gonna say I'm pissed off, so I can't ever. You know what I mean? But if they ever do, I will.
That's a thing for Scottish people to say. I don't know, you know, pissed off. It's again usual Scottish terminology.
Right. So it's more prevalent. You hear it more. Right.
Yeah. That's a normal thing for people to say, like, right here. Oh, what's that? I know what that is. Ah, right.
Come on, dude. That's.
Okay. I knew it, right? I knew it. Right.
Oh, I fuck it up. I can't sing, but that's a hard song to play. I wish I could show you, 'cause you said you like finger picking. That's finger picking style when you're picking the bass, the rhythm, and the vocals at the same time. Like all the bass notes are in there. It's really cool. Like.
Yeah. But saying that you should always practice right at the very get-go of your sort of guitar career. You should always be practicing singing and playing at the same time. Because if you learn like the guitar well and then you try singing on top of it, then it's like, you know, you're kind of like you don't know really what to do. You're not coordinated enough. So, but I can't sing either. I can rap.
I don't practice it enough because I think my voice is fucking. I think my voice is nasty and ugly and it's just embarrassing. I don't know.
Just
I don't
same
just
with
fucking
me.
sing. Huh?
I'm the same, bro. I can rap like a motherfucker. Like, geez, like Dr. Dre, Busta Rhymes, 50 Cent. I could spit that shit word for word, man. I do it. Like if I go to a karaoke night, I'm like that right up to the DJ, and I'm like that. Get Dr. Dre on, and people are singing like Danny Boy. The pipes are calling. I'm up there like motherfucking bitch, all this and that. Every just look like crazy at a karaoke. That's nice, man.
Shit, the next.
High up. Just a bit.
Oh shit. I have to fucking. That's fucking like. I gotta fucking relook at that shit. I forgot it. It's really upsetting, but it's complicated. It's a bunch of fucking shit going on at once.
Yeah.
The vibrational strings. A vibration.
Yeah. Is there any difference, right, from my sound just now or just now? Is it any different when I switch these two sound differences? I've got standard or voice isolation. That's it on voice isolation. This is it on standard. Is there any difference at all?
And the sound quality of your voice? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It's really difficult to hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah, right. So now I've got it on it's on standard. I've got it on standard just now. Now it's on voice isolation, whatever that does. I don't know how it's isolating voices, like, but underneath it's got wide spectrum, but for some reason I can't actually push that. I don't know, man. Fuck knows. It doesn't sound any different to me, man, but
I'm so confused. Like this shit is weird, bro. Purpose. Research hypothesis. 1, 2. They're all 6. I guess it's 6 now. Okay.
shit. Did you even hear that?
What? Are you doing something? I didn't hear nothing. Complete silence.
There's a sort of intro to one of the.
No, if you're talking, I don't hear a mother
Just
effing.
picking.
Nope.
I'll find it. Oh shit. Oh, I've got it, bro. It's is there anybody out there?
What do you mean? The song?
Yeah, I've got the part of it here. I'll post it. It's the specific part where it stops and it's like dum 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 bum 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 bum. You better know it like it's fucking extremely recognized. Fucking probably one of the most beautiful bits of music I've heard in my life. I think.
What is that? Comfortably Numb?
No, I can. Oh fuck! I just said it. I think it's no. I'll post it.
It's not comfortably numb?
No. Comfortably numb's amazing as well, like, but there you go, I just posted it. Is there anybody out there? It's about 45 seconds into the start of the track. It's fucking spectacular, man.
Is there anybody in there? What's the
No, but it's the bit before it starts. It's the guitar intro to it. If you click on the link,
Yeah, I'm going to it, buddy. I'm getting there. I'm so behind that like I gotta like let it shit load and shit like.
maybe like a third of the way in, sort of thing.
Oh, it's the wall. Fucking. Is there anybody?
Aye, man.
It's literally called. Is there?
That's
funny.
1 minute, about 1 minute 25. It starts.
All right.
Aye, 1 minute 26. In fact. Bum 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 bum. Fucking amazing, man. I'd love to all the songs in the fucking world. That's the only one I really want to learn. Ding 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 ding. Brilliant, man. You hear it?
Mm-hmm. You said 120 what?
Yeah, 126 it starts.
Okay.
No, it's a song, literally, if you play that to a woman, she'll literally fucking strip herself bare naked instantly.
Doubtful.
Man, see, even the look you get off a female just walking like through the, because I used to sit in the park and practice finger picking. See, just the look you get off females, because they think that what you're doing with that guitar, you're going to do it to them. Yeah, because like they look at you like, oh my
I
god,
don't know why
you
I've
can
never heard this
strum
song
me.
before. I don't know why I've
It's
never heard this
amazing,
song before. It's crazy to me.
man. Fucking beautiful piece of music, man. It's only like a minute and odd long. If you're lucky, it's just the start of that. Is there anybody out there? But before I die, I want to learn that fucking one. That's the first note. I know that. My friend played it to me the first time on a guitar, and he played it fucking exactly as Pink Floyd played it. In fact, see what I just found out a couple of days ago, man? I was down the town in Edinburgh, and there's like all these big fucking huge like both times. There's I think it's a European Philharmonic orchestra, and they're playing one of the evenings. They're playing Pink Floyd. One of them they're playing the Queen songs. One of them they're playing fucking. I'm not sure, but I was thinking it's about 30 something pound for a ticket. But I was thinking about going to the Pink Floyd one because I could just imagine that getting played by an orchestra.
Right. I was looking at that. It's just me looking at it for like the first time in my life. I gotta like obviously listen to it, but
man.
and it would be
It's
way
well worth
better on
fucking learning,
acoustic.
like. Yeah.
It'd be way
And
better on acoustic though. I like this is me on the
I think
electric.
so,
Like
yeah.
if I
Yeah.
the electric like or the acoustic, the strings are spaced like further apart or something, so like you could really like get in there with your fingers or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
These feel
man.
like they're wider to me.
Yeah, a little bit, I suppose, man, when I think of it. Surprising, like, because that's probably one of the, or I think that's the best Pink Floyd, like, instrumental that they've ever made.
It's up there, bro. And you said you were learning it. It's pretty easy. I could it's really easy actually.
Yeah.
It's an A octave.
No, it's easy if you're good at the guitar, man, but I'm not that good, man, so it's not easy to someone that's not that great.
I understand.
Especially all the times that I've had I've had too many breaks, bro. Not just this time, but like it's been like a year I've had a break. But previously, I've had the same issue where a string snapped, and then I've put the guitar in the cupboard till I've got a string, and like months have went by. But I might get there someday.
All you gotta do is you gotta want it enough, and then you just take your guitar to the shop and be like, "Hey, can you give me a full setup?" And it'll cost you like, depending on what kind of guitar. If it's got a floating bridge, it costs you like 80 something. But if it doesn't, it'll be like a standard setup. And then they fix it all up so your intonation's right, your truss rod adjustment's done if it needs to be done, the height, the action, everything's good, everything's not buzzing. They fix everything up, they wash it, clean it, everything. Give you your new strings, and then like when you play it again after they set it up, bro, you'll be like, oh my god. You'd be like, oh my god, this is way better. And then you'll actually get encouraged. And they put something on it when they're done fast frets. When I first get my guitar back, like the strings are slippery because they put that shit on it, and that's the best time. Like it's like, dude, I should honestly buy it and keep applying it because that shit, it was like oily, you know what I mean? But I could play. It makes you play faster or something. It was great. Fuck.
Pardon me. So, Hawker. Take it as a no. Bonjour.
Socrates.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Pretty dead in here, man. It's fucking. We're kind of few and far between. For the past couple of hours, it's been quite quiet, man.
Yeah, it's definitely not rush hour.
Nah, definitely not. So, what do you keep there, bro? You flat earther? You on the fence? What's the deal?
About
I mean,
what?
well, about the Earth, I mean, you don't have to be a flat earther, obviously, to be here, but I just wondered what you...
Yeah, I know it's not a globe.
Ah, cool, man. Cool.
Like, but I don't know the shape. I know it's stationary. Right?
Yeah.
It's level.
Yeah.
It's full of idiots who think it's a globe.
How long would you... For sure.
Yeah, a few years. I
It's
guess.
kind of like the server. Yeah, you've been so long. That's good, man. So I take it you still hesitant to say you're a flat earther?
Well, even the name of that
Yeah.
concept, flat Earth, is dumb as
Yeah.
fuck because it's
Yeah, it's like a oxymoron.
yeah, it can't be flat, right? And
Yeah.
if we are
Yeah,
gonna,
obviously. I
if we're,
mean, there's hills, valleys, mountains.
if we are gonna fight against a model that has definitions like the globe model and has
Yeah.
exact data, we come along. I mean, not me, but other people, and call themselves flat earthers. That's like a lost battle.
Yeah, you cut out for about 30 seconds there for me, bro. Sorry.
I'm saying if we're gonna debate people on the model, on the globe model,
Yeah.
and come and say
Yeah.
the earth is flat or we are flat earthers, it's a lost
Yeah.
battle from the start.
See, I
We're in
kind
La
of
La Land.
thought...
We
I
have to be
I
careful.
understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro, but I kind of thought to myself at the beginning when I joined the server a few years ago, I would never call myself a flat earther. I thought just the name, it makes people instantaneously think you're fucking crazy. But after being here for a while, and then I saw the work that the moderation team done and the fucking effort that all the staff put into the server and the shit we have to deal with, eventually I was proud to call myself a flat earther. I know it's probably an invented term like conspiracy theorist. It's probably been invented by the system, by the CIA or whoever the fuck. But I'm kind of proud to say I'm a flat earther. I'm like, fuck you. I'm a flat earther. It's like kind of like people took black people took back the N word. I'm not saying it's the same, but it's kind of like similar. They took back the word, they use it. So I'm like, fuck it. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Fuck you. Okay. And I know it sort of winds people up straight away. You say flat earther, like, you're not a fucking flat earther. Like it instantaneously it causes a little bit of a ruckus. So I don't know, I enjoy it. I like telling people I'm a flat earther.
Being a flat earther, people instantly associate you with, I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Tell
Yeah,
me
bro, Under.
some retard flat
Yeah,
earther. And people
man.
think of that retard and say, oh, you're
Yeah.
in that team.
Hey, man, I get you. I get you, bro.
That's why I don't like it, but I don't give
Yeah.
a damn too much. I know it's not a globe. It's enough for me.
Yeah. So you're basically a globe skeptic rather than a fucking flat earther. Yeah, I get you, man. I understand it's
What does
probably
flat earth mean? Because
it's
a
made
globe,
up.
the globe is a model. And when you say
Yeah.
flat earther, that usually people imply a model.
But
so I don't know what the model is. I don't know the shape, if it's round or square or whatever, infinite or. So that's why. Because most flat earthers already have a model, right? A pizza model. And if I say I'm a flat earther, I have to say
Nah. That's not a model, bro. That's not a model. That's just basically just a concept, like the disc or like any of these sort of visualizations that we've been given. They're just conceptual. Like they're not scientific models. Like even the globe, that's not a scientific model.
And I'm not concerned with the shape, right? So.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know what I call
the
myself.
end of the
Earth realist.
day,
I don't know.
flat's not shape, bro. Bro, as I say, the reason I call myself a flat earther, and I'm proud to say it, is just because of the people that I met here, and I formed fucking good friendships with the staff here, man. I knew the minute that I got here, I was like, the internet that I found, this was the fucking, it still is the best place on the net if you want to have a discussion, you want to find out information. I think this is the fucking best place you could possibly ever find.
Yeah, I guess there aren't many good servers out there that deal with this shit.
Because I mean, if you go on Facebook, bro, even if you go on one of the genuine flat Earth pages, it's just full of fucking assholes, man. Trolls everywhere. They can say what the fuck they want, but the flat earthers get put in Facebook jail constantly. But these motherfuckers who call us every name under the sun, they're free to do and say what they please in Facebook. But us, if we're sharing, all I do when I used to go on Facebook, all I used to do was share links for the server, share links to Google Drives, Laserdisc, shit like that. That's all I ever done. I never troll people, never give them abuse, nothing explicit, nothing like that. But I was in Facebook jail constantly, man. That's why I just said fuck it, and I never went back.
Well, someone said flat is not a shape, but flat is a 2D shape. And we live in a 3D reality. And that's another problem with the word flat.
Shape,
it's 2D. It's a 2D concept, flat.
Yeah. Why? Nah, flat is just a descriptor. Basically, you're just saying flat basically means there's no convexity. That's what a flat earther means when they say flat. Obviously, we know there's hills, mountains, valleys, there's topography of it everywhere, obviously. But flat basically just means there's no curve. I know that people obviously who've not been involved in the subject, they might from the words, but obviously they've got to just put a little bit of effort in, maybe do some fucking research, and then they might find it themselves. But I don't care if the first reaction I get is, whoa, you're fucking crazy. Because if they give me a little bit of time and they listen, then they'll understand where I'm coming from. And a lot of people do.
Well, from the people who I learned, what I learned is you have to be very careful, because I listen to a lot of people who debate. And when you listen to debate, those people have to be very, very careful with their words. So I'm just trying to use the correct words, right?
Yeah, man. I get you, man. I understand 100%.
Plus, if I say I'm a flat earther, I don't know, people maybe will associate me with whatever propaganda or some retard flat earther that says he's a flat earther. And they think of me like...
I get you, man.
Right? There's a lot of...
I get you, man.
There's a lot of wacko theories around flat earthers. It's like a religion.
Bro, there's plenty, there's wackos on both sides, not just the fucking globers. There's plenty of fucking crazy flat earthers, man.
Well, I would say there are more wackos to some degree in the flat earth, because the globers, they are just parroting. They have no imagination. They cannot escape the model. They didn't imagine the model. That model was given to them and they defend it. But on the other hand, flat earthers let their imagination go wild. Some of them, right, with all kinds of angels and whatever.
Domes, man. Domes, ice walls. I mean, I've seen pictures of what looks like a fucking ice wall, but how the fuck do we know that that ice wall goes all the way around? People believe the UN map. And people go, that's the flat earth map. I'm like, no, that's a fucking globe projection. We don't know what is 100%. and but people jump from one belief to another belief. I think it's just human nature.
But yeah, for simplicity, sure, I'm a flat earther also, I guess. If flat earther in my vocabulary I define it as I know it's not a globe, then yeah, I'm a flat earther. I can call it whatever.
Don't you guys think that it's you find that not globe earthers and everyday, not normal people, but like globe earthers you run into on Discord on like flat earth debate servers are kind of like, I guess, kind of like out for blood is the only way I would be able to put it.
Yeah, it's cognitive dissonance. You attack their reality and they pass out.
Sometimes they just laugh, sometimes a bit uncomfortable, and they might get a little bit.
You're roboting
a little bit
You're roboting.
flustered. Oh shit, man. Yeah. Can you hear? What about now? Is that okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now. It's good now, I think.
Oh, I'm not even sure. I'm not sure what you said. I'm not sure what you said. I was replying to what you said there, bro. Not 100%. I can't even remember. I've been awake for too long to remember what I just said.
And Spake, what's your I don't know how to ask. What's your favorite proof? Your personal proof that makes you know that it's not a globe. You don't have to be able to
I would
prove it.
say. No, I mean, I would say probably the best proof, like that's like obvious as fuck to anyone, is water.
Oh yeah.
If you live near water, which I've done I've lived on and off beside water all my life. Scotland, no matter where you live in Scotland, you're kind of close to the sea, and I think that's probably the best, like, blatant evidence you've got when you go to the ocean on a calm day. It's blindingly flat, and after I found out about the flat Earth, it looks even fucking flatter. Like previously, I never really noticed how horizontal the horizon was, but I would say water. Like, not every experiments back and water as well as personal experience. I'm not moving.
You're roboting.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. What about now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better now.
I'm just saying water for a visual sort of thing, but I would say personal experience. I know for a fact I'm not fucking moving, bro. Like, especially I'm not moving in multiple fucking vectors. Now, I mean, that's insane. But then a glober would say, oh, well, it's a constant motion and you don't feel it. But it's not constant. It's elliptical and constantly turning. It's constant velocity. So
I can even
don't feel
remember when I
motion.
was young.
I've never seen curve.
And I asked my parents why when we were to the seaside, and I asked them, where does the boat go? Oh, it's going beyond the curve. And you know, they didn't lie to me like with intent, but it's beyond the globe, son. Don't
It's
worry
like
about it.
teachers, scientists. Bro, it's like scientists and teachers, a lot of globers, they seem to think, oh, well, so you're saying everyone at NASA's lying and every scientist in the world's lying. And no, like, they're just repeating what they've been told. They believe the model. Like, a teachers have to what they have for the year.
Damn, your connection is so bad.
Sir, you are an absolute robot. You sound like fucking Megatron from Transformers. What was that, Optimus? Matt, you need to log out and reconnect, I think, because you sound like the Terminator.
Aye.
Bad internet in Scotland, I guess. It's shit.
I'm going to my back dead. I don't think there's any space satellites over Scotland very often. That's the problem. Anyone still there?
Yep.
Hey, check.
Uh,
Is that better?
Yep. For now, at least.
Give it 3 minutes and it'll be the same.
I don't know. I think you're good if you maybe, I don't know, if you go over 10 seconds, the connection gets bad for you. But I think for short messages, it's okay. There it goes. Yeah, it's bad.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Sorry, peeps.
Well, it's not like it's your fault.
I'll apologize anyway.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. President. This is Neil Armstrong. I'm walking on the moon right now, Mr. President.
Hello, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the delay.
Yeah. Well done, son. Then this is the most important phone call in mankind's history.
They even did that shit with rotary phones. A grrr. Dial.
Yeah, rotary phone.
I wonder what the number was.
I still remember my first phone number.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Six digits only, right, for us.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
And then you had the prefix for the other counties.
Yeah.
Judets.
Judet. Oh, you are Romanian.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Where are you from?
Bistrița.
Oh, Timișoara. Here.
Oh, revoluționar.
Yeah. I saw it, but didn't participate.
Good for you. Were you young? Or
Yeah. Yes.
I remember I was 7, and I don't know what happened in my town. They put up some barricades, but I don't know what drove doing that. But yeah.
Yeah.
And we were watching. My mother was so scared. We could barely peek because the block where I lived was right near a military unit, and we could barely peek because my mother was terrorized. Oh no! Keep down! I saw them shooting on TV.
Yeah, I was supposed to crawl on my belly in the apartment. People were saying, careful, because they are shooting bullets through the window and stuff like that.
Yeah, we were like black people in the hood, right? When
Yeah, like.
Goddamn retarded country. We had the best country in the history of the world. We gave it all away.
Yeah.
Sold factories for $1. Can you imagine
Look,
that shit?
look at Scotland. Scrap metal.
Look at Scotland, man. By England for centuries. The rest motorized the whole world, man.
Și nici nu trebuie să zic, acum suntem colonie jidenească, știi? Cred că.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Back to English, oh, please.
Oi, Wegewald. Well, it is what it is.
Just have to still endure. You know, that's all we can do.
Oh, yeah. Survival is for the individuals, not the masses.
Yeah. Don't worry, it will all get burned.
Just smile.
It will be cleansed, purified in the end.
I don't know, maybe in 20 years from now, I'm going to be like those preachers in new movies, right? And I'm going to be on a corner.
Yeah.
The earth is flat. Repent. The end is nigh.
Well, you will have to fight with the virtual reality technologies. They will be so real that, I don't know, these children, today's generations, which are very ready for the virtual reality technologies, they grow and being educated in this medium, and they will perceive that as a much better reality. That's how they will consider it. So the reality you see with your own eyes, they will say, oh, that's not all that you can see. If you use these goggles, then you can see X-rays, you can see whatever. Yeah. But
well, I'll be selling them plots of land on the moon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scam the shit out of these idiots.
Yeah. Well, you can't sell land on the moon because a guy already patented his ownership on all the planets of the solar system and also the moons.
Well, on Mars or some shit.
So,
Whatever.
well, if Elon Musk tries to go to Mars, he's actually trespassing private property.
Well,
Yeah,
I heard the Nazis are on Mars. I don't know. It's so complicated. These
Yeah.
conspiracy theories. Who knows? Who knows?
But in US there is a guy, I think in the 70s or 80s, he registered property ownership on all the planets and the moons. So they're private property legally, you know. So they will need a visa permit from that guy.
Yeah, gotta have your vaccination in order, stuff like that. Well, there's a joke from Norm Macdonald, and he says, "Say what you will about Elon Musk, but with his new plan to take a colony to the moon, he's the most creative serial killer ever."
Yeah.
I mean to the Mars, yeah.
George Bush.
I consider him a serial killer because his lithium and cobalt for the Tesla cars batteries is being imported from Congo. And I recommend you people just have a look at the miners that are mining for these metals in Congo. It's not people, actually, it's children. Yeah. Blood batteries.
No, but I mean, if there's gonna be an official colony to be flown on Mars, what the hell are they gonna do with those people? Harvest them for organs? What the hell?
Have these supposed rockets that are going to go up. There's going to be like the highest fucking definition digital screens on the exterior of these ships. So it's going to look like they're fucking traveling to wherever. They're going to get out the spacecraft. They're going to be wearing suits and stuff. And it's going to be possibly someplace on Earth where they think they're in fucking Mars or wherever on the moon, and they've got spacesuits on. They have to fucking go into decompression chambers and whatever. I think that's possible, to be honest. I really do. I thought this years ago.
Yeah, I believe the space travel also, like Star Trek, Star Wars, all that bullshit. I thought it's real.
The best movies I like are all reinforcing the globe model, and I still love those movies.
Yeah.
But
I like sci-fi too, but now I know it's science fiction. It has nothing to do with science, or reality.
what is science in reality? Because what science
Yeah.
is like they can have the name because it's not what we think it is. It's just made up stuff.
Nah, see, I would always say if someone claims, like, say someone claims Cavendish is science, I would always say science specifically is a method to establish cause and effect through strict methodology. I think if it's, if they're not doing that, then I think it's pseudoscience. And I've since I found this shit out, I'm stuck on that. Anybody asks what science is specifically, it's a method. That's what I would always say.
A lot what they call science is circular logic, right? They use the globe model to reinforce and prove
Yeah.
the globe model.
Yeah.
So it's not very scientific, I guess.
Yeah, you make up two stories which back up each other, and yeah, each story is true because the other one says it is.
It's so fascinating if you can lie to people on this level on the most basic of their existence, then you can lie to them about everything. If they feel they stay still, they are not spinning in space, and you tell them that in reality they do, oh my god, you can fuck their brains up with anything.
Yeah.
That's what they want you, man. They want it's like a carrot and a stick. I've got some information here. Come follow me. Adhere to all the regulations. Follow this. Believe this. Spread this. Argue this. It's like fucking the system they've created. It's like it's mind-boggling. Look at the entire world. A fucking fraction of us have actually fucking woken up a little. Because I don't think we're awake completely. Like, there's other major shit going down all around us that we don't know about. We think we're awake, but definitely not. Like, they've allowed us, or they've allowed some of us to waken up a little, but I don't think this is the main thing. I think it's a key, like finding out about flat stationary Earth is a key to realizing that we've been created. So is this place. But again, I think they're fooling us. They're giving us all this information freely. So I think we've just got to be careful what the fuck we believe here.
And I'm like that with religion also. I cannot adhere to any religion because it's like the flat earth stuff, right?
Yeah, man. That's I don't understand how someone can ignore but
Yes,
there's a book that's admittedly a book of books, and it's been changed. The Council of Nicaea, if that even fucking happened, like all this shit. Like, can you just jump and believe a book when you've discredited? It makes sense to me how any can just believe a book. I just don't understand. I think it's fucking insanity.
Well, what do you know? You are a globe heretic.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I accept that there's a creator. There must be. This place is created. The antecedent obviously is a creator. But what the creator is, who he is, I mean, what species, what kind of entity? Is it multiple? Is it a simulation type thing? Is it this place constructed deliberately to trap us here, to farm us, to farm our energy? That's prior to finding out about flat Earth. That's what I was watching a guy. In fact, it was just after I found flat Earth. A guy called Devin Maggi, and he explains this place as a energy extraction matrix. That shit like media, the news, wars, all this stuff's created to make us produce low vibrational energy that these fucking entities extract, that they basically farm. So they've got our brain in a specific state vibrating so they can siphon our energy, as well as physically, because they've got us working on the infrastructures, doing all the like sweeping roads, emptying bins, building fucking construction fucking projects. So it seems plausible to me that this place is created to basically extract our energy. That makes complete sense to me. So possibly the creator of this place, maybe he's not such a good guy. Maybe he's really nefarious, and the creators built this place deliberately to fucking farm us like cattle. Possibly.
The god of this world is definitely very cold. The most cold thing that exists in the world. And that's a quantum computer. The heart of this quantum computer is the core. That's the CPU. But they gave the name to this processor, the CPU. They call it the core. Yeah, when you say core, it means heart. You know? And this is the coldest heart that exists in the world. It's a fraction, the smallest fraction possible above 0 degrees Kelvin. That's the temperature where this computer is operating with. And yeah, when we talk about internet and artificial intelligence, literally these things are cold-hearted. And not only that, but also lawless. by default as entities. You know, I've seen AI simulations with small evolving creatures, AI creatures, and when you put them in a maze, yeah, and give them a task, they will all of them will search how to cheat, how to find different ways of achieving that goal, you know, but not by playing correctly, like taking every maze path and trying, you know. They will try to cheat.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Megan. Yeah.
You guys are philosophizing in the morning, huh? Yeah, the thing is, the thing is,
Yeah.
you know, we can't impede our thoughts of about what we believe in the creator to anybody else. As to say, like I heard Panto saying, like, you know, how can you believe in a book? But that some
Yeah.
of those things, some Panto and get beget, some of those things are sacred to people as far as that goes.
Of course.
So in this server, as far as that goes, we can't impede our thoughts onto someone, but we can tell them about the creator in a sense, because I myself personally am a Bible believer, so I can't take that away from somebody if they're Muslim or if they're another religion. Although I can't tell them the difference between that and what I think. That's it. But I can't then like push my beliefs onto them and tell them that they have to believe the way I believe. So
Miggy.
Yeah, I get what you're saying,
you know what I
Miggy,
mean?
but yeah, what I was saying, I said God of this world, and that doesn't mean the God, the creator, you know.
Well,
They
people
are
don't know.
totally different ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying though,
Yeah.
people don't know what you mean, because to them, the God of this world could be God. The God of this world could be Satan. The God of this world could be a computer. Like the context is not understood until you actually specifically tell them. But I would say be careful of that, because it starts a huge debate, and then you're gonna be knee deep in like philosophy. So it's not conducive for this room, in the sense of like we have to make sure that we are, you know what I mean, like being about practical and demonstrable evidence. And
Sure.
it's not easy, because sometimes some of the things we speak of actually entangle the belief in a creator. Either way, there has to be the idea that we support it with evidence, and not kind of our own thoughts and feelings because we heard something from somewhere. And I would say that to anybody, but you know, even myself, it's hard, because some people have that perspective when they come in here and they talk about biblical knowledge, and they want to tie it into flat earth. And I mean, if they see that that's a road to it, that's great. But at the same time, I would say that in this forum specifically, we can't use that as evidence, because it's something that we can understand detached from observing and demonstrating things. Although we can't do that, because a creator is a fundamental antecedent for creation. So if you have a creation, you have to have a creator. That's just the way it goes.
True,
Yeah, bro.
intelligent design.
That's
Correct.
what I'm saying. But
I agree.
Miggy, if you're a Christian or you're a Muslim or you're Jewish, you all believe in the same God.
No, we don't. No, you no.
Yahweh. Yahweh is
No.
Allah.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Yahweh is Allah.
No, I think, see, Panto, I don't know, like maybe from what you've
The
studied.
Torah. It
No,
comes from the
listen.
Torah.
These people
Abrahamic
who say one moment, these people who say that Yahweh is Allah are this new movement, new age movement, which
It's no, man. It all
their
comes from the
goal
Torah.
their
What are you
goal
talking about,
is
man?
to
It all comes
I'm
from the
telling
Torah, bro.
you.
Please. You're insulting every religious person, basically, because
No, I
the
haven't finished.
original book.
You didn't even try to listen what I have to say. And you
Because you're saying
misunderstand
that
me.
it's not the same God. That
I'm
Allah,
telling you.
Yahweh, it's the same God. Jesus is in the Quran. All stems back to the Torah or the Tanakh. That's where it all comes from. The first book, and in that book, it tells you you're not allowed to
Okay,
add to
I
the
know
book.
this
You're
story.
not
I
allowed to
know the
remove it.
official
Right?
story, but
So all
listen
the
to
books
me.
that followed after the Torah are sacrilegious to the
Oh,
Torah. The Torah
so
says you're not
so
allowed.
you are not open to listen any other perspective or view or idea which comes against all this?
Another idea, because the Torah states, bro, the Torah states categorically you cannot add or
The
remove
Torah
from that
is
book.
a
He
book,
also says
is a paper written book, the Torah. It
first
has
book.
no
It's the
value.
first book. What do
It
you
has no
mean? That's where
value.
all the
Yeah, you set
Abrahamic
it on
religion
fire
comes
and it
from.
burns and it's ash.
You
It's
don't know what you're
nothing.
talking about, bro. It comes. That's the first book. Jesus goes
No, it's
book.
not the
Sorry.
first book.
So what? Where's the first book then? If it's not the
The
Torah or
Torah is
Tanakh,
not the first book.
what is
The
the
first
first
book
book if it's
is
not the Torah or Tanakh?
the first book in the world officially is
I'm not talking about the
these
first book.
gold
I'm talking about
tablets
the
from the
start of the
Hyperborean
Abrahamic
people.
religion. What?
Yeah, the
You
solid
what?
gold tablets from the Hyperborean people.
So where are these?
The Roman Empire stole them in the year
So
105, 106 AD from the Dacians.
I'm talking about before fucking Jesus was
Yeah,
born.
this
The
book was
Torah came
15,000 tons
before
of gold,
Jesus.
sold
The
solid
Torah
gold
came before
tablets.
Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ, I have to blaspheme. The Torah was there before Jesus Christ. Holy shit, man. What the fuck? I'm not even religious. I don't
Yeah,
know this.
Magnetic Mountain? Is that Magnetic Mountain, Hyperborea? Is
No,
that what
these
Meru.
tablets were long before the pyramids of Egypt were built. Long
Bro,
before
that's
the
theory, right?
Sumerian tablets were actually made.
Bro. Forget about what's supposedly in the Vatican. We're talking about the books that are freely available. The Torah is the initial book where Moses was fucking given the commandments and whatever fucking else. I don't even know it 100%, but I know that's a fucking fact, a categoric fact. Before Jesus was born,
Well,
that book was around for fucking thousands of
that
years.
Jesus was born by vote in the year 325 AD. That's the historical fact.
Before Jesus was born, man. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
At the Nicene Council in 325 AD,
That was fucking
Jesus
after
was
Jesus
born by
was born.
vote.
That was
In
after
that
Jesus
council.
was born. Bro, are you listening or what? Are you just talking fucking nonsense because you need medication? This was after BC. I'm talking BC, before Christ. No, Anno Domini. I'm talking BC. The Torah and the Tanakh was around and was the initial books that fucking Yahweh, the Abrahamic religions came from. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ, man.
so who found these Dead Sea Scrolls? Who
I'm not
found them?
talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What
And
are
I'm
you
not
talking about?
I'm talking about the fucking initial book that are Abrahamic religions. Where did God hand down the fucking commandments?
Well,
Where did
you
he
have
do
no
that?
evidence. You have no evidence that Abraham was a man that existed in human history.
I don't believe any of it fucking existed. I'm telling you that's what the book says. What the fuck? I'm not religious.
Well,
But
I say that the story of Abraham
Abrahamic
and his
religion,
son Isaac
bro,
was
do you
pasted into the
think they're
Bible.
not called the Abrahamic religion?
Was pasted.
Is this a term? Is this a term that some retard made up? The Abrahamic religions? Is that just like bullshit? So
Yeah,
they're no
well,
Abrahamic.
the Abrahamic story was pasted in the Bible with the purpose to strengthen the
Bible.
genealogy of
I'm not
these
talking about the
people.
Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about before Christ. Before, not
Yeah,
after.
before Christ. I'm talking about that too. About the story of Abraham.
Bible. Bro, you're talking about the Bible, mate. No the fucking Torah.
Yeah, Torah is the Old Testament.
No, the Old Testament is a rewrite from the fucking Torah. That's what you put in
Yeah,
the Bible.
it's a rewrite, so it's the same thing.
Exactly. So that means that fucking came from it. If it was rewritten, are you that fucking mental that you seriously think it was rewritten, but it wasn't before it, and it's not the same God? What the fuck, man? I actually thought you were an intelligent dude, but if you're trying to say it was rewritten, but it's not the same God, you're mental. Literally mental.
If you go along with the Torah, you're going
I
along
don't
with
go
the
along
snake
with any
people.
of it. I don't believe
I'm
any of
telling
it.
you.
I don't believe any of it.
So, what color are the Jews?
Jesus was a fucking Jew. What the fuck, man? What, man? Is this a hidden camera show? You seriously know? You don't know Jesus was Jewish. The fucking Torah was the book that they all went by, and supposedly in the Torah it says that, or it hints that the Son of God will come. Then the Bible was written claiming that Jesus was that Son of Man. It's the same fucking God. Fuck's sake. Jesus is in the Quran. He's a prophet. He's not a son. He's a prophet.
Well, I don't know what Torah you're talking about.
Fucking only one.
That,
There's only a
that
Torah.
Torah which they have in Israel, yeah.
No,
that
you're
Torah
talking
book
about,
is
no.
inspired from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
But where's the evidence for this?
In the fucking museum, yeah. The Dead Sea Scrolls are there.
They're in a museum.
Yeah.
And so, because there's Dead Sea Scrolls in a museum, that predates the Torah, and that means that the Torah, even though you're saying that the Bible, that was rewritten from the Torah,
the Torah was born from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So you say
the Torah
regardless of where it
is
came
just
from,
a translation.
The whole argument was that it's not the same fucking God. Allah, Yahweh, it's the same fucking God.
Yeah, you wanted to go into the weeds about this, and my first idea on that, I was only telling you that these people who say that, let me finish one phrase. I mean, we cannot have a back and forth conversation.
No, when you're calling me a liar, then contradicting your fucking
didn't
self.
call
No,
you a
can't.
liar.
You fucking did, mate. No, so many words.
You never heard me calling you a liar because I have never done that.
No. Did you hear what I said? You called me a liar, not in so many words, meaning you basically were calling me a liar and you never said it, but you're claiming that it's not the same God, that it's not the original book, even though it was rewritten. And then you're saying 100 or 200 years after Christ born, the fucking Torah was around for like a millennia or maybe even two. I'm not even 100% sure. Fuck's sake. It's the same fucking God.
I'm not talking about that. I was telling you that there is a movement in this world, a group of people which purpose is to unify the religions of this world. Yeah? And these people go forth and left and right, and they spread the word that the word the God Yahweh and Allah is one and the same God.
The Torah is the word of God, supposedly handed down to Moses. I think was it Mount Sinai or something
Does the
like
Torah
that.
speak about the Quran?
No.
No. Does
Torah
the Torah
says
say anything about Allah?
No, because the fucking Torah was millennia before it. You mental. Jesus Christ, man. How the fuck could a book written millennia
Then
before another
why would you say then everything against the Torah, yeah? You
I'm not
contradict the
against
Torah by
anything. I don't
saying
believe any
that God of the Torah is the same God as the God from the Quran, as Allah, you know?
because you ask a Muslim what the Torah is, and they'll tell you that's the original word of God handed down to Moses and fucking whatever else. I don't know the ins and outs yet. I looked at it years ago, and then I looked at it not that long ago when the guy called AL, he was going to come to the server. I got him fucking listening pass, and he was going to come in and he was going to have a discussion about it, how the Abrahamic legends that were written after the Torah forbidden by the Torah. The Torah explicitly says that no books can be written or taken away from those books. That's the only words of God. It also says that God is at his throne alone. It says he's basically God hates religion. There's no time for solemn worship. There's no more sacrifices to be done. There's no more blood sacrifices. Jesus was a blood sacrifice. He died at 33. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Well, do you know why did he die at the age of 33?
I don't believe he even fucking lived, bro. I don't believe the guy existed. I believe it's all part of to keep people
Oh, I
down
see. I get
and
you now.
in
Okay.
fear and terrified of God and terrified of the religious fucking rhetoric that was produced by the scriptures, by the Bible. To fucking hate yourself, hate what you've done, fear God, fear the end, and not live your life, and not go out there and fucking experience love and joy and peace and harmony. They want you to fucking fear and to be against each other. So they divided up.
Yeah,
They
correct.
wrote more
True.
books like the Abrahamic books
True.
that came after the Torah, and that divided everybody up. They had the fucking
Yeah.
Muslims there, they had the Christians there, then
Yeah.
they had the Jews,
With
and
these
then they wrote
books, they
Talmud.
also created
The Talmud
the
as well.
slave trade era, the 1,000 years of slavery, you know, which they
All
traded the
right.
black people,
Yeah,
you
that's.
know. Yeah.
I let you guys kind of continue Panto and get beget, so you can see the reason why it's not allowed in this forum.
Oh,
If this
sorry.
if this continues, it needs to go to the religious room.
Yeah,
So
No,
you
I'm not going to talk
I
about this shit,
I
bro.
end it.
But I'm not going
no.
to fuck what you say. I know for a fact that it's the same fucking God, and anybody who's a devout Muslim will tell you exactly the same. I've had the discussion in the Muslim
Yeah,
Fire server. Yeah?
Panto.
Jesus Christ.
This is a respect. This is a respect to all people who know the earth is flat.
Okay.
So
So, but, but so am I, bro. Have you ever heard me getting angry like this
yeah,
in
just
your
right
life?
now, just right now.
No, I'm obviously I'm asking you if you've ever
You
heard
might
me
need to
like
take
this
you might need to
before.
take 5, bro. Just take 5. Just relax.
Just take it off the subject and stop calling me a fucking liar. That would help
I
me.
didn't call you a liar, bro.
I don't,
Come on,
I
No,
man.
don't know if I
you
heard him
did.
call you a liar.
Yeah, you did.
I know that
Yeah,
he
you
was
called
trying
me
to.
a liar. You agreed with him,
Yeah.
All
man.
right. So
I only try to point that there are some wicked ideas which are propagating into the mentality of people. But this is because, yeah, this is what how they indoctrinate us
all
to
right.
think and
Yeah.
believe.
So
So,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna curtail this conversation. Like I don't want to stop you guys because I know that you both are people who like to talk about the subject, but
yeah.
I would say like let's put an end to the topic and maybe move on to flat Earth because
Let's go back to the moon.
yeah, but yeah, in respect to other people in the server, we can't be that visceral to their beliefs on when it comes to religion because it would be very divisive. It's caused the server to lose some members. So
Yeah, I don't want that.
you're breaking up, Panto. You're breaking up.
You hear me?
No, we don't hear you.
No, and this is the point of religion, to get people against each other. That's why they separated it into the fucking Abrahamic religions we've been discussing. And they all say that the Earth's flat, at least, so we can jump back onto the flat Earth.
I just caught the tail end of that. You said jump back on flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm saying at least all the books say that the Earth is flat and stationary and possibly enclosed. So at least we've got that out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, our beliefs are different. Like you said, that the guy came and said something to you about like how you can see that it's it could be we could be harnessed, energy or whatever, like, and that changed your mind. But if somebody was to come against that, then they're coming against what you believe to be true because it's not proven.
No,
So if
no, I don't believe it, man. It was a something I came across, and then I thought, again, that's a possibility. That's all I thought. I mean, I don't believe in the dome. It's likely.
your connection is bad, Panto. I can barely hear what you're saying. You're coming in and out, so I don't know if you're getting farther away from your Wi-Fi or.
Man, it's a shit fucking signal, bro.
Yeah, you're dipping in and out. Like it's. I hear you some saying something about your sister's internet's bad or something, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah, no. All I'm saying, Mickey, is I don't believe it's an energy extraction matrix. I'm just saying it made sense. When I found out, I did look quite in depth into it, and it does make sense. But I don't believe it. Fuck, it's
right, but
as believable as
well,
a million other stories.
Here's what I'm saying. You have the freedom to say that because you are in the server, and like we all agree that the Earth is flat. But I'm on the side of like believing on what somebody else tells you, or you read a book about something, and then you take that in as. And I'm using it as an example. Like if you were to say that that's what you believe, I wouldn't let somebody come against you and tell you that you're an idiot for believing that because that's what you believe. Like I would defend you in the same way I would defend them from what they believe because that's. But that's just the way it goes in the server. Like, and then of course, if you guys wanted to talk about it, then you'd have to go to the religious room and whatever.
No,
debate it on that merit. But
there is no debate. I'll bet fucking every single penny I ever earn in my entire life. I'll give you all my electronic goods, the fucking lot. I know for a fact that's classed as the original word from fucking Moses handed down to him by fucking God. So it's the first fucking set of books. It's fucking, there's no argument. There's no debate. That's why I'm pissed off. Because I fucking, Jesus Christ, I learned this, I don't know how long ago, and then looked back into it not that long ago, and you're claiming that it's no. You're saying that Yahweh is not the same God. That's ridiculous, man. Honestly,
I would go into it a little bit, but I'm not going to because it's very you feel very like a bit over the top with it. So I only discuss things with people that can handle a conversation and in a very level-headed manner, and I can't do that with somebody that goes over the top. I don't even allow myself.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm
going over the top.
Listen.
If I get called a liar, mate, I'm sorry, but if
No,
somebody's
it's
calling
not.
me a
It's not
fucking
even
liar,
that. It's not a liar.
but that's
It's not a
exactly what
it's
you
not
said.
called
You went.
Panto.
That's
Panto,
exactly what you
relax.
said, Mickey.
No,
What do you mean relax?
It's a disagreement.
You're still trying to deny it. You
It's a
called me a fucking liar, mate.
It's a disagreement.
Basically.
It's not
No,
calling you a
no.
liar.
You blatantly said that what I said was fucking garbage, mate. And you still think it.
No,
I take it.
I don't think I said that.
No, you never physically said it. You don't have to say it. You said no, that's no. So that means what I said's a lie. That I'm making it up or I'm deluded. I'm not the one that believes in a fucking book, mate. You're the one that believes in paper. No me, mate. So you telling me that that's not your fucking God? just because it's a Muslim god, you don't want to associate yourself with.
All right, Panto, just
ignorant as
yeah,
fuck,
just
nigga.
take 5, bro. Like I'm not coming against you. So
You mean take 5, mate? Tell me to take fucking 5. You're
yeah,
fucking
because you're going over
ignorant
the
as
top,
fuck,
man,
man.
for no reason. You're
What do
going
you
over the
mean?
top for no
No
reason.
wonder, bro. You call me a liar, mate.
I did not call you a liar. You can rewind it.
You never physically said it, bro.
There
But
you go.
said
I
that
did.
Yahweh is not the God, is not the original God, and the Torah is not the original book. That's what you fucking both of you are agreeing with. And I have to take 5 because you are bullshitting. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying because other people are listening right now. They are looking at.
Exactly. And
Well,
they can fucking hear exactly what got said.
all right. So do you want to feel like you have to be aggressive and over the top and?
You're aggressive, man. What are you fucking talking about? Jesus Christ. Fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
that's what I'm saying. And to some people, the way you're saying things is blaspheming God, and you're doing it proudly, and it's like it's offensive. People can take offense to what you're saying.
Blaspheming God. You're the one that claimed that God was not Yahweh, that the fucking first book, the first set of books, the Torah and the Tanakh, I think there's 7 books or something in the Torah, I'm not 100%. You're the one that blasphemed. You're the one that's saying that that's no God.
Yeah, and I couldn't even put like 2 sentences in before you got all upset and triggered and like,
I'm not
calling
fucking
me.
upset, mate. I'm telling you straight.
Yeah, with a very
I'm fucking
insistent tone.
Scottish. Fuck's sake, what you want me to do? Turn to English?
No, but it needs to be. If you want to continue to have a discussion like this, it needs to happen in the
I want to
religion.
speak about it. You're still going on about it. I said like 15 minutes ago, we'll get off it and get back to flat Earth. Then you decide to bring up me and saying that I'm aggressive. Twice I've tried to get back to flat Earth, and you're still going on about it. You've went from going on about that to going on about me. What the fuck?
Speak. I haven't
back
been a long time, bro.
Yeah, okay. Let's all accept that we have misconceptions about the first book ever written in the world, and just move
Hold on,
on.
kid. Let me talk to my boy. What's up, Spake? What's up, dog? Man, I ain't heard you in a while. Are you fucking you still chilling?
Same old shit, bro. Aye, man, fuck, I'm still waiting on my house and shit, man. It's fucking. Just got to the cop station yesterday, arrested, taken to fucking hospital and shit. Fucking, blew a gasket and fucking police took me up. Fucking, I tried to escape from the police and they charged me with resisting arrest and fucking threatening behaviour and shit like that. So
Did they do that to you for
got to the
real?
police station like yesterday morning, man. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, fucked up, man. They fucking punished me.
bogus.
See in the police station when they were stripping me, they fucking punished me. They had my arms and legs bent up my back, man. I was fucking screaming like a kid.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That's fuck, dude. These cops, you know, like they can't get any pussy. They're just a bunch of little
Yeah,
losers.
probably. That's probably the case.
Probably. They're so desperate. They're looking for dudes now.
They want to strip me bollock naked and fucking feel me up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. You have
Fuck
to
'em.
be a fucking psychopath to take that job.
No, man. No, I've seen that though, man. There is some good coppers out there. I've met quite a few in my time, man.
So they don't stare down your ass like the whole time. Like, yeah. Those cops are nice. I appreciate it. You know, I've been in the joint, bro. And it's
I've
not
been in 11. I've been in 11 jail for.
I could hear cops you know what? It's the funniest thing. I actually had a flat earther. Like straight up. He knew I was a flat earther when he came into my pod, I guess you could say. Because you know it's just like the Matrix.
We do have some new people in here, so we need to get to those guys real quick. We have Guy Incognito 2.0, and we have Aaron. Welcome to the chat. You guys think Aaron has control of his mic. I don't know if Guy Incognito does. 1 second.
Yeah, he's valued.
Oh yeah, I do. I just I just don't really speak very much. I just listen in while I'm working.
Oh, all right. So yeah, you got a bunch of tags on there. Globe Earther, valued.
Yeah, I've been here for a while. I'm a secret king, apparently.
Secret king, huh?
That's the best one.
No, the best.
Yeah.
The best. Oh God, no.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, onto the Earth, the shape of the Earth, like, and so why are you confident that you? Because these tags here, Globe Earther. You just, I mean, is it something that you just like, even after hearing that there's no evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe? Is it something that you believe that it's still true no matter what?
I mean, I wouldn't say anything 100%, but weighing up the two positions, the globe model is at least like internally consistent, so everything within it makes sense with everything else in it. Whereas the flat Earth model, I know you'll say there's no model, but the sort of flat Earth idea, you know, it's just very easy, and most people will admit, like, well, we don't know most things, and you know, it's very easy to just point at something and say, well, how do you explain this? And there's just so many points where you have to say, well, we can't explain it, or five people will have five different explanations that all contradict each other. So I tend to lean towards the like unified, consistent.
If something has an explanation, to you, it makes more sense that it does have an explanation versus us saying that we don't know. Is that true?
I don't think that.
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
I don't think a lot of flat earthers have any contradictions. You know, like, is there anything in particular that you have that is just the game breaker where you can't go back to flat? You know what I mean? Back to reality.
Yeah, that's what I'm having a discussion with. I'm just figuring out why he still figures, and so to him, as he described, he has a understanding that people have given explanations to him for the globe Earth that sounds like they make sense to him, because speaking of a model, but when he's asking flat Earth, like, I'll give you an example, like, what is the sun or the moon? We don't know what they are. We just know they're lights in the sky, and it sounds redundant to somebody who has already an explanation. He thinks because they give him an explanation of those things and they're quote unquote qualified people to do such a thing, that it would give the globe Earth more credibility. Is this not right, Incognito?
Say that it's because those people are qualified to say that. I would say it's more because the different parts of the model kind of support each other.
Different parts of what model? The globe Earth, or are you talking about the globe Earth?
Like, just for example, I mean, this is just off the top of my head, but just for example, you could say the rotation or the orbital speed of the moon around the Earth is consistent with the force of gravity. So those things like work with each other.
One is calculated by the other.
That's not a good example. That's just. I mean, you could say
all examples will be one supporting another based on an axiom. Now, the axiom is the thing in question, but you can point to many other things and say, well, this supports that. Yeah, that's how a model or an explanation would work. But when the question comes, well, the thing that's giving you an explanation is the basis, the foundation for this entire story is that true? You know, so yeah, you can point to a million different things that because it was designed that way.
Good point. And furthermore to that, effectively, you said that they conform to one another.
Now, when you go and look at gravity, it's a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, meaning it's in a constant acceleration towards the other mass. How does a moon orbiting another mass conform with a 9.8 meter acceleration downward towards the mass? It doesn't, but you can say it conforms completely without ever doing any maths to support the statement. But like Elijah said, it's based on the axiom that you have gravity and that there is this orbital dynamic going on. And then you do some numbers and adjust and transform the numbers till you get it balancing. And then you say, see, supports it. You just had to transform it through these transform equations.
Moon wouldn't accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared anyway, because that's the effect of gravity on an object at the surface of the Earth.
Oh, really? So not about objects that orbit? Can you define the word orbit for us, please?
Derived from the same thing, but not 8 meters per second squared is specifically.
Yeah, the word orbit.
The Earth at the surface of the Earth.
Yep. One
But
second.
that's the kind of red herring away from. Go ahead, maybe.
No. I was just gonna bring up the point that's all good and well with the explanations that you've been given, and I'm pretty sure you can get into orbital mechanics as to how you know that it's been told to you. What I would say though is that now it's like it's real simple. It doesn't have to be so complicated. It can just go right back to how you know the information that you received from the very beginning. What put the thought in your mind that the Earth was even a globe? Like how soon did you learn it? Was it in grade school? Who told you that it was? And so we go back from the point of origin of the information, from the teacher telling you to like back to who taught the teacher, and then who taught that person who taught the teacher, and so on, regression all the way back to where the information originated. And where do you suppose this information came from, Guy?
Well, I doubt it comes from any one source, because different societies over history have come to the same conclusion independently.
Okay, so you don't know. In essence, you don't know. So it's a very vague statement that you just said. It probably came from a group of people a long time ago that figured it out and it's settled. But I could have said that about anything and made a positive claim. And then how can I support it if I don't have any evidence to know the origin? You know what I mean? Like I have to know at least that much for me to say like the information I received is credible, it's settled, it's something that I can depend on. Because right now, the thing that you're depending on, the information that you know of, orbital mechanics and gravity and everything of how the Earth works, is dependent on the information you receive from a bunch of people who may or may not have known the truth about the Earth. You know what I mean? So it's questionable at the essence of the understanding that you know. It's questionable.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely questionable, and even the people that were quote unquote correct about the Earth being a globe were probably, only in the ballpark of being correct. Like early calculations of the radius of the Earth were all wrong.
Okay, so as far as that goes, we're in agreement that like they didn't figure it out. But yet, how did this information go from there to here, and all of a sudden it becomes correct? Like it didn't even start. It didn't even have a foundation of it having started off where it was something understood, passed forward to today, where we already know because it was settled back then. It's information that you received from various ideas of what people might think, and this actually is steeped in esoteric beliefs, right? So it's not even something that was founded in what you would consider science, and it's not even science the way we understand the Earth, measures to be, flat, or as in your case, try to measure it to be a globe. So it doesn't. The beginnings of this knowledge don't have any rooted foundations in how we can practically view the Earth as either a globe or not. And this is what I'm bringing to your mind is like, okay, fine. If that's how it began, then why do you have it in your mind that you think that the information is credible, or it's at least trusted to think that it is a globe? And then therefore you think you've been taught other things, right, of how it operates. So I'm just saying, okay, so now if that is even is the case, there must be somehow that they've actually measured the Earth to have this curvature, right? The radius is something that's it's not up for debate. We can't say the radius and diameter, circumference are numbers that they've given us, and it might be a bigger ball or something where we can that it's malleable, right? The information is malleable. It's not. It's really something that you either stand by the claim that the Earth is what they say it is, or you don't. I mean, it just can't be bigger or smaller. You can't make the cosmology what you want it to be. Does that make sense? Like, and what I'm saying is
It
because
it,
people try to
it
sound
concretizes the lie. So based on what you said, maybe like consider what the other guy is saying. You know, they may have made calculations that were closer, this, that, and the third. Well, the bottom line is the radius they use now is the linchpin for everything else that they do space-wise today.
correct,
right? So that being
I
the
mean, I think
case, that being the case, we no longer have to talk about approximation and this, that, and the third. We're either talking about falsifying what the claim is today, or talking about it in a historical context. Those are the only two options.
I mean, if you were to go back in time 100 years, you could probably have an argument about, well, is the Earth 4,000 miles radius? Is it 4,100? Is it 3,700? But pretty much these days, like
500 years ago, they were just talking about whether it moved or not. Like, it was a very simple conversation. And here we are with heliocentrism, birthed from that time, with the question being, do we move or not? Then 400 years after that, 100 years before now, there's Edwin making an an indicting statement, um, basically saying that there's no evidence to satisfy our presupposition that the earth moves. But we have to believe this anyway, is what he said 400 years later. And now here we are, 100 years later, still with no evidence. But now we have a claim that's been concretized. We have a radius that they've used for space travel. So here we are now, except the dimensions that they've given us, we can actually test. Like, I don't know what doesn't really matter what conversations were going on back then, whether people got it right, whether people got it wrong. Pointless to have conversations about that.
the information that you have today is, like that's what you're hinging everything of your worldview, your perspective, that you see the world as what they are telling you because all these explanations, right? And this is the reason why I'm telling you. It's like, okay, so you heard them tell you in length of how orbital mechanics, and I mean, you can get intricate with the whole thing, right? And the thing is, okay, that's great, but none of it is something you can actually test and verify. Which then you just have to believe somebody that's told you that it is because it is. And how does that make any logical sense for your to practically see the Earth in the way that they want you to see it? And that's what
it
I'm
is
demonstrating
difficult to.
right now. So I mean, at least you know what? Like, it's not a thing where I want you to believe what I'm saying. At least I want you to look at it so you can at least challenge it. Because if you can go out there and say, okay, if everybody's telling me that this information is not something verified, I'm going to verify it, because I'm going to show them that it can be verified, and then come back with some empirical evidence and then tell everybody, look, this is how I found out that there's curvature. And then, because of the information that you've taken, the metrics of the Earth, you can test that against a practical use out in the real world. Do a demonstration and test it out. And that's all I'm saying. Like, if you've done as much as that, then it lends credibility to maybe you believing that the Earth is a globe, because you've done it. You saw some curvature. You measured it. You weighed it. It's all there. Like, you can tell me how to do it, and then I can do it, and we'll be of the same mind. But if that you can't do that, if it's just something you tell me, some guy just has it right, man. He sounds like he explained it all well. Just listen to his sermon or how he's telling you. You know, he's up there on the podium. He's talking about it. He's a TED talk or what? Who cares? Like that does. What does that mean in the practical way that I see the earth? Like I can't apply any of that knowledge to the earth if it's not real. And so I don't know. I guess I'm trying to give you some value and knowledge that you can actually use the thing that they're saying, because even if they did get it right back then or not, and bringing it forward to today, you have the idea in your mind that it's a globe and continue to believe it to be so.
Yeah, and like Elijah said, no experiment has ever shown movement of the earth, but yet science declares we know it's moving, but we've got no measurement for it. And the same thing with the moon. You say that gravity is holding the moon and that gravity is an attraction, but then you go and look at the scientific evidence. They say the moon is actually moving away from the earth every year by a couple of inches. So not only is it not conforming and usually not even measured, but it gets to this point where you say, well, it has to be. You know, it's never measured, it's never demonstrated, there's no empiricism, but it has to be because my globe model.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if it's actually been measured to be moving away. Because people will claim that they've fired radar and lasers at it and bounced it off to check the distance. And obviously, as it orbits, the distance changes anyway because it's an elliptical orbit. I don't know if people have actually measured it and said, look, this year it did actually move 2 inches, or because if you bounce a laser off something, if this time you bounce it off of a slight dip in the ground, and we're only talking about 2 inches change in the distance, then you might say, oh, look, it moved 2 inches, but it actually didn't. You just fired it into a 2-inch dip.
So I wouldn't bring it up unless there was actually supporting evidence for it. So if you go and Google a moon moving away from the Earth, then it'll tell you by what distance, and then it also gives you the citation where you can go do further research. So the point is that when you get to flat Earth, you've gone and uncovered all these little stones and seen all the conflicts. So if we've never detected movement of the Earth, but yet it's an assumed model based on mathematics, that the Earth must rotate on its axis and must orbit the Sun at this speed only because of the distance between the Sun and the Earth, then when we try and measure it, we can never measure movement. But because of the story that the Earth must be orbiting the Sun, the right answer is the Earth is traveling at 66,000 miles per hour around the Sun. And that would be easy to prove if we put a geostationary satellite up in space and we could actually track the movement of the Earth. It's never been recorded, but yet it's assumed to be fact. And that was the point that I think Elijah was trying to make was, if you've got no supporting evidence, 500 years ago, they postulated a radius. How do you determine a radius of a circle? You draw multiple diameter lines, and where they intersect, that is your radius. So who's done one diameter through the Earth? No one. Do we know where the center of the Earth is? No, negative. So how did we get there? Well, we took a piece of paper, we wrote some numbers down, and after that, there we go, proof. The Earth must be a sphere, it must have a central point, and we must know the radius to it. Then you scratch a little bit further, and then you'll see there's equatorial radiuses, and then there's the polar radius. It's a different distance between the north and the south, supposedly, and a different distance between the equator, because supposedly we're a geoid, or a flattened ellipsoid. So therefore, you cannot have a single radius value. And this is the point. Who measured the radius? No one ever. It's only used as mathematical numbers on paper when you need it for another axiom. So when you're going to assert there's a radius and assert the number you're going to use is accurate without ever proving that in the first instance, how can you base any further calculations on something that was never supported?
Right, but let's say you you've got some rough. Let's say you just.
I'm sorry, you're not answering the question. I promise you, I don't want to seem hostile. I don't want to seem like I'm not letting you finish, but that was a question. How can you go off of uh calculations that are superseded, not superseded? How can you go off of calculations that are based off of an axiom that hasn't been proven? That's the question.
Okay, so let's say you have a theory.
No, I mean, would you do that or would you not do that? Should you be doing that or should you not be doing that? Because
if it's just a single theory and you don't have anything to back that up, then no.
It's not about a theory. It's about an axiom that the whole theory is built on. So again, if you haven't proven the initial premise, then all of the subsequent calculations thereafter is begging the question and reification. Do you acknowledge that? Yes or no?
Yep.
You do acknowledge it.
Yep.
So you don't see a problem with that?
Well, it depends whether you think that those theories or calculations have been backed up in some way. Because
well, that's what we're asking you. The calculations are based off of a measurement, based off of geometry, the actual geometric shape of the Earth, or lack thereof. So that's the only question that's relevant, is whether or not it measures to be that.
That's the.
Or you go, whoever was talking.
No, I just said that's the root. I'm agreeing with what Elijah was saying. That's the root of the matter. So that needs to be addressed, actually.
Right, so if you have an idea that the Earth is a globe, and then you set out to measure it somehow, you do like a sticks and shadows experiment, and you say, okay, I think it's about 4,000 miles radius, and then someone else who has the same idea
Is
thinks,
that a measurement? Do you think that that's a measurement? What is the measurement in this? What is the measurement portion of this calculation situation?
Well, you could measure, for example, I mean, you could measure if you have something that you have a known height of, and then you move away from it, and you measure the change in angular size as you go away from it, and the amount of it that becomes obscured. You could take that as a measurement to say, over a certain amount of distance, a certain angular portion of that object has become obscured, and then from that you could say, therefore, I think the Earth is roughly 4,000 miles.
See, in order to get the height of something, you would have to consider the Earth is flat first. You know about like trigonometric functions and all that, right?
No, I mean, you could not in the
like for like Al-Biruni, who set out to measure the distance to the horizon specifically because it's supposed to be a geometric edge. He needed to know the height of the mountain, for example, the example that you used. And in order to do that, he had to use a flat baseline to get the elevation angle.
An angle of what? From where he was standing to the top of the mountain?
Basically, from where he was standing straight across to the mountain and then straight up, which is a 90-degree angle, which you can't get off of a curving surface.
Elevation angle wouldn't be affected by the angle of the thing that you're curvature of the thing that you're standing
No,
on.
the elevation angle, and the baseline of that angle is parallel to the ground. That's why when you use a bubble sextant, the bubble establishes a horizontal. When you're taking an elevation angle measurement, you're measuring off of the horizontal because it's a flat baseline, like a protractor. It's a very simple thing to understand.
Right, but the flat line isn't what. So the scale that I'm talking about
Of
doesn't
course,
actually matter
the
anyway.
line isn't real, but it's related to what you're going to be doing on the earth. Like, for instance, celestial navigation. That line represents the radius that you will travel, right? So that's a very real. That's a very real. That's a realized calculation, okay, based off of actually measuring actual angles. You couldn't do that if you didn't have 90 degrees between you, the thing in the distance, and the horizon. If you didn't have a 90-degree, then the whole thing is broken. So the bottom line is, again, if you're gonna establish, uh, say, using on a mountain, the first thing you're gonna establish is to get the height of the mountain is the flat Earth, because you're not gonna. I mean, you need that 90 degrees.
Really, the 90 degrees is taken, like the tangent line in that measurement isn't the ground.
It sounded like a non sequitur. I mean, I can provide you citation after citation and images. I mean, they're boundless here, and they'll all show you and tell you that you're creating a 90-degree angle between you, the horizon, and the celestial body.
True horizon, though.
I'm sorry?
Something based off the horizon, and you're taking a baseline. The baseline is a direct line between you and the actual horizon. It's just perpendicular.
Yeah,
to the vertical line.
It's definitely a straight line when you're getting it off of the horizontal. The vertical is the elevation angle from the ground. See, the GP, the ground position, the point at which the star or the sun or whatever is 90 degrees overhead the Earth, that is a 90 degree between you, the GP, and the zenith of the star or whatever you're shooting. That's a 90-degree angle. Clearly, if the GP was curved away from you, it definitely wouldn't be 90 degrees. We're talking thousands of miles in many cases. The bottom line, Eratosthenes, measuring sticks and shadows, that's what he measured. He measured the angle of the shadows. And in order to have an angle, again, you need two straight lines. So if you're measuring off of the same angle at the same time, 500 stadia in between, that baseline's definitely got to be flat.
Right. I don't actually know what his method was specifically, but it's not really important.
Because it's not important, but the importance of this conversation is going back to where was the measurement ever taken? Because you brought it up. And I'm like, well, where's the measured part? And I'm like, well, the measured part is only a measurement of the angle. And we know that angles are two lines meeting at a vertex. Has nothing to do with the sphere at all. So where does the measurement of the surface of the Earth begin? After you've established it's a flat plane, when you're trying to look at the distance to the horizon, again, something that is also not, I don't want, I mean, I don't know how much you've already heard. I don't want to, you know, put too much into the conversation. The bottom line is there's no measurement of it, bro.
But let's say like a number of people have come up with this idea that the Earth is roughly 4,000 miles radius, right? It doesn't really matter what their methods are.
It can't be roughly because of orbital mechanics.
Okay. Can I finish my sentence?
But when you say roughly, like that is a very scary possibility.
Yeah, it's almost like I didn't finish my sentence, and maybe I would have clarified that.
So, okay, fine. Don't continue. Clarify what you mean by roughly then, because I take issue with that part of your statement.
If several people come to the conclusion that the Earth is roughly 4,000 miles radius, and maybe they're not right, maybe they're roughly correct, and start to build on that with things like, this was all established before planes existed, and then you start to get aerospace technology.
Airplanes, that's non sequitur.
And so on.
We need, orbiting. So how they do that without see, you believe that all of this is happening, and you're saying, say they did this and then, eventually here came the orbiting and this, that, and the third. No. You can't get rough estimations for orbital mechanics. They use a specific number for specific calculations, which means that number has to be correct if they're doing what they claim they're doing. Listen, then the orbital trajectories would be wrong and everything wouldn't work.
Let's say you're trying to put the first satellite into orbit, and your calculation, your radius for Earth is slightly wrong.
I don't want to have to mute you, bro. I don't want to have to mute you. Listen, you asked the question, I answered the question. The orbital trajectory would be wrong. You have to have the distances that are involved. You have to be very not accurate. You have to be precise and correct, like a measurement would do. So anyway, the bottom line is you're saying, well, yeah, let's say that people come up and they've all agreed on roughly some radius. Well, that means that the geometric horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer side in feet then. And that's not the case. Is it?
Well, we don't know because we don't see the geometric horizon.
That's a problem, isn't it?
It's a complication.
No, it's a problem because that means that the measurement is wrong. Because if there's a building that's in my line of sight and it's 10 stories and I'm on ground level, I'm not going to see past it. Ultimately, that's what the sagitta is. When you have the circle and you have a tangent to the tangent point, that tangent point is supposed to be the horizon. The horizon is supposed to be a physical obstruction where the ground beyond it is curved at an angle that you wouldn't be able to see. That's the bottom line. The problem is that's not the case. So there's no amount of any phenomena that's going to change an obstruction being in your line of sight. None.
You guys still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, I thought everything went quiet. I'm like, what the heck? Thought my audio messed up. Yeah. Anyway, it's just working it out in your mind. I think you have to weigh out the argument. You can't have an idea in your head thinking that the Earth is supposed to be something if the people that are giving these explanations don't have a way that you can verify it for yourself. Ultimately, it's a huge flaw in the way they're giving you the perception. And you can go on about like what the Earth is or is not doing, but if you don't know, what's the point? You're just telling
Yeah,
people fancy stories, and that's whatever. Well, you don't know how the order mechanics work because they work this way. So what? You're just telling somebody an idea that somebody else gave you. You can't verify yourself. But what good does that do? I mean, for the advancement of people, what good is that going to bring humanity? For me to tell you a fanciful story of, what I think the Earth is, if I can't verify it,
I mean, for most people, it doesn't actually make a difference, does it? I mean, it would make a difference if it suddenly.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
It would make a difference from the point of view of if suddenly tomorrow everyone just confessed, okay, look, the Earth is flat. We've been hiding everything. We've been faking all of these technologies and so on. That would make a huge difference. But assuming that doesn't happen, like it doesn't actually, like for most people, it won't actually affect their lives. So it's not like, actually, I kind of forgot my point. What was the question?
No, we were talking about the importance of the reason why they would even continue to propagate this information as if it were. I mean, I know academia and organizations are all backing this as in like it's something real, and it gives people like yourself more reason to believe in it. But if you were to take a look at like if the information, not I'm even talking about their motives. I don't care about why they're doing it. The thing that I'm focused on is the information, something that can be verified. It's if it's useful practically, because it seems like in every instance, whether it be sailors are navigating across the oceans or pilots are using it to navigate across the skies, like the information instructionally is of a flat and stationary Earth. It's you can treat it as a flat and stationary Earth. It says in most manuals and such. And so what you're finding out is that they have to treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary. And so they're taught that way so that they can understand when they navigate across the Earth, they have to treat it as such. Yet when we are talking about it in the sense of like how we can perceive our little rock in the midst of a universe that's so grand and vast, then we have to look at it like it's, curvature and orbital mechanics and all this other crazy nonsense. But what I'm saying is like, where does that information, how is it going to benefit your life? Like, because it seems like a person that knows this kind of stuff, they feel very proud of knowing it. Like, oh, let's talk about space. I want to talk about black holes and exoplanets and, maybe life leaving this Earth and going to who cares? Because if it's not even practically used today, then what makes you think that that's any bearing on reality? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's more psychological than anything else, guy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's psychological, bro. It's got like this whammy on your mind because you see this organization or organizations that have built their business model on, talking about how they're going to the stars. And then, you got everybody else just parroting information without knowing anything. So not just you, but everybody else that comes in here. Well,
things would change. And this is sort of a red herring too, because I mean, let's be clear, you haven't addressed the point about there not being any obstruction, and there not being a phenomena that would change something going from hindering your line of sight to not hindering your line of sight, even though the thing is still physically there. There's no phenomena that could change that. But talking about it wouldn't make a difference. There are a lot of scenarios in which you could probably, well, no, I'm not going to make that example. The bottom line is that, well, there would make a difference in academia, schools of thought, and industries. So those things would be affected, obviously. If it like the guy, as a matter of fact, speaking of Hubble, the director in charge of maintaining Hubble in his 25 years has never actually seen it. He's only looked at a computer screen his entire life. And he admits this. So the bottom line is that things would change. Now, what difference would it make is like asking what difference would it make if you found out your mom adopted you 35 years later. Like maybe it wouldn't make a difference. Life would still go on, but it matters. If listen, first of all, you believing that the earth is a globe and that we're moving and all. If it wasn't that, that's a big ass deal. The fact that I thought it was a ball and it's not, that alone is a big deal. How could it not matter? The fact that I believe it when there's no evidence for it, if that were true, that actually does matter. There's no instance in which someone has lied that has a consequence on anyone else. It did not matter.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I got sort of off on a tangent and didn't actually make the point that I was originally trying to make. I said that it would make a huge difference because it would turn out that everything that we understand about science would be different. It would make a huge difference. So I didn't mean to sound like it wouldn't make a difference if we found out that the world was not what we think it is, or not what most people think it is. That would obviously be a huge difference.
But somehow we will realize that somebody was lying.
So so that's good. At least you acknowledge the point, right? So if it would make a huge difference, and it would change the perspective of the people that were actually investigating what the Earth actually is, and how we can practically use technology today to navigate. Like everything would change in that way. But don't you think that we could advance further as humans, technologically, and throughout this entire Earth, because we would unlock the secrets that the Earth would hold, versus it being something that it's not really? Why would we discover anything new of something that already has tons of explanations on? You know what I mean? Like, there's no sense of discovery. There's no sense of adventure. There's no like trying to create new things that how we can apply that knowledge to how we live on this earth. Because why would you? Why would you? If you're thinking about hopping off this rock in the next 12 years because we're about to decimate the earth. You know what I'm saying? So your mind and everybody else's who believes the earth is a globe is completely not even thinking about the earth in that way. There's no real like knowledge put into it because it's almost like people have become apathetic. They don't want to know. It's who cares, man? We're about to consume all the natural resources and we're going to leave this rock and we're going to go somewhere else. So it's like just, and I think it's kind of like a smoke and mirrors thing that people have. They're not focusing on the reality. They're focused on leaving, getting out of here. And that's it, you know what I mean? It's the entire focus. It's like a diversion tactic. And people that parrot these things, when we ask them, when they come in here, we ask them simple things. They don't know. Of course, they don't know. It's the information isn't. There's no value to it. It's just a story, and then people parrot it like they have lofty wisdom, and great that you know how orbital mechanics work. But what usefulness does that? That's my point. What usefulness does that have? None. You can't understand the Earth in that way. It's a story, and we ask, well, that causes tides and all this. So there's all these different ideas, man, and it's like they fill your head with this stuff, and you're supposed to carry it like it's true knowledge, and it doesn't help anyone. And that's kind of what I'm saying. So It's not rooted in like understanding of like what things are measured to be. And it does change the perspective of the person who actually comes to this knowledge. Everybody in this room who started off thinking the earth was a globe and then come to the realization that it's not is living life completely different and are very vocal about it now. 'Cause it's like, why would you not tell somebody that, hey man, did you realize that we haven't even been taught what the earth actually is? We've been only told that it's a ball floating in space. I mean, it's crazy, and that's the reason why a lot of people here pursue truth every single day. They're like, I want others to know about it. At least challenge them to the point where they're going to be, investigating it. So I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I
it's a
mean, I would
curious
say,
topic, guy, but go ahead.
yeah, I would say that if you're going to be taught in school that the Earth is a globe, then you shouldn't just be told that as a fact. You should be told the Earth is a globe. This is how that was determined. Here are some
Yes.
ways that you can test that.
Exactly.
But I don't remember that happening in school.
Well, no, I know that's where I'm going with this, man. Like I think like back to when I was going to school, I was like, I would really appreciate it that like if this at least because they say things that I hear this, okay, and then I'm all about like why does it make any sense that like okay they wouldn't tell you anything as you're in elementary school because you're in elementary. Why would they teach you complicated things? But at the same time, when you're of a critical thinking mind, even those guys don't know. They're like, well, maybe the scientist knows. Okay, let's bring the scientist in. Let's talk to him. He comes in here and he doesn't know. So we've talked to these characters, guy. We've talked to the people who people would rely on would have this information. They don't have it. They're bankrupt. So it's like, all right, you say you don't know, the scientist knows. We talked to the scientist, he doesn't know. Who? I mean, what are we going from there? Like, it just falls off. There is no one else. At which point, like, they're even admitting in their own interviews and such. So what is gravity? We don't know. Next question. Like, all these intellects don't know, and they'll even say proudly, we admittedly don't know. We don't know about 94% of the. And it's like it flies past those who are listening to are steeped into heliocentrism because they're focused on how they're perceiving the earth versus like what these guys are actually admitting they don't know. So I mean,
They not just like that's what I meant about the Hubble quote being an indictment, because again, you have heliocentrism birthed from the Roman Catholic Church, some popes and priests and whoever else supported it via letters and whatever else that you can find before they made the change, and and after they made the calendar and the model and then decided, oh, let's persecute people for believing this after they propagated it. But anyway, there was no justification then because they had a cosmology of, well, the earth is stationary and blah 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 blah. Very simple, because that's what we see and observe. And then they said, maybe we're moving around the sun. And then cacophony of voices said, hey, what's the justification? Then 400 years later, guess what? We find out through various physicists there actually is no evidence of this. Like heliocentrism and the idea of the cosmos is 500 years old, but you know, different galaxies and this, that, and the third, and the expansion of the universe, all of that is like 100 years old, dog. There's no proof of that. Like, if there was scientific evidence, if there was any evidence anywhere at all, I mean, literally, that's what we do here is ask for that. And then people go, well, you know, you got a little bit of this, you got a little bit of that. Based on the model, the movements of this and that. Da, 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 da. Yeah, but all of that is presuppositional. Where's the measurement? Where's the detection of movement?
right. All I'm saying, guys, let's reason together, man. Like let's be reasonable here. I mean, if we're talking about how the information was given to us, why are we not looking into that? Why does it seem so important to believe that? What, because of propaganda? Because there's movies and organizations that have built this idea based upon an idea that they were taught? And there's a lot of ideas too where people would say, well, where are they going then? They're building all these organizations that create rockets and going up, up, and up. Where are they going? Are they going nowhere? And I mean, I would submit to you that if there was such a thing as a globe Earth, then it would have been already given to us as knowledge that we can verify that the Earth is exactly what they're saying. Because if the foundation is not even discovered that we can measure it, then how can anything come to pass that you'd say the exact approximation of the Earth is a specific metric? You know, the radius. How can you
They would
have
have exploited it. They would have exploited it in a way that would have been profitable. Like people would have been going as high as they possibly could go, and paying top dollar just to do that. But this isn't happening anymore. Paul Larson, planetarium director, still has a ticket to Mars. Same guy who said you can't see curvature, not even from the ISS, based on his calculations.
We tell people that there's been stories of presidents that say they're going to colonize the moon. There's going to be colonies on the moon, and president after president, they say that they're going to do such a thing. And they've been kicking the can down the road for as long as we can remember, as long as I can remember presidents saying that we're going to build a colony on the moon. And then there's certain presidents that say we don't even need to go to the moon. Who cares? We've been there before. What, you know? And then it's like you hear all this propaganda, and then you're like, so what does that mean to you and me? Like, it's you're hearing things where it sounds like we're gonna do something. Oh, we're gonna be there. Don't worry. Oh, sorry, the weather wasn't good. We had to postpone it. You know, all the alignment of the planets weren't good enough. The rocket couldn't go. Kick the can down the road, and soon enough, you're in your 60s, 70s, and you're like, oh, we'll get there someday. No, we won't. They're gonna just kick the can down the road until the point where you don't exist anymore, and then they'll keep deceiving the next generation of people.
But what would that actually mean to you if they put a moon base on the moon in like 3 years from now? Because if they can fake an ISS, like faking a moon base would be even easier.
Well, I can tell you one thing: that advancement in technology right now, as it is, can already deceive people whether they think they're on a rocket ship and they're inside of a platform that moves and simulates the idea that they're actually leaving Earth on a what do you call it, a space elevator. That's already happening right now. You can put a device on your head that can simulate that and give all your senses the feel that you're actually moving inside of that specific uh, contraption. So I'm thinking like this: it's like if they can do all of these things to deceive your mind, how much more will they have in the future to do such a thing? And without even you leaving Earth, that's just like giving you the perception that they're doing something. Because you gotta admit, man, some of the stuff they have right now, you can't even discern whether it's real or AI. And you could agree with me on that, or at least you should, because have you seen some of the stuff they have out?
Mm-hmm.
It's way past the point of 1960 people stepping foot on the moon and watching it through a black and white television. That much I can
Look at
tell you.
the idea. Look at the idea of highly publicized murder or anything of the sort, where you have someone caught on film, and that's the only thing you have to go off of. And that there, because we all know that there are like conspiracies around whether or not certain events have happened, pertaining to like mass murder. But now in 2022, you can have video evidence of someone doing a heinous act, and it could actually not be them. I'm sure you've seen all the Instagrams of Snoop faces on everybody. Like, they could just put your face on someone else.
Yeah, deep
And
fake.
it's So it's like it's not to be skeptical. It's just how willing are we to listen to those in authority? It's like why would we have to listen? Why would they suggest that we have to listen? It's like, well, just present your evidence and I'll take it if it's valid, and if not, then whatever. Like, why isn't everyone living like that? Like, either you have evidence or you don't. I'm moving on.
Yeah. I don't know, Guy. What do you think about that? Like, wouldn't you perceive the Earth as like, okay, if there's evidence for the case of the globe, I'm gonna take it because there's evidence, and if there's no evidence, then there's no evidence. Do you have any investment in this heliocentric idea, Guy? Is there something that you're vested that you have to like? Oh man, we got to keep the fire going. Like you don't. There's no one gonna give you a gold star for saying that you think the Earth is a globe. Nobody cares. It's like, is it real or not? Is there facts, evidence? Is there something supporting the case, or no? And then that's kind of what we're demonstrating to people. It's like, have you looked at that?
People don't want to admit that they've been enslaved because what's the next step going against this seemingly undefeatable enemy? Well, that's because you didn't take the true authority as the authority. That's why you're afraid. Um, because you just like I'm here to do what I gotta do, and sometimes for some people that sucks. But there are people doing what they want to do, and then there are people who feel like it's my duty. I got to do what I got to do. I got to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. I mean, this is, they've even popularized court cases for whatever reason, where it's like the guy against the motor company, and he went to court for years and years and years. And it's like this is just happening on a level between a person and a company, which is infinitely well. I mean, some would say that America is a company, but yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot to think about. It would be hard not to begin wondering, what can I do to make a difference? Am I going to look like these crazy flat earthers now? Am I going to start evangelizing or whatever else? Because you don't want to be that guy, but it is what it is.
Guy's probably like, man, I just wanted to have some coffee and listen to everybody talk this morning. Not challenge my world paradigm. But dude, think about it. If you're in here, I mean, that's what we do. We're gonna give everybody a challenge for what they believe. That's their true belief is in the Earth being a globe. There's no, we have to give you at least food for thought, man, to challenge it. If it's something that if you perceive it to be a globe, I mean, that's a step further. That's already not just being indoctrinated, but because you bought the lie, you're actually now seeing globe. Which I have heard people say that they go on a plane, they'll see curvature. They'll see curvature when a boat goes over the curve, and like there's people that will say those things. Maybe sometimes the lie becomes so powerful that you start to believe it, and then it does rewire your mind to think that it's the reality in which you live. Who knows?
I think the thing with seeing curvature out of a plane window as well is that you never really know unless you've got a perfectly clear sky. You don't really know about like the cloud level. So if there are lower clouds further away from from your position, you'd kind of perceive that as a dip.
Well, no, what I mean is,
Oh, I know what you mean.
Because okay, so you got the glober and you got the flat earther in the plane, and they're both looking out the window. One says it's a globe, the other says it's flat. Because
And Paul Larson says that you can't see curvature from 250 miles.
yeah. So
I don't. My bad. Forget it. Go
No,
ahead.
I actually was gonna make your point, the one you're gonna about to make. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I, I don't. I mean, I don't know. Sorry.
No, it's deception is a powerful toxin, man, and that's what I'm saying, guy. It's once you've taken a sip of the poison, you're gonna perceive something because it's something you believe to be true, and you can't unclench from it because there's no other way that you could pit that perception against. Like there's nothing you can test it with. So you can go on a plane ride, is what I'm saying. You can go on a plane ride. You can watch ships from a distance go over a curve. You can see those balloons with the cameras on the bottom of them. You can send one of those up and it's curved. Like you can stand on a mountain, it looks curved. So your mind will start to warp reality in a sense. But what does that have to, because that's perception is one thing, and then you have to weigh and measure what you're seeing. Like, how do I know what I'm seeing is correct? We could verify it, right? And how do we do that? And that's what we're getting to. Because you can have this perception that the earth is a pyramid, it's a donut, it's a dinosaur, whatever. I don't even care what people make up the earth looking like or what they perceive it to be. The thing that you have to remember, because, well, there is a curved, what do you call it? Concave earth. There's concave earthers, right? Which is, according to this guy that came in here, the third level of knowledge, the highest form of understanding. Anyway, the perception that he was saying of the concave earth and whatever you claim it to be has to be measured against what we can detect in reality. Okay, so I'm going out into somewhere. I got to go from a distance from point A to point B, and I got to figure out if the earth is doing whatever I'm perceiving it to do. And if it's perceived to be a globe or concave or flat, then it has to measure that. So, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's like once you get to that point and you're like, I've got to test this thing out once and for all, figure it out. If it's curving down, up, or just going straight across, then I need to know at least that much. Because then that would proceed to follow everything else I believe to be true. If there's curvature, then I know that the radius, diameter, circumference is correct. I'm good. I need to relax. Now, everything else that I can talk about, Coriolis, gravity, and all that other fun stuff will come into play. But if I can't even get past this point, then what's the point of even indulging in the other ideas? Because they all hinge on the one single thing that needs to happen if the Earth is said to be whatever. The radius needs to be there. Because remember, gravity pulls everything to the center. So it would have to be a globe. There's no way that I could even talk about gravity if it's not a globe. It has to be a globe. There has to be radius. There has to be that measurement of curvature in order for me to give these ideas merit. I have to. They can't just say that it is. I can't say gravity is something that exists if I can't even provide evidence that the earth is even curving. So that takes the wind out of your sails if you can't provide that evidence. So that's what we're saying. It's like once you get to that one single thing, you provide that evidence, you demonstrate the earth is curving, man, I'm going to tell you, you can talk about Coriolis and you can go anywhere you want. And those arguments, even though we have some logically consistent ones that could oppose those, would probably have some foothold. But because you can't even get past this one single little tiny thing of measurement, then I could hand wave dismiss everything you talk about, the entire cosmology that you bring forward. But what about orbital mechanics? But what about the distance to the sun? I don't care. You didn't provide evidence of this one single thing that you think that ball Earth exists. Then why should I listen to your arguments or discussions about what you philosophize the cosmos to be? There's no foundation for it. Literally, there's no pun intended, but there isn't a foundation for your conversation in any of these things. It all becomes just rhetoric that you believe. Anyway, it's it's a passionate move towards understanding, right? Because if we don't have this desire, then we become apathetic. What difference does it make? You know, the scientist knows. What difference does it make if it's flat or globe? Well, it matters because people come in here every single day and they, ask the question, well, I just want to hear what you have to say. Well, this is what we have to say. Bring evidence that you can demonstrate the Earth has curvature that's measured, and then we have something to talk about. But until then, it seems like you're steeped in belief. And there's nothing that can unclench you unless you yourself go out somewhere and just go to brass tacks. Okay, once and for all, we're gonna settle this thing. I'm gonna make sure that when I go back into a forum like the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I'm gonna have something to bring them. I'm gonna demonstrate right here and right now. I'm gonna record this. And that's the initiative to do that. I don't know, that doesn't really spark interest in people, I suppose, because they rather sit here and talk about what they perceive. And like I just finished saying, perception, that's all people can do. And we're not talking about that. Because flat earthers can give logically consistent arguments and say, we perceive the earth because of the curved window on the airplane and that sort of thing. And that's why you're seeing curve and not flat. But I'm like, it doesn't really matter what you perceive. It could be flat and one's arguing globe, one's arguing concave. Where's the measurement, because that's ultimately, the thing that's going to decide what it is. And hopefully that should give you some interest and move forward into like discover other things, want to talk about, that's great, that's crazy. I always thought it was globe earth. Now I know it's not, because I can't provide evidence for it. So at least that much. It's a man, guys, it's a passionate monologue, dude. I apologize, but it's like I feel like some people don't give it the time of day. They don't, maybe it's just a passing interest that they have hearing something curious, that people are actually saying something different other than what their worldview is. But I'm more like, it's a bit bigger than that, man. This information that we're talking about is bigger than all of us here. Like, it's something profound. It's something, paradigm shifting, earth shattering. Like, it's something that is should awaken your mind. It should make you think. But it seems like we sometimes speak to people and it's just, we're speaking to just someone who's looking at things very apathetically. They're just like, it's a nice little story you guys have about the flat earth. That's great. Good. That's wonderful. It's not, man. This thing is it's reality. But we can't make people think that what we're telling them is the truth. We have to have them go out and do it themselves, come back and report and say, hey, man, I tested it out. It's not a globe. Does that make any sense, guy? Like, I mean, I wanted to at least kind of make sense to you in the way, like, okay, these guys got something. I mean, they've been talking about it, so obviously there must be something to it. I mean, or does it just feel like some kind of group that's, speaking of fringe topics and
well, I'm not sure which bit of that you actually want me to respond to. Like, what you're saying does, it makes sense. I think part of the reason that a lot of people don't really think about it is that, I mean, you say we need to actually like measure the curvature. So most people, I think, would think that the fact that we have like satellites and things, like basically most people will think that the curvature has been measured, so they don't really feel any need to do it personally. And because there isn't that much of a what am I trying to say here? Like, it would be such a big shift for most people's worldview that they probably don't really imagine how it could be different, and therefore they don't really put any mental energy or effort into trying to verify anything. Also, it's just very difficult to, like, a person to measure curvature. Like, it would be very difficult for me to actually verify the curvature of the Earth. But but it wouldn't be difficult for someone with more resources to do it. And since it seems like, whether or not you believe it's true, it seems like a lot of other people who do have the resources have verified it. So there's just not that much of a compelling reason, I think, for most people to try and verify it for themselves. And even for me, like as someone who's interested in it, what could I actually do that I could come back next week and say, hey, look, I took this measurement?
It's very easy. You said most people it's hard to do. I don't know why people are under that false understanding, because when you go to Google, all you got to do is, because everyone thinks that the horizon is Earth curve. Everyone thinks that. There's not everyone, but people who believe in a globe think that that's Earth curve. That's what's happening when you can't see the bottom of a boat or a building, or the reason that you can't see the rest of the Earth because of the horizon. That's the boundary. That's the cutoff. That's where the Earth is at and the Earth beyond it is at such an angle you can't see it. So that's where most people can start. It's very simple. You go online, you get a Earth curve calculator. The Earth curve calculator will tell you exactly where the horizon should be, exactly how much of Earth is obscuring something beyond the horizon point. That would be called the hidden. All of that is there. And unless all of that is just a child's tool, and is BS and is not actually useful in any way, then National Geographic and other various sources, astronauts like Michelle Thaler, then they're all wrong, at least. Because prior to 2020, that's what everyone used for their understanding of how to prove that the Earth was curving, that there was curvature between point A and point B. That was what the world looked like 5 years ago when everyone started finding out about this. Again, people decided we need to do some observations to put this to bed. Why? Because we were all under the notion that looking out into the distance bore a limitation due to the geometric nature of the Earth. So it's absurd in 2022 when I hear someone say someone like me couldn't figure it out. It's the easiest thing. You could figure it out, and you've chosen to deny and not believe everything that they've claimed already. It's not even denying us, you're denying them. I don't know if you knew that or not, like everything that I had said. Um, I imagine you do, because when I brought it up the first time, I didn't really get much of a response.
Right, but when people do what you suggest, like go and take an Earth curve calculator and then, go and look at something in the distance and think about how much should be hidden, most of the time they do see that part of it is hidden. And then even if they don't, then there's the explanation of refraction, which, right or wrong, still gives people a reason to basically accept the globe.
Wait. I just realized. Yo, Elijah, this is Guy from the clip that I have.
What clip?
The one clip that I have of the 3 questions.
Is it?
Yeah, it's him.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Guy. I
No
remember.
way.
I remember. Yeah, it's him. It's Guy. Guy. Yeah,
No. That's
he's the famous.
not.
I didn't know I'd been
It's
clipped. Am I famous?
Sort of, dude. It has to be because his name was Guy in the clip too.
I'm not sure.
Well, anyway, I would submit to you, but I was thinking like his voice sounds so familiar, and I thought back to the clip, and I'm like, oh, this is the guy, like, because yeah, we know you. How long you been in this conversation? You've been in here a while, haven't you? Like, I wouldn't say a long while, but over like a year.
Yeah, I don't really come in the voice chat though.
I agree. Yeah, that's definitely. Anyway, I'm sorry to.
What was the 3 questions thing? I don't remember that. I've probably only been in voice chat like 3 times.
Yeah, and I think it was one of the times that you had an encounter with me. I gave you the 3 questions of the 3 fundamental aspects of the Earth being what they claim it to be, that the Earth has measured curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space being, so we went through the whole 3 questions, and you were agreeing that you don't have any information to any one of those points. And towards the end of it, and I told you, then there is no validation that the Earth is a globe. And at the end of it, you said, "What the heck? I didn't agree with any of that." And you actually cursed. Anyway, I could have sworn it was you because you had the same voice. But if it wasn't you, then I think we've already had that conversation like a long time ago. It must have been over a year old already, or maybe more. Anyway, sorry, like I said, to derail where you were going. His voice sounded like that guy, and his name was Guy too in the clip.
My name is not usually Guy, because my name has been changed by the mods. It's only Guy now because I literally quit the server and came back to it today.
Oh,
name's not actually Guy. Hasn't been Guy in this server before.
All right, well, maybe I'm tripping.
Me.
Sorry about that. Anyway, his voice sounded familiar. I was like, dude, I know. Cause I usually remember those kind of things, like who I speak to, because of the voice, the tone of their voice. Anyway, yeah, back to what Elijah was saying.
Yeah. It's actually not been the case that they've used the calculators to see how much of things have been hidden. And anyway, making the statement that people most of the time validated that etc. was hidden. See, the thing that has to come before that is the horizon actually being geometrically where, like, measurably, aka obstructionably, visibly, where it's calculated to be in order for them to use the calculator to say XYZ is hidden. That can't be variable. Lest those claims never would have been valid in the first place.
You would agree, though, I assume, that most of the time when you see something in the distance, like a mountain or a tall building, you don't see the bottom part of it.
So, yeah, and
so if you're saying that's something that people can test, then you realize that if you don't do that much of a dig into it, most of the time what you're going to find is just that it is basically going to back up what you think. You're going to expect that you won't see the bottom of something from a distance, and then you'll check, and then you won't see the bottom of it.
That's totally non sequitur, isn't it?
How?
Or a red herring, at least, because
if the question
you're insinuating that people are going out and they're expecting not to see the bottoms of things. They go out, they don't see the bottoms of things. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. First of all, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Second of all, it's also invalidated by the fact that you think that the horizon is variable.
I think he's listening to the clip. he definitely likes it.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know how to work the bot though. I can't play it.
I don't see the clip. Where is it?
It's in the live stream. Daj just
Is
put it
it?
up. Yeah.
I'm in here. I don't see it.
There. Cut
Oh,
the
okay.
shit.
You want to play it through the bot?
Sorry, I muted for a minute because I was watching that clip. That's not me. Sorry.
You sure?
He's got a similar accent. I think he might be from like the same part of the UK, but that's definitely not me.
Because I think I mentioned his name towards the end, and I think his name was Guy. So
I skimmed it, so I didn't listen to the whole thing, so I didn't catch his username. But yeah, that's not me, and my name hasn't been Guy until today.
Oh nah, it sounds exactly like you. Listen, I do music. I do music for a living. I know the difference between tone and texture and this, that, and the third. I'm sorry. It sounds not just like an accent. It sounds like you.
He's got the same kind of like meter the way he speaks as well.
Yeah, it just sounds like you.
That sounds a
Whatever.
bit like me. Yeah, I admit, but that's not me.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't care. I'm just saying it's very curious, I guess.
The
That's all I'm
curious case of Guy.
was like, dude,
who isn't
I
who
can't-
isn't usually Guy but happens to
happens to be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's way too curious, and I don't have a vested interest to say like he's. I don't care. I'm just saying. I was waiting for him to actually come back to the server because when I kicked him from that day, because he was, and I'm not saying you, but that person was being a bit obnoxious, so I had to mute him. But
this server,
yeah,
I've never been kicked from this server either.
Didn't you just
to Ogdis? Is that the same thing?
No, I don't.
No.
I've been kicked.
I could have been. I can't remember if I muted.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm sorry. I don't care about any of this. What about the National Geographic video? Well, it was powered by National Geographic, but it was CFI investigators who usually debunk things, which is funny. That's very funny because it was self-indicting. Do you know what video I'm talking about? Sorry, Miggy.
We talking about the one where they take the flag over the water?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Right. So the bottom of some portion of the boat does appear to be obstructed, right?
So it looks like the if I remember it correctly, they say that the bottom stripe of the flag is missing, but then when you actually see it up on the land, it didn't. It has one fewer stripes than they say it did anyway. Don't they say it has 7 stripes, but then when you look at it, it only has 6 stripes, and then they claim that there's one missing?
I don't know anything about that.
I don't remember that being the okie doke. Good
Listen,
morning, guys.
Hold on. I've watched the video from front to back numerous times. It's only It's a very short video. What part can you send me that, brother?
Hey,
In
seeing
truth?
as how, sorry to interrupt here, but
No. I
where you
have a
go?
skewer. I don't I
What?
need I have a skewer. And I'm just waiting. I want
You
can
roasting
you get
marshmallows or wieners? What you roasting?
I need you to cite where you got that information from, guy. That would be nice.
I want to know what the
Because
Glober.
because because you're kind of interrupting a little bit. I I'm like on fire right now. It's the only reason I'm like,
All right,
what is it? Sorry. So can you cite that? Because otherwise I was actually telling you about, remember when I was talking about affirming the consequent when you're like, well, we do look out and things do appear to be gone from the bottom up, which is the only reason I'm really bringing this up, because definitely appears as though um the bottom of the flags is the flag is obstructed. That's the way it appears, but the horizon is behind the boat though. So it's not due to earth curve. The earth curve, the horizon isn't the reason that there is hidden, like the calculator would suggest. So same phenomena, provably not earth curve though. So instead of making that point, you decided to tell me that one of the stripes were missing. Well, can you cite where you got that information from?
Sorry, I missed some of that.
Remember, guys.
Of course.
I'm not even gonna. Gospel Bearer, please go ahead. I'm sorry. It's not even worth it now.
I might be thinking of a different video. If someone's got a link to it, then just drop it.
I
But
don't care. Chill out.
I
Gospel
know
Bearer,
there's a
you had
National
something to
Geographic
say.
video where they
Gospel Bearer, you had something
all
to
right. For
say.
the Glober and or Globers in the room, I guess it's just one. Do you now believe that there are aliens on Mars? Did you see what I posted in the chat? Look what I posted in the chat a couple
I
minutes
saw
ago.
that today.
Yeah. Do you now believe aliens are on Mars?
No.
Okay.
Is that what the article claims?
It's literally a picture.
Guys, we have a helicopter on Mars. Don't forget that.
Oh boy, Clay. So this image. What do you think that? What is your interpretation of this image?
I don't know. I'm not a geologist. It's probably just a natural rock formation. Like maybe it's maybe like a piece of it broke off before the sand built up around it.
With the bulkhead, natural formation of a bulkhead.
Well, I mean, what's the counter argument that this is what?
No, it's why I asked the question. I wondered what your interpretation is, and you gave it. You think it's a natural formation. That's an interesting interpretation. Cool.
I mean, what else would it be?
No, I mean, yeah. What else could it possibly be? Do you think that there's any chance, any chance at all, like above zero, that this image isn't actually from Mars, but it's actually from Earth? Is there any chance above zero that it's just not on Mars? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's always an above zero chance, and they have
Above
the
zero chance.
motive and opportunity to fake things if they want to.
Yeah.
Just the question would be if they had accidentally taken this picture that shows whatever it is, whether it's a doorway in the set or something like that, had accidentally taken that, how would it have got through quality control and ended up on their site?
I think I don't know what well, this is just a speculation, but I think people put these pictures up on purpose.
People?
Well, obviously it had to be people, but
So
I
literally
think that
mars.nasa.gov/raw images. What do you mean?
yeah, whoever is facilitating this, I think they do this on purpose to try to expose from the inside, maybe, but that's just my speculation. Because I don't see any reason. It doesn't make any sense that this would happen, or unless it's just the nature of a lie. You can never cover all of your tracks. Maybe that's the case.
Maybe it's just mocking, as usual.
I mean, I'm glad my tax dollars are going to such grainy and beautiful pictures.
Yeah, you should be glad.
Oh yeah, I'm ecstatic.
As you improve your life.
I'm glad I'm at work right now to support this crap, so they could take my money that I make at work and give me this in return. Thank you, NASA. Good joke.
They're
It's
gonna take
weird.
their tithes regardless.
Basically, I see these sorts of things. I make the determinations I make, and then I hear somebody else do the thing that I thought was intellectually impossible, such as suggest that it's a natural formation. And I appreciate the fact that there are people that are capable of those sorts of Olympic level mental gymnastics. So thank you, whoever you are.
I think it's
That's
gonna be.
really impressive.
I think it's gonna be everything, but not what you actually see, in order to keep the narrative that you believe in. So
Yeah, this is Guy from the 3-point takedown, by the way. Just got to put that out there in the ether.
I pointed out that this person just got their roles and everything today.
I mean, it could literally show an excavator in black and white, and people would say, "Oh, look, alien technology." If you're just gonna, glue some aluminium foil on it and stuff.
And I think the difference between, a pseudoscientist and a science fiction writer is that science fiction writer admits it's fiction, right? But both of them tell you stories that, if you're a particular personality, you want to hear, right? It's like having a friend that tells huge lies. You know he's lying, but they're cool stories, so you listen anyways. I think it's like that.
Has anybody ever seen a natural bulkhead to an opening?
Nope.
Is that am I being unreasonable here? Do bulkheads form naturally? Maybe am I using the right term? Bulkhead. I was pretty sure that's what that's called. Bulkhead.
Anyway, it's on TV, right? So it's real. Doesn't even matter.
Whenever they're
Again,
like,
I was just gonna say again, thank God for Johnny 5 up on Mars, taking these beautiful, grainy, crappy, shitty pictures for us. Thank you very much.
Johnny 5. You're funny, dude.
Okay, I think I actually am using. Header. Bulkheads is the wrong term. My apologies for my ignorance of construction terms, everyone. Header is the door. Header is the proper terminology. It's called the header. Okay. So that's the word I was needing to use. Header. So for anybody that heard me say bulkhead over and over again, and just don't go repeating my nonsense, the word is header, and this person is suggesting that this is a natural header.
Yeah, I want to know, Guy. Do you see that meme I just posted called Mars Roll? Have you heard of that?
I'm looking for the one with the rat or the mouse or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's I posted it in 13 minutes across the hour is the Arctic lemming, right? On Mars, the Arctic lemming. Then I posted something at 16 minutes across the hour. It's a natural formed juice box, right? So we have a natural formed Arctic lemming. We have a natural formed juice box, and then we have, when I posted it, it's 19 minutes across the hour. So the last 2 minutes of the Perseverance live stream, you know what they did? Yeah, I'm gonna just tell you. They showed a tweet in the last 2 minutes, and it was a Rick Ashley tweet. I mean, what is Rick Ashley known for? Certainly not his space enthusiastic, right?
Okay.
So why would they post a Rick Ashley tweet in the last 2 minutes of the live stream? I mean, it's
Did they
like,
only post his tweet, or did they post a bunch?
well,
of tweets
they had 1 or 2 tweets, but they could have picked any astrophysicist, any person that was that's I don't know, acknowledged in the space scene. I don't know. So why would you put a Rick Ashley tweet in the last 2 minutes of the live stream?
Is anybody here a flat Earth expert? Hello?
Sorry?
Is anybody here a flat Earth expert?
That's a weird question.
It's like they can explain the flat Earth and show it.
Yeah, everyone can. You yourself could do
I
it.
mean, yeah, I know, but like, the questions and everything. Like if
repeat
someone
of
comes and asks,
yesterday.
you know what I mean, right? Hello?
What?
Yes, you did this yesterday, where you begged a bunch of people to go to the server that you wanted them to and go talk to people because you weren't able to do so. And okay,
How about you get the people over here?
Yeah, no, I'm working on that. I'm just saying, I'm saying, is everybody here available? Like they can, like, is anybody here able to present?
Yeah,
answer the questions.
Yeah,
and
who's
everything?
talking? I don't even see who the person is talking.
Hannah, he's on the top.
Who the heck is talking?
Top of the list.
Hanan. Hanan. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay, all right. What's the beef, man? You want us to go
I'm
ruffle
saying
server or what? What's up?
No server. There's just one individual. I think he might be coming here. I'm gonna try to get him here, and then I'm just saying, is everybody here like is anybody here able to answer basically all the questions that he might have?
Just bring the guy in here, man. Don't worry about what capabilities we have. Just bring him in here. If he's able to withstand an argument that we have to set before him, then we're gonna test his mettle. But just bring him in here. Don't worry about it.
All right. Okay. I'll be back.
I mean, I would go onto the server, but I don't know this guy, and I really don't want to be confronted with weird things, such as.
Why does it sound like he's in a rush every time he asks that? Same as yesterday.
He's asked this before.
He sounds very.
Yesterday,
He sounded the same. Like
he's just
stressed out
hyperactive. He's just
Yeah.
hyperactive.
I don't know.
I would say he's just hyper. Yeah.
All right. To answer the dude's incredulity question or whatever, here's the link, copy link. Because he's like, oh, what the source? Here's the source. Okay. There. Okay, that's the thing about Twitter. For the most part, you can like just go look it up yourself. Oh, but you want the NASA video link too? Do you not know how to? Do you honestly not know how to look at the title of a video? Go to YouTube and type that title in, and go look for the video yourself. Are you really that lazy and pathetic that you don't know how to look things up yourself? This is worth ridicule. Do you know where that is on the source image? I can't see it. What does that even mean? I'm just
So
disappointed.
I didn't ask for a link to that Rick Astley tweet. I was just asking where on the source image, which Roger has now pasted, where that actual lemming part is cropped from in the source image, because I couldn't find it.
I see. It was unclear.
Don't go anywhere, Elijah. We got a guy who needs to talk to a flat Earth expert coming in just this moment.
That can't be me. I gotta get to work.
Oh man.
And I'm already burnt out. Like I'm.
Dude, you gotta leave
don't
some.
like.
You can't waste it all on one person.
Yeah, right. I mean,
go have some breakfast. Come back and we'll do this again. Maybe you have a frittata or something. Give you some strength.
It's like when do the normies actually come in? You know. Like,
do any moment. Yeah,
Anyway, oh, go ahead.
Oops, go ahead. No, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I just wanted to know. I mean, that Rick Ashley tweet, right? It's. What do you think about that guy?
I don't really think anything about that. It's like, I mean, I guess like what would be like what point are you making? Like that they're signaling that they're trolling us.
Yes.
That seems a bit. Why? Why would they do that? It's a bit
Because
silly.
it's not real. It's fake, right? So this is the thing, right? We actually watched that shit, right? I've seen it live. I watched it all, and in the last 2 minutes they show you this Rick Ashley tweet, which has nothing to. Rick Ashley has nothing to do with space. Nothing. The only thing where he's famous for is for internet trolling, for trolling.
Well,
right?
Well, I don't know about that. I think he's got some good dance moves, but
to be fair, he wasn't the originator of that, correct?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Like Rick Astley wasn't responsible for the Rickroll
No,
itself. He
I
was just
know.
used. Okay, yeah.
I know.
But here we are
Not that your
again
point's
at
invalid
a
by any means. Go ahead,
but
I mean,
here
Elijah.
we are again at another great see it was a moment that happened maybe 30 minutes or so ago that was like a wild coincidence. But I'm even willing to say that that's guy being guy. I'm like that could be a coincidence, like a true coincidence. That's like really that's amazing. Here we are again with Rick Astley, and it's like that would be a major coincidence that they would happen to retweet NASA themselves, retweet Rick Astley in today's current time, who is now known for the meme of him going popular. It was extremely popular
He
at the
was at
time
that time too.
because he did a new song that I'd seen over and over, right? Or he had did he did something. What else was he?
The Rickroll's
Yeah.
pretty old at this point. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, was it? I had just I don't know. Like when people started coming in with it, I thought that was like when it was hot,
For
which
like
was around the same
10
time.
years, maybe longer. I feel like the Rickroll's been around
How do you
since
get Rickrolled 10 years ago? Oh, I'm bugging out. I'm thinking 90s. Never mind. I'm getting old. Yeah, okay. 10 years ago was only
Bro, I grew up in that fucking song.
2013. Wow,
That's why
2012.
when that Rick Roll shit started, I used to think before I realized like it was a trolling thing, I was just like, is this song getting popular again? What's going on?
2010.
I don't
2010.
understand.
2010 is the oh, can I also point this out for people that really like gematria? Anybody want to know what Rick Astley's birthday is?
When is his birthday?
It's February 6th, 1966.
Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Again, it just probably these things are always coincidence. You can't make,
Coincidence is a funny thing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, just like the Arctic lemming, right? It's just a coincidence, or the
No, that's not a
doorway, or the juice box. So I had a glower. I think it was Professor Phil saying it was a reflection of a crystal, right? It was a reflection of a crystal.
Can I also point out that he was 33 years old when the Rickroll?
Hmm.
No, it's okay. Never mind. It's fine. These are
No,
just
that's
Hold on, Roger.
that.
The juice box was a reflection of a crystal.
Yeah, that was example. That was his explanation.
What?
While that's funny,
No.
the surmounting coincidental circumstance around Rick Astley is getting juicier and juicier. It's insane. $33, huh? When the Rick
Yeah, I
roll.
mean,
That's
again, it was just coincidence that he was 33 when the Rickroll thing started getting popular. I mean, drawing those kinds of connections that he has a 666 in his birth date and that he was 33 when the Rickroll got popular. I mean, come on, guys. What are we trying to say here?
Look at this coinky dink that I posted in the chat.
Yeah, I just mentioned earlier. Another coincidence is the 3 takedown guy sounds just like this character that's in here right now.
Yo, play it. Play it. Let's play the clip. Play the clip.
Roll
Please,
that
Roger.
footage.
Well, somebody who knows how to do the bot. Play the clip, please.
Yeah, it's in the live stream. If anybody knows how to work the bot.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I have to scroll up a while, I think. The takedown, I think it's right here. Yeah. You want me to play it?
Yeah,
Yes,
I submit to the audience. Yeah.
All right, cool. Do something like there, play, zippity doo. There we go.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how you measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Oh God!
Let's
wait. What the fuck? No, take it back. You take it back. I'm not convinced it's this guy though. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. I can't. I don't know.
Yeah, it just sounded like
it sounds similar. There are slight differences, but I haven't heard this current guy speak enough, I don't think, to know really. So
well, he said he's kind of new anyway. I think Gospel has him come in like a couple days ago.
No, like this morning, Mortoth gave him all his roles like a couple of hours ago.
No, he's not new. He's in the lobby.
Yeah, this is a new account, but I was here on an old account before.
When Miggy banned you? I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yes, that's what happens when my nigga Miggy hits you with the 3-point palm, instant exploding paradigm technique, backslapping your beliefs into mid next week.
Shout out to Chocolate.
Bro, that's why I had to throw that line in the song, bro. Hell yeah.
Wait. It seems appropriate now. Would you like to go through the questions just to get the participation, bro?
You mean the 3-point palm instance exploding paradigm technique?
Yeah.
You know, there was a guy that came here under the name of Guy Incognito 6999 on Rick Astley's birthday.
No
2
way.
years ago.
What?
No way.
That's what you all did,
No.
bro.
No, this is getting airy
Stop
now.
it.
Here, look. What does that say?
What do you have to do with Rick Astley and what's going on in here?
I don't have anything to do. I'm just
No, not
pointing,
you, the other guy.
What's your angle, boy?
I'm just pointing things out here. Join the server creation Thursday, February 6, 2020. February 6 is Rick Astley's birthday, so I don't know.
I'm thinking, I'm like Neo, right? With a therapist now, you know, in 2022 and shit. Like I'm thinking that we think that we're just lowly workers and blah blah blah, and the highest of the high wizards are in here attempting to distract us long enough for us to die out and then begin this whole thing anew.
Well, they better pull up several seats, man, and drink some Kool-Aid because it's gonna be a while. That's all I gotta say.
I'm
It
not
might
really
be the
trying
bigger
to
bar.
say anything. I do believe in coincidences. So
Nah, you just said like 3 things that were like, come on, that's at that point, and they're all connected a little bit.
Boy.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. I'm just saying.
What you doing in here, guy? Now
What's your angle, boy?
he be getting real quiet sometimes. I'm just saying. Yeah, he gets eerily quiet.
The team is assessing on how to have him respond. Currently, they're having a communication meeting. All right, guys, they got to stymie on that question. Let's. Oh, they figured it out. Gospel Bear,
Let's
you
pull
did it
him.
again.
They know they can't send in Zedek because we or any other Glober we know because that would just be kind of
Operation Infiltrate Flat Earth. How's that going for y'all?
And it's not even the fact that
based
like
on history, they're already here amongst us as
yeah, I was
love
just gonna say
brothers.
like yeah, it's
I'm sure.
Well, they're not doing a very good job because they just keep making more flat earthers. So keep going. Have fun with that.
Yeah, but you know what's funny though? I realized the impact on logic and communication has not changed. Flat Earth or not, and I think that overall that's the problem, and it's not addressed still. So we're doing something wrong.
It's not that we're doing something wrong. It's the programming is good. We're up against a hell of a fucking program, bro.
yeah. The spell
that's the way
is.
I see it.
Well, I mean, people are pretty amazing. People can be really pathetic, sad, and just ignorant and all that stuff too. But people can be really amazing and creative. You got to take that into consideration. And when you have people coming up with ideas, propaganda, messaging, directing the minds of others, and all that, you got to expect there to be amazing things.
Hey, you guys remember when Brenda was in here yesterday in the evening? Were you guys in
Yeah.
here?
Yeah. I had to dip out.
No, I wasn't here for that.
No, I gotta throw up my hands, man. When she's in here, I'm just like, whatever, man. You guys, because it's like the horse that
That's like an
already.
old relic.
Yes,
it's like an old relic stopping by and saying hi or some shit. Like what?
Yeah, but
What
you
is
hear
somebody like that gonna bring?
you hear the
Like
passion
7
behind
different horizons or something. Like get the fuck out of here, bro.
you
Go
hear the
find
passion
something
behind that
productive to
Earth,
do.
man. They're trying to come in there and like, but you don't understand. Like it's it, and I'm like, dudes, like she literally thinks there's 3 horizons or 4, I think. So what? I mean,
Or
And
7.
people literally call her she.
Yeah.
I'm still programmed up. I'm still programmed in that sense. Like I just let them. I don't really comment on it.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever.
It's a pet peeve.
You
It's
want
a
to be
pet
a
peeve with
college.
my
A while
objective.
ago, we got
It's a
into
pet
right
peeve
whole
with
thing
my
about it.
objective reality, Bone. Sorry.
A while ago, we got into a whole thing about that on Nathan's when she used to come in, and at some point we made the decision like, look, that's not important to the argument. So the argument at that time we said was more important than deciding whether to call it she, he, whatever the hell it wants to be. Argument is the most important. So I mean, I understand completely what you're saying, gospel, because yeah, reality and stuff. But when it turns to that, then it's like, what are we really talking about, right?
And I like to be as clear as possible. And I said this yesterday. Brenda/Braden literally said that a pseudo force is the same as a real force, or a fictitious force is the same as an actual force, okay, and then doubled down on this logic. There were a handful of other examples that were said last night that indicate to me axiomatically that it's perfectly acceptable to call someone a he that identifies as a she, because yes also equals no, positive also equals negative, he also equals she, so it really doesn't matter what you say axiomatically when you have the belief against the law of non-contradiction. So
Absolutely.
so I'm perfectly justified under Brenda/Braden's identity to call him exactly what he is, because I'm actually adhering to his logical axioms. Thank you.
Not even mad at that. Go for it.
Well, I can't. Yeah. There you go.
Yep. So, I mean, we know who we're talking about, right?
So just
Straight
in case,
lines don't exist.
yeah,
Shoes
exactly.
are natural phenomenons. I mean, when you get to that stage, what are you talking? What are you talking to? You know what I'm saying?
Basically,
So yeah, I get it.
I can easily dismiss anybody's accusations of being a provocateur under exposing those logical, or rather illogical, axioms. And based on those illogical axioms, it doesn't really matter what you say. What cannot happen logically, which means it probably would happen anyway, is a complaint about calling him a guy, or calling him a he, or any of that. It would probably happen anyway, just because, you know, that's the game they play. But the fact of the matter is, you're justified under the axioms that were being promoted. So there you go. This was constructed. Oh, there's the juicy juice with the apple. It does look like apple. I was looking at the juice box, and I've always wondered, like, what is that exactly? I don't know. It's the juice
I
box
found that on
looks.
a channel. I forget which channel. It's like obviously heliocentric alien lover channel. I think it was third. Was it third block from the sun or some shit like that? I forget. But yeah, they were mad hype about this, and I was hype about them being hype about it for a different reason, obviously. But I was like, "Ooh, this is good stuff," because this came right from their little stupid Perseverance or whatever the hell it was. I was like, "Ooh, nice juice box on Mars." It was great.
You think it's a minion? Yeah, maybe. It could be a minion, but apple is also plausible, just based on the color and the shape and stuff.
Why would there be a juice box? Like, that's so dumb. Like, no, in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that's a valid question too. That I've wondered the same thing, and that's why I think Devon Island can't be the only location. I've
have the
wondered.
source for this?
Which
you have
thing?
the actual source for the juice box?
Yeah.
You got it. Okay.
You have it
like
too,
straight from the cam. Yeah. I was just making sure you guys had it.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
I got it somewhere, but when it comes down to the source of it, yeah, because it's not some shit we just put together.
I am thinking Australia. Australia has a lot of vacant land, from what I've recently been made aware of this. Is anybody aware of this? Just how much vacant land there is in Australia?
No.
Yeah.
Are they litter bugs?
I don't know. So you've
Like it
got
makes no sense. Some of the things, like you know, the whole. Oh, were you about to say something?
not especially. I was just pointing out the Australia vacant land, like all the gray, but specifically Western Australia. There's massive, maybe the Gibson Desert Nature Reserve. There's massive areas where there are no cities. But go ahead.
It's just there are a lot of things that are odd. The whole Admiral Byrd thing, where he's like, there's a size, there's a land, the size of the continent of America. It's like, how do you see something like that? Like, how do you see a
Without
continent?
exploring
I
it
didn't know.
first, right?
No, I'm like, how do you see it? Like, what does he mean when he says there's a continent the size of America? How do you know? What is that? Based on what metrics? Like, what did you do? Like, nobody asked that question. Or, or the Comet Neowise situation where you have a comet that's like, I don't know if anyone else. I didn't know that comets were just like they just there. They lingered, and when they they're visible. They just move with the rest of the sky and shit. And you could see them certain times of day or night or whatever the case. And it's like, yo, um, looking this stuff up from NASA, their official sources, they say, well, it's 63 million miles away or something like that. And it's only 3 miles wide, son. Bro, that's crazy as hell. Like, who in their right mind would believe that something 63 million miles away you could see as wide as 3 miles wide? That's insane. With your eyeballs?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Not that far.
It's
Chocolate.
all
I
relative. Everything is relative. Don't forget that.
I see you, Roger. I got it.
Okay, cool.
I'm saving it again just so because I know I got it somewhere, but I got a lot of shit all over the place. So, thanks.
Yeah, it was buried for me too, so I need to dig it out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that anything is happening in Australia with I'm just saying maybe, just maybe. I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff going on in a lot of places. Truism, I guess. Duh.
Yeah. Because I'm looking. There's a lot of shrubbery and plant life in Australia that they'd have to mitigate. So I acknowledge that it might not be very plausible to suggest Australia is a viable place, but it is super red. I mean, that's without question. Like the Australian desert and outback is very, very red.
Hey, can I ask a question to Chocolate and Elijah, real quick?
Yo.
Do you guys have time to meet me in the DCT server?
Sure.
Just real quick, briefly. I'm gonna go downstairs to DC, but if you do have some time, meet me in there.
All right.
All right.
What are the dates on this? Oh, good. The dates are on here. 5-5, 5-3, 5-2, 5-1, 5-1, 5-1, 5-1, 4-30, 4-30, 4-30, 4-29, 4-29. Yeah, interesting. Hmm. It'll be a sad day when they finally take down archive.org. It'll be a sad day. That'll truly be a dark winter.
What's up, Gospel? Man, Deffins.
I think somebody started talking right at the same time I was getting a phone call.
Yo. What's up, Gospel?
Howdy, howdy. See, I knew they'd do some stupid stuff like that. Why they gotta be so stupid? Why are people so stupid?
What happened?
You ever heard of what a artist proof is? What a proof, a thing that you give somebody before the final job is done. It's called a proof.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a very common term, but in the term or in the realm of producing products and giving somebody an example of what it's going to look like before it's actually finally
Like a
made.
prototype.
Kind of like a prototype, yeah. This is in regards to personalization. No effort of thought went into this, which just sad. I'm just disappointed in people's ability to think sometimes. This is obviously wrong. What we got here? Thought I heard a boop doop. Chair has rejoined us.
We got a possible troll come in. So
What? Someone you VC verified?
yep. Jack Hicks.
Where? What?
He wasn't VC checking, but he I don't know where he went.
Hmm.
And some people believe the Earth is a globe. He's like, no, because of Newton's laws and Operation Fishbowl. That's why I think the Earth is flat. I was like, what?
Hmm. Yeah, the incoherent trolls are some of the most annoying. They're not even thinking through what they're saying. They're just kind of being, oh, you know what? There's this guy under the name of Fax Man or something. That guy's super incoherent. So maybe it's him. Um, Hello, rookie.
Morning.
It's quiet.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I will have to change that, huh?
I have a feeling it isn't that hard.
Stop stealing all my good phrases, damn it.
Isn't that hard? Is that you copyrighted that phrase?
Are we a little bit of a smartass today?
No, you said stop stealing your phrases. What phrase are you referring to?
Nothing. It was a joke. It was something you said right after I said what I said. You said it right after I was going to say the same thing. I just didn't. You know what I mean? It's not important. But it is better than nothing. Like silence, you know.
I have sat in silence many a time. Usually best done in nature.
You got me at a disadvantage because I just woke up and I'm still like rummy, you know.
All right. Have you seen the doorway on Mars?
Doorway?
Nope. Yeah. Doorway complete with stone header.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it's
Mars,
nice,
really?
nicely constructed. Somebody knows what they're doing. To have a proper header, that's how you prevent anything from falling down into the doorway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there an arch at the top?
No arch. These are
Wow.
90 degree angles and straight lines.
Wow.
And we had a guy earlier suggesting that it's probably just a natural formation, of course. Here, I'll post. There you go. Natural formation, of course. Natural. Completely. Nothing to see here.
Wow. That looks like somebody cut it out with a laser beam or something.
No, just a rock probably just fell off.
I'm kidding. It looks kind of like the sarcophagus where Jesus was laid. Because there's the stone that used to be rolled in front of it, right?
Oh my gosh.
That's funny. You didn't notice that, did you?
Well, it could be. It could be a tomb.
Yeah.
Could
I
be
don't
a
know.
tomb.
It doesn't look real to me, but I could be wrong.
Well, it is a raw image from the mast camera from the Mars exploration program on May 7th this year, as in 4 days ago. So that is what they say it is.
Wow. Has anybody had a chance to put it through Photoshop?
No, but when you click
like
on it,
the
it's a
filler
bunch of weird pixels. So I don't know if that'll help, but I can try. Like it's awkwardly pixeled, like a 1998 webcam. It looks really weird to me, but I mean the file size is 288 kilobytes, so I don't know how they're suggesting that that's a raw image. I
That's
guess
fairly tiny for a raw image, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is like just pixels, like a countable number. Maybe 500 by 500, 500 by 600. Like It's a countable number of pixels.
So it kind of appears to be like a zoom in onto a larger photo or something. Like they zoomed
No,
in on it.
this is like a
yeah.
grid. This is here. See if I can show you what I mean. Actually, let me zoom in. That'll really clarify the what I mean. This is at 300%. Oh, gee. I hate when this happens. It's so annoying. All right, here we go. Finally, click. All right. So here we are in the chat. You see the pixels I'm talking about? It's like a grid system. It's a really weird type of pixelation that I'm not really familiar with. It almost looks like a scanned. It looks like an image that was printed on a cheap printer and then scanned. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they uploaded a scanned image of a printed low quality image. Yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Whatever the case, people would apparently believe that that is a natural formation. I've got it in. The GIMP, playing around with the exposure and colors.
I think I'm just going to say that it's not real. Looks deceptive.
I don't understand.
I don't know, the filter thing, the screen. I don't know. It seems. Should I say practiced or whatever? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it's clearly just not on Mars. Here's what's really fascinating is when you add a Gaussian blur. It removes the pixelation. It makes it all smooth. Like,
How does
is
that
a
work?
is a remarkable difference that it made. When I here Control Z. All right. So here, look, before. All right. And then Gaussian blur. After.
Nice. So it is just digitally enhanced some way or another.
I don't think so. I think that the Gaussian
you
blur. What?
Okay. No, I was just curious about this blur thing. Like, is that something that was added to it afterwards to make it not clear, or what? What do you think?
The opposite.
The opposite.
So I think that you could take any pixelated image, add a Gaussian blur, and it smooths out the edges and does this thing that I just demonstrated, which is really neat. Sharpen. Oh, there we go. Amount. Right there. I'm just trying to enhance the inside of the the opening as much as I possibly can. That might be about as good as it gets for.
Do you agree that it looks like there might be something painted on the wall inside of there, or something like shadow? It looks like inside. You know what I'm talking about?
I think it's just shadows, crack in the wall, shadow. What I have trouble reconciling is the claim that it's a natural formation.
Right.
I have no reason to.
It does appear to be cut into the rock by some kind of saw or something. By the way, the look of that edge is. You know what I'm saying? It does appear to be cut, like man cut or something.
Yeah, for sure.
But of course, it's really hard to say with that quality of video.
Yeah, the image, but
yeah,
it's two parallel vertical lines meeting at a 90-degree angle across the top. I don't know. It's very unusual to make the claim, but that's what the guy was saying earlier today, was that he was like, yeah, natural. The quality of this image, really weird, because I've looked at a lot of these other masked camera images, and they're all smooth and they don't have that same pixelated phenomenon. Like I look, the same alleged camera, all of a sudden on this image it's different. So that's peculiar.
Yeah, it's a little suspect.
Like this same camera took this image. Okay. The same camera took this image, allegedly.
Interesting.
So sometimes it wants to do things in color, sometimes in black and white. In either case, as you scroll through the images of the
That looks like
same
metal,
alleged camera,
doesn't it? Kind of looks like metal. That last one, question.
looks like
Looks like the,
evaporated mud to me, but
or yeah, it could be crystallized or something. Yeah, it's just kind of strange. Looks kind of like cornflakes, actually, or like a human hair zoomed in on or something. That's kind of like what it could be.
I'm really just focusing on the image quality and the features of the pixelation itself.
Yeah, that is kind of strange how those pictures are that way different. It is interesting.
Oh well. They're up to shenanigans. That's what I see. Jake X. There you are. Here you have questions about how the Earth is not a spinning water ball flying through outer space. Jake X. Hmm. Hmm. Jake X has run away. How sad. Looks like a disciple of.
Bee-boo.
What's that?
I said bee-boo, bee-boo. Kind of like, wow.
I think we have a disciple of Terrence McKenna in the chat. Go ahead, Love. Say hello. Where's the embed? Discord lagging. There we go. There we go. All right, Love gave you a chance to say hello. Bye. All right, Jake X, you have VC verified. You did talk earlier. Go ahead. Say hello. Otherwise, I'll have to be converting you to a different role.
Broken light gate.
Yeah, more like listening pass. You literally talked just a few minutes ago to somebody to get BC verified, and okay, good. You just in the nick of time. Good job giving an answer. Everyone's sleeping. Mm-hmm.
Do you hear that cricket?
I found out you weren't here for it, rookie, but I found out some really coincidence. Big yawn. Some major coincidence stuff regarding Rick Astley. You want to hear them?
Sure.
All
Rickroll?
right. Yeah. Rick Astley's birthday is February 6th, 1966. It's just
Wow.
when you write it out and it's 2666. It's a coincidence. It's not a big deal. No big deal at all. Another coincidence, it really is. I mean, there was who knows how many people born on that day. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It really isn't. But then, do you know how old Rick Astley was when the Rickroll became a thing? Just take a guess. How old was
like 66?
Nope. Close.
33?
Half of that. Yeah.
Tree.
Just another coincidence that he was 33 years
Oh,
old.
you mean when that song became popular? You mean? Yeah.
When that became a viral meme and everybody was getting Rickrolled. Yes, he was 33 years old.
Interesting.
It's just a coincidence.
I didn't know that. But yeah, that's another one of them quinky dinks that just don't line up right. Kind of like the thousands of photos I have of people putting their hands over their eye.
Mm-hmm.
They just like eyes, right? They just like to show one eye. It's just important.
They
It's a
have
fad
something
thing,
in
right?
their eye, like a speck of dust or something.
Maybe that's what it was. You'd think they'd be covering their third eye.
That's why they had something stuck in their eye. That's why they had to open their mouth and stick out their tongue with the all mocking tongue. No.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's layers and layers and layers of the symbolism. That's why you have to put it all in context and make sure that when you're pointing out one person's behavior, you can also take that same individual and demonstrate other times that they've provided other symbolism in order to make a proper case against them. Because if just one time, they just did a weird wink or whatever, okay. But if you can find, I don't know, 5 different examples, different contexts, you start to build a case. Start to build a case. Leave. Alrighty. Nazi scientists didn't invent NASA. Nazi scientists were recruited by the United States government to form NASA. No, you don't. You just said something quite different. I know that. Gaslighting is the new normal. I tell you what.
Funny how he always knows everything you say, right? As soon as you say it, oh yeah, I knew that. That's funny.
Hello, hello, hello. Seven zero. Okay.
What, no response now?
Yeah, and it's such simple logic. The fact that this is confounding for certain people, I think, isn't because they're retarded. It's because they are scrambling to modify their LARP program as they continue to LARP. Like, basically, I think what happens is there are people that like, I'm going to go be a LARPer, live action role play. I'm going to go be a LARPer. And then they do it. And then they get in like just 1 foot in the door into their LARPing. And then they discover, I'm not smart enough to be a LARPer. Oh no, what do I do now? Really, I think that's what it is. Or, you know, it's not about it's not about intelligence as much as it is about knowledge. In order to properly LARP, you're going to need a sufficient amount of knowledge, and I think that probably is. So I'm not going to insult somebody's intelligence yet. I'm just going to say that this person lacks the sufficient knowledge to be a LARPer. That's me giving them the best benefit of the doubt I possibly can. So there you go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Okay, you guys remember how I showed you the maps that were here on Earth before 1958, before the governments took them out, and I'm going to show you the Encyclopedia Britannicas in the public libraries before 1958. Here's Volume 2. Now, this is actually the Encyclopedia America, but the Encyclopedia Britannica is the same thing as Encyclopedia America. It's just the Britain version, so I call it the Britannica. Anyways, this is Volume 2 out of the Alphabet A. We're going to flip to the Antarctica, which, and this is from 1958, as you can see. Now, we're going to flip to the Antarctica and see what the Encyclopedia Britannica from 1958, before the Antarctic Treaty, says is there. Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's discontinued them. But what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Take a really, really close look at that. Now I'm going to zoom it in for you. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, let me show you with an image on Google Earth's heliocentric model. And now here we are at 80 degrees latitude and 90 degrees longitude. And as you can see, we're about a third over the supposed continent of Antarctica. And there, it's supposed to be, the dome is supposed to be 13,000 foot high. Makes no sense, right? Okay, now on this geocentric model, all of us truthers, flat earthers, know that the supposed Antarctica is nothing more than the ice wall. So if we go out here about a third over the ice wall, just like you've seen on the heliocentric image, about a third over Antarctica, then this is where the dome comes down to meet the ice, somewhere hundreds of miles off through the ice desert there, but somewhere right in here around 80 degrees latitude and 90 degrees longitude, this dome is about 13,000 foot above this ice wall. Now, if you go back out into the center of the Earth, or up the North Pole, and try to go up to the firmament with a little bit of calculation, it's going to show that it's about 385,500 feet away. It's really, really simple. And isn't it awful coincidental that the Antarctic Treaty of 1958 bans anyone from going to Antarctica? And guess where that ban starts at? At the 80th parallel south. And as you can read here, Antarctica is a continent, is located in the southern hemisphere. It is the 5th largest continent and has an area of about 14 million square kilometers. The continent is almost completely covered by ice and is very difficult to access. There are only a few research stations that are located on the continent. People can only visit Antarctica if they have permission from the authorities. Now, if you're not familiar with any of this at all, and you're just now new to all this, you can say, well, this guy's crazy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But what you got to ask yourself is, why do all the maps before 1958 show a flat earth with the ice wall around it and a firmament, a dome? And not to mention the fact that all ancient cultures depicted a flat earth with a dome over it, a firmament over it, for thousands of years. And let's not forget that the Holy Bible depicts a flat earth with ice walls and a firmament being a dome. And why does the encyclopedia tell you that there's a dome there and it gives you the exact height at a certain latitude and longitude? Well, the reason is because in 1958, that's when all governments and all nations of the world signed the UN treaty to ban all civilians from going to the Antarctica. And NASA came in and erased everything, just like they're erasing everything today. So again, ask yourself, if all this existed before 1958, why doesn't it exist now? How come it all of a sudden was erased and just disappeared out of your history books, out of your encyclopedias, out of your libraries? Wake up, people. Wake up.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good morning, Gospel. How you doing?
Tail between my legs a little bit. Good job,
Uh-oh.
guy. Good job, guy.
What's up,
I was
man?
in. I did a mathematical error.
Uh-oh. Eating crow this morning for breakfast?
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah,
makes
this is the
mistakes.
well. This is the issue. My I have this habit of doing. Let's say it's a 4-digit number. I do the thousands, then I do the hundreds, then I do the tens, then I do the ones. It's the improper method because you're supposed to do the ones, then the tens, then the hundreds, then the thousands. There's a reason why I established this reverse method because it can be faster. Maybe it can't, but in my experience, it has been. Every now and then, I trick myself and get a number wrong, and this is one of those instances. And I didn't even dig deep enough. 2007 is the number, not 2010. I was saying that Rick Astley was 33 when the Rick roll became a thing, but that was actually not the case. He was indeed approximately 40 to 41 years old. His birthday is 2/6/66, but it was only interesting with the added detail of him being 33. But that's not the fact. So that would have been 1999, and it was 2007. So good job, guy, doing the proper math and correcting my error. I admit and concede my error. That is all. Anyway, Napalm, have you seen the Mars images?
I did see you posted some stuff in Livestream voice text. I scrolled through there before I opened my mic, but I'm not familiar with the context.
Sure, yeah. So the image comes from mars.nasa.gov/raw images 1064629. That is their image. And then I went ahead and threw it in Photoshop. Well, not Photoshop, but the GIMP, which is the software I use, and just played around with all the different settings. Interestingly enough, I discovered that the Gaussian blur instantly clears up the image. I thought that was interesting because it's really pixelated. But you throw a Gaussian blur on it, and it removes the pixelization, which I thought was fascinating. So this is one of their images. I'm under the impression that this image can easily be used to convince or anchor in people's minds the existence of what would you call this? I wouldn't say man-made structures. Let me say
intelligent
construction.
There you go.
Intelligent construction on another planet. From their minds, that's what they see. So
I definitely think that implanting that idea is part of the plan.
It's so funny, man. I shared this last night with my wife. I was like, look. She's like, yeah. What? I'm like, people are going to believe that there's aliens on Mars. She's like, yeah, you're surprised. my
well, with a
my
lot
wife
of
is
these
so straightforward and
blunt,
so beyond being surprised by their games. I don't know. I'm impressed. She's like totally impervious. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
no, I was just gonna say, ever since we've been receiving these images from space, even going back to the images of the alleged moon landing, people have spent, I would probably say, more than hundreds of thousands of hours scouring these images, finding little anomalies or possibilities of human construction, all kinds of various anomalies within these photographs or images. And I think a lot of that is intentional, that either some of these images contain intentional anomalies or things that would lead you to believe that there is some intelligent construction taking place. And at least in my opinion, people questioning the images are questioning them for the wrong reason. Like, it's an intentional distraction, right? Like, you're not questioning whether these images were actually taken from the place they're claimed to be taken. You're questioning whether or not the government is hiding the possibility of known intelligence on other planets or aliens or things like that. That's what they want you to question the government about lying about, not the source of the information or the claims that they make on where these images were taken. It's a good
how many Capricorn 1 type movies are there anyway?
I'm not sure, but anybody with a thinking critical mind can look at Capricorn 1 and say, this is the truth hidden in plain sight. Capricorn 1 came out, 4 or 5 years after the moon landing?
Yeah, four or 5 years. Yep. Not very long. 70, is it 73 maybe? Here, just look it up. Capricorn 1. 77. So 8 years, actually.
Yeah,
8 years, yeah.
Capricorn 1 what was that about?
That was where
Capricorn
they were.
1 is about faking people going to Mars.
Yep.
Shortly after we faked people going to the moon.
Yep. So this is very pertinent because something just, this chiming in on something that happened to me this past week. So who knows the story of the first digital camera?
I don't know the story of the first digital camera.
All right, I'll tell you. First digital camera was created for the specific purpose on a mission to take pictures of Mars back in the day, before we had anything info about the surface. The mission was designed to have redundancy, two vessels to pass, so you'd have two chances. And they designed different redundancies and systems in each, and they designed the cameras with the express purpose of taking digital images. Why? Well, the answer is we have to get the information back, right? If we're sending these things past Mars and we can never get them again, how are we going to get the information? So we need a digital camera, correct? Because we can't get film back.
Yeah,
because nobody's coming back
film
with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they did all their plans, and they had trajectories and telemetries that they had to put in these machines, supposedly. And then they launched them They had different windows, and then there was like all this drama about, we noticed something was wrong with one of them completely failed. The other one was still had a chance to do it, but there was a packet of information, telemetry information, that it didn't have, or some error. And so they had this big crisis of, should we send a transmission to this machine to make a correction? Or should we hope that our initial calculations were correct? Because of the time delays, with transmissions and things like this, it's like it's make it or break it time. Either we decide to send the packet of alternatives, or we don't. And I can't remember, I'm pretty sure they decided to not send it, but either way, it's irrelevant. Whatever they did, they made a decision one way or the other to either let the mission go with the loaded parameters in the machine, which essentially meant that the machine was making the decisions, versus let's send updated telemetry. Whichever they did, whatever happened, happened. So the machine flew by Mars, allegedly, took its photos, and began sending them back to Earth. Now, if you know anything about the technology back then, sending a digital image, even of low megapixel count, is going to take days, right? So you're going to start getting the kilobytes, right? Like a kilobyte every hour, right? So you're not going to be able to compose your digital image for hours upon hours upon hours, maybe even days. So rather than wait for the final render, to compile, what they did is they printed them out on pieces of paper and used like post hoc math that they did on site, rather than let the system do it, to interpret the data and create an image. And then they would post the pictures, the pieces of paper up on the wall, kind of like, here's this section, this section, this section. And as they were waiting for this data to come, they slowly realized that what they were looking at was not the Martian landscape that they all envisioned, with little green men and all of this bologna sandwich, right? What they were looking at was a dead wasteland, right? And what did they say out of their own words? What we realized is that this is a lifeless, dead nothing. Okay, and that was the official story back then. Fast forward to now, and we got this cool little rover that found like some aliens, CD album.
Oh, is that what it found? Are you talking about the juice
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just being facetious, but the point is why do I know what I know that I just told you, when that article just came out recently? Well, the answer is because while I'm listening to my YouTube streams, the algorithm just automatically gave me that little mini documentary about that event. And lo and behold, the very next thing in the news is, oh, look, on Mars, it's not lifeless after all. We might have found evidence.
So are you saying the algorithm fed you the documentary explaining the digital camera and how they found out that Mars was lifeless roughly about 24 hours before news broke that there's some sort of indication of life on Mars?
Bingo.
Interesting.
And by the way, I'm sure that's happening to many other people about many other topics, where it's like you have the antithesis and then the thesis, and then there's a synthesis. So, they posit one idea in your mind, and they posit an alternative idea in your mind, and then they leave you to resolve it with a third option. So your imagination fills in the blanks. And what, of course, is your imagination going to fill in? Kind of things you guys already discussed, which is, oh, it's not that Mars is fake and that this is all a bunch of nonsense. It's that they're secretly hiding aliens from us, or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like a historical layering of disinformation to give you the idea of not only progress, but to kind of give a concreteness in your mind that what they're providing is legitimate because we have this historical data, these stories that follow a timeline. We're progressing through this timeline. There's questions about what's taking place, but none of those questions are really the validity of what's taking place. It's the questions are about whether they're lying or haven't discovered life, right? They're either lying that they have discovered it and they're trying to hide it, or it hasn't been discovered yet, but there's a possibility out there. Stay tuned. Next season.
Yep. I refer to this as ideological inoculation. So you're inoculated against certain paths. Oh, gens, get it?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't generate certain paths within your mind, right? So you're inoculated against those paths, generated in your mind, those pathogens, which are free thought. You're given a synthetic narrative by being given the boundaries on the left and the right in which they want you to make your conclusions and draw your information from.
It's almost like storyboarding for a movie, right? And within movies, you can lead people, especially in like a whodunit type movie, you can lead people down different paths where their mind may think it's this person, or it might give indication that it's this person. But the whole thing is storyboarded to a specific conclusion in the end.
Exactly.
And you get so captivated by it that even within movies, subconsciously, you're not necessarily thinking that, oh, this is just a movie, right? Like,
yeah, and sometimes you're so naive or oblivious that you actually think you came up with these ideas or you researched this digital camera that went to Mars, quote unquote, when really it just arrived at your lap with a big bow tie that said, hello, think about me for a second. Rest assured, that happens a lot in this community, not just flat earth, but truthers in general, where they think that they've somehow divined these things, that they figured it out, and not that it was just dropped in their lap by somebody else, which in most cases, that's the case that happened.
You are Anon.
What did you say, Ewoks?
Yeah, actually, I think that we could blame the Ewoks for QAnon. That checks out.
Yes. Yub nub.
What?
Sorry, that was my attempt at speaking Ewok.
All right, so Guy found the Gigapan. Which, why is it that Gigapan always has better data than NASA's website? I don't quite understand that.
Well, dude, because Gigapan has the original source file because they weren't paying attention in their email chain. And NASA has the post-edit file, which is designed through Photoshop techniques to make it look like it was taken by a suboptimal device. You know, it's like, this picture is legit. How do you know? Well, it's so blurry and obviously, you know, taken in the moment, not edited in any way. You know, it's like you have a counterfeit dollar bill, right? Do you want a counterfeit dollar bill that's crisp, clean, with perfect edges? No. You want to crumple it up, stick it in your sweaty, jock strap, step on it and get some dirt on it so people just think it's a normal dollar bill. If I give you a wrinkly piece of paper that looks like a used, worn-out dollar bill, you're probably not even going to recognize it's fake. But if I give you some crisp, clean, absolute, pristine presentation, right, of a perfect rectangle with perfect creaseless surface, you're going to be like, this thing is fake, dude.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
That is the narrative. Yeah, Guy, thank you for sharing the Gigapan. I see that you're trying to justify your argument that you think that this is a natural formation. I don't understand how this image was taken by Neville Thompson.
On Mars?
Yeah, I mean, that's just what Gigapan says. I mean, it does say the raw image. So they have the link to the link doesn't take you to what. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Well, I don't know if this applies here, but recently we had an article that came out that had a picture and a title, right? And it made the impression that this picture was taken in a planet far off and proved such and such and so and so. And then when you opened it and looked deeper, it admitted it was a stock image, and it was just intentionally trying to get people to think about this thing by presenting like just an example image, like this is what it would look like.
I mean, could we just kind of flat out say that any time spent in analysis of these images is futile?
I don't know, man. The juice box was fun.
Because I mean, how many of these
penumbric plausible, like he was saying, like we just mentioned, the new penumbric plausible deniability is, oh, that was just an image for an example. It wasn't the actual raw file, which we keep secret. People will still believe it.
Have you guys heard how these images are allegedly transmitted from Mars? The amount of data, the amount of time that the rover allegedly has with the upload satellite link in order to upload this data, and how much of it gets transferred back to Earth allegedly, file sizes, times, and the data.
That's very interesting. And I don't even need to know the rest of what you're going to say to know that that is the possibility for interruption of the signal and implantation of a different code within the bits, right? So people could believe it's coming from here to here, while another person who understands the intricacies in the back doors of the software has been implanting fakes in the stream the whole time.
Yeah, easily. I mean, if you have somebody sitting at a station to receive data, I guarantee you their main focus is making sure that the data is received, not necessarily confirming 100% the source of where the data is coming from. All they know is that they're receiving their data into their machinery, right? If somebody says at this scheduled time, we're going to receive data from this receiver, blah, 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 as long as those schedules are met, none of it comes into question. But what I was going to talk about was there was some information provided about these kind of panoramic views that are sent from the rover, how much data they can upload at a specific time, how many megabytes or gigabytes the upload is, how big the window is for certain. I want to say it's almost like an 8-minute window where they can upload, 256 megabytes or a gigabyte or 25 gigabytes, whatever it is. I can't remember all the details, but Lou and I just kind of gave a cursory look at it and a quick back of the napkin math on it. And it would be, in order to have all the images that we have from this rover in the window that it has to upload the data, they would have to be, it's something like 30 years off on a time frame as to how much data has been received from the alleged scenarios that take place.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, do you not recognize the rhyming similarity to what I just said earlier about their little digital camera sending them the data that's going to take forever? And what did they do though? Did they wait till the end of the data? No, they preemptively tried to interpolate the data and create something rather than wait around for the rest of it to come.
Yep.
So for example, we have to, let's just say for sake of argument, it takes 3 years to receive the image. Oh, we can't wait 3 years. We have to publish something for the public. So let's just make a Photoshop rendition of what we think this data is going to be. Nothing to see here. Not disingenuous at all.
Well, these are good stories you can tell to employees, right? Like, hey, I know it's going to take 3 years to get all this information. In order for us to continue to get this funding, in order for us to still have jobs, we're going to need to just kind of give the public something. So let's kind of interpret what we have right now. This is the initial
data
stuff. And let's interpret this, small portion of data, and let's extrapolate this out so that we can at least give the public something so we can continue to have the funding and you and I can continue to have jobs, right? And then somebody who's none the wiser as to the overarching plan, it seems plausible to them. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll go ahead and do this. And then they still think that the information that they're receiving is coming from where it's claimed to come from. They don't necessarily think they're doing anything incorrect nor misleading. So you have somebody that that may be creating these images who might not consider themselves to be lying, right?
They're doing it for the better good, the greater good, as they say.
Yep. So when people ask the question of like, all these people would have to be in on it, why are all these people lying? All these people would have to know. I don't think that's necessarily the case. There's probably people within NASA that are doing specific things that, when you step back and look at it, is 100% deceptive, 100% a lie, 100% not accurate information. But the person who may be compiling all of that, putting it together, isn't in the know and doesn't think that what they're doing is deceptive, a lie, or anything along those lines, right? Robert Simmons, for example.
That's exactly who I was thinking about. It's like, yep, I don't think that he thinks he's doing anything wrong at all.
Yeah, and I would be curious. Man, I wish somebody could get another interview with that guy, because I would be curious as to his response to a question along the lines of, you created this image was put out to the public, and the public interprets this information as an actual photograph from space, and you know that it's not. Do you find this to be deceptive? What are your feelings on how the public interprets this information?
Yeah,
I think he gave his answer already.
Because it has to be.
Yeah, true. But I think his answer would go along these lines, which is what he did say is I'm creating a representation of Earth as we imagine it to be, because none of us has actually seen it from space. So we know it exists in space in a similar manner. So this is just an iconographic representation that we can look at, even though we know it's not real. It's close enough to real. So if somebody, thinks it's a photograph, it never was said to be a photograph. And if they do, I mean, nobody's going to die or, divorce their wife because they think it's a photograph. And so there's really nothing untoward or immoral going on here. This is just like, it's an artistic representation of something that really exists, and therefore there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, just think about how powerful that indoctrination is when it comes to the globe and the imagery that's painted in all of our minds, right, about what we've been told, to the point where somebody like Robert Simmons knows that he's taking flat strips of high altitude data, wrapping them around the ball, and creating what he believes the Earth to look like. Not what the data is indicating, but what he perceives it to be like, based on the indoctrination and the imagery that has been implanted so firmly in his mind as to what reality is. And I'm sure he didn't think twice about what he was doing. Like, do you think in his mind at all the possibility ever came up of, well, I'm taking all these flat strips of data and I'm having to wrap them around the ball. Why do I need to do this? Why do I need to change the shape of the images that are provided to me? I don't know. It's interesting.
Dude, it's like, for example, like why did I, in my formal art training or military career, never think about whether the Earth was a globe or flat once, not once? Right? When I did art, I just drew what I saw. Right? Like formal training teaches you to do. Or you learn perspective, but you never apply it in the sense of, is Earth a ball or is it flat? You just apply it in, this is generally how it looks in reality. So you're just matching what you see. Or in the military, it's like you never think, am I adjusting for the curve? Am I adjusting for Coriolis? It's like, no, you just laze your target and you fire. You adjust for leading, it never crosses your mind that the Earth is moving, or even that it's alleged to be moving, or that it's flat or that it's curved. It's just like, I could see the target, there it is. Why should I think anything different? Why would it think about it? Why would it cross my mind? Why should I think about it? It makes no sense.
Yeah, with most everything, you don't have to think about the shape of the Earth, right? This never comes into play. So why then, when presented with the fact that it never really needs to be accounted for within anything that we do people so vigorously fight to find out how or why the shape of the Earth needs to come into play in things like flying an airplane, shooting, artillery, all these kinds of things? Even after presented with the information, I'm a pilot, I never have to account for this stuff, but I know the Earth is a globe. Does that not, I mean, I guess it seems like now it is sparking a lot of questions within people that are in these professions. I would say more so than we even know.
Well, take calling in fire, for instance. Like me and India were talking about this the other day. right? So obviously my background is as a cavalry scout, right? So that's something I know about. So the differential on the round that's fired at the ranges that it's fired, like the discrepancy in the round placement is greater than any discrepancy that would be accounted for by anything that the Earth moving or the globe or what any of those factors would account for, right? So the variable is within 100 meters, right? And the variable for what the Earth turn crap would do is like, let's just say 10 meters. So the variable on the round itself and the ballistics and all of that are greater than that. And therefore, your round is going to hit 90 meters left or right, regardless of what you do. You see what I'm saying so far? So you have an error that already supersedes any need to take anything into account. So what do we do on the ground? Like the end, the person that's actually seeing the round hit the ground. Well, we have pre-training, right? And an expectation that the round is not going to hit where we call it in an excess of 100-meter swing, one way or the other. So that's 200 meters. So we expect it to be essentially possibly up to 200 meters away from where it's supposed to hit, which is why you don't call in fire anywhere near 300 meters where you are, or you have to say danger close beforehand, and you have to do a little bit more serious stuff. But either way, after the round hits, you bracket the round. So you guess in your mind by cues in the world how many meters it's off. And then you say, adjust, plus or minus this way or that way. And then they fire again. And then you see where it lands. And now you know, based on that, where you need to call in the third round, which is most likely going to be accurate. Okay, that's how it's done in reality. So the person actually on the ground, go ahead.
Sorry, the video Globe Earth sniper that Mountain Bear had made, I posted in chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's how it's done on the ground practically. And the variable of whatever the Earth nonsense that they claim is happening is just inconsequential at that point, as you can clearly see by the practical application of how it's done. So you could do this math all day long and say, oh, look, it definitely has an effect. You're like, okay, that sounds cool, but in the real world, nobody cares.
Yeah, it's funny how in practical life, any situation that you're ever going to be in, anything that you're ever using, any instrumentation that you're ever using to do anything in this world never has to account for the rotation or the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, and they'll say, oh, but that snipers, they have to do it, right? Because it's greater than 1,000 yards. Less than 1,000 yards, you don't have to account for any of this nonsense, but greater than 1,000 yards, you do, because for some reason, at exactly 1,000 yards, things magically change. So you say, okay, that's interesting. I wonder if I look at the data, what that shows, because you imagine in your mind that you're going to have to adjust differentially for the angle that your weapon is trained in comparative to the direction that it is off north, in comparative to your latitude and longitude, right? So you're imagining a million permutations that must be calculated for on the fly, right, in your mind. But no, that's not the case. You look at the firing tables and it's ubiquitous adjustments in the northern quote unquote hemisphere or southern hemisphere, either 4 centimeters to the right or 4 centimeters to the left. Now, that should set alarm bells off in your head.
Yeah. I've got some rifle scopes. I'm sure you do as well. Do you have any adjustment on there for Coriolis on any of your scopes?
No.
Not for
Yeah,
my
me
life.
neither.
I was anti-aircraft in military, man. Nothing about Coriolis.
Right. and that's greater than 1,000 yards. The weapon system that we used on my vehicle was able to shoot 3,000 meters, right?
Yeah.
And what does it do? It actually could shoot further than that, but the effective range, is roughly 3,000. So what do? We laze the target. It gives the system the exact range. The barrel of the system automatically adjusts for ballistic drop. And the only thing you're left to do is lead the target, because the system doesn't do that for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, once you lock on, the turret controls itself and becomes gyroscopically stabilized. So no matter where the driver turns the vehicle, you are trained on your original gyroscopic point. Okay. Nowhere in any of that is anything taken into account whatsoever. Period. Doesn't exist within the system anywhere.
For the record, AI, have you heard this comedian Owen Benjamin do the globe earth sniper thing?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, because it's very funny.
Owen Benji's does have some zingers.
Oh, sniper.
Mountain Bear made like 5 accounts on YouTube, and every single one of them got nuked.
Yeah, they have it in for that dude. Taking him
That's
down.
funny that you mentioned him because. Sorry.
No, you were saying.
No, I was saying it's funny that you mentioned Owen Benjamin because he's one of the ones that brought me to understand that there was evidence.
Owen Benjamin is a great visualization of how somebody comes to this information, and if they have a critically thinking mind and good discernment, how the mind starts to how the mind starts to realize what's taking place, right? Because he would do live streams, and he would incrementally. And on his live streams, you can see him incrementally starting to look into stuff and saying, hey, this doesn't make sense. Somebody on the globe side explain this to me, because I don't want to be in
Please
this.
no.
Like,
Please.
I don't want to believe this. Yeah.
Please
so somebody
no.
explain it to me.
Please
and then
don't
he'll
let it
get the
be.
explanation. He's like, that's
No,
bullshit because of X, Y,
anything
and
but
Z.
that.
Yeah. He's like, no. I understand your explanation, but it's missing this, this, and this, which is why it's not a good explanation. And you can just see him slowly progressing into, and it's a good exercise because he does a very good job of verbalizing how he's taking in certain information, throwing out and discarding assumptions, right? It's a good study into how somebody should critically think about information.
He's pretty smart. I mean, I think he said that he has like what, a 140, 150 IQ. So, it does lend a lot of credibility. 147? Dang, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But, smart or not, it's true whether or not, Owen Benjamin has, big wrinkly brain or not. But, it does lend some credibility to this growing movement.
Hey, when he gets to the color scale of IQ, come back and let me know.
The color scale? This is new for me. I didn't know there was such a scale.
Exactly, because you're not at that level yet. Anyway, I'm just teasing.
I'm like, their color code IQ? Okay. Oh, this does new for me.
Yeah, you never heard of the Indigo Children?
I think I have heard something like that. Indigo Children, Star Children, or something like that. But beyond that, no.
Their IQs are off numerical charts, bro. They got to have cool colors like indigo, fuchsia, periwinkle.
Nice.
And they always coveted obsidian.
Black obsidian. Dragon glass. Khaleesi.
We have some new people in the VC. No roles. Law of Love, I'm assuming, is new to the VC. I don't see any VC verified roles. Do we want to unmute Law of Love? Welcome them to the server? Do we want to do a VC check-in?
Yeah, I attempted that about an hour ago.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, not at all. Reattempting is fine. I just disconnected them so that they could try again. Looks like they just want to lurk.
Lurking's fine. Taking in the information.
The law of love is liberty, wherein we stand.
You work today? You okay, Cat?
Are you hot micing Morvis, or are you talking to somebody?
No, I'm off mic.
Okay.
The true essence of love, among many other things, is freedom. But we need to know how to be. Freedom to be is love, sure. Liberty, yes. But how to be would be the law. We're like little things that were put together. We don't know how we go together, though. We need the Creator and His laws for that. Otherwise, without law, we tend to tear ourselves apart, trying to figure out what, if anything, we should be. So love is freedom to be. The law is what we should be, or how we should be. They both appear to be necessary.
Yeah, I had a pretty lengthy discussion on another server yesterday regarding moralism or subjective morality, solipsism.
How dare you?
Yeah, things along these lines.
Well, acknowledging
I might actually been part of that.
What's that?
No, I was just saying, I think I might actually been in on some of that conversation. I remember something about it.
I guess the main implication I'm working out is without a creator, we don't acknowledge that, we were put together and, made in some sort of way, that we don't know how we should be put together, that we might do things that are damaging to ourselves if we don't acknowledge that we were put together in a certain way to function optimally, that there are certain things that we should or shouldn't do to avoid destroying ourselves without acknowledging a creator, that is. We're in danger of destroying ourselves without acknowledging the laws by which we were put together.
Yeah, kind of like not acknowledging the laws of the creation and the creator puts you into a subjective morality mindset, which basically means that morality is at the whim of anybody's subjective opinion. And at least in my opinion, that basically negates morality altogether.
It courts
and then
a
you
lot
have
of
and then you have a do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law type mentality.
And that desire for freedom and exploration never goes away. It's just changing form. We don't know how we should be, but we want to see how far we can push the limits of what we can be, how much destruction we can get away with without, being destroyed utterly. I may not experiment on myself, but I may experiment on you just to see, what it's like to, destroy you instead of myself. But, it's kind of selfish the way people operate at that level of subjectivity anyway. It's like they start experimenting on others and doing terrible things.
Yeah, that's when you become a rebel without a clue. What are you rebelling against? What are you pushing the boundaries of if you have no objective framework that you're trying to oppose?
Maybe I could live forever at your expense.
People have been wanting to live forever since probably time immemorial.
What memorial?
Time immemorial.
I wonder about that. I think the latest iteration of that is trying to do what the AI brain lace, shifting our consciousness into a drone sort of thing. I wonder about that.
Yeah, that's the current fruit that's being offered in this garden, I would say.
Isn't
They
that what
kind
this
of
whole... I'm sorry.
No, you're saying.
I was going to say, I was listening to Metal Arc. I had to cut out for a minute because I was getting a really high ping rate, so I came back. But isn't that what this whole thing is about? Is actually morality, or subjective morality. There either is an objective one or there isn't. And nobody wants to talk about this, but in each one of our lives individually, personally, that's where all of our trouble has lied. For myself.
Morality.
Yep. Every time something happens that was not good was because of me taking the reins. Thinking I'm the one in control. No. So we learn hard lessons in life. That's what they're all about. All of this stuff, flat earth, where we actually live, these things are all individual personal perceptions. We can never get inside somebody else's mind to know what they perceive.
Yeah, so I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday regarding just this, right? Somebody's perceptions. And I was trying to come to some sort of common ground as to what this other individual would consider reality, right? And we couldn't really agree upon what reality is because he was coming from the idea that based on his assumptions would be the only way that he could come to the conclusion of what reality is, meaning he would have to make some large assumptions in order for him to understand what reality is. And if somebody does not have those same assumptions, then you can't have communication as to what reality is. And kind of the example he was giving was, because I was trying to pin him down into, can we have knowledge about reality? Meaning, can we have a knowing as to anything within reality, or what we call or experience within this realm that we call real? And his presumptions that he says he was making is, well, yes, if I assume that I am not just some brain in a vat somewhere that is experiencing this reality as X, Y, or Z, because I kind of gave him the example of, you can have knowledge about this reality. And I asked him, have you eaten food today? Have you ever in your life eaten food? And his response to that was, well, I can't have
knowledge of eating food within reality, because there is the possibility that I am a brain in a vat somewhere who is experiencing this. So what I am eating could not necessarily be eating in reality because I'm a brain in a vat, not this person.
But
It's
it
a
just
very
kicks the
interesting
can down the
conversation.
road, though. It just kicks the can down the road. I mean, what's the color of the wallpaper in the room where your brain is residing? I mean, there still needs to be a reality there. And by reality, it's some sort of set of conditions that will stay around and not just vanish, based off of someone's mind. Some set of conditions that are somehow eternally maintained without blinking in and out of existence. I mean, even if you're a brain in a vat, okay, what's the color of the wallpaper in the room? Which company manufactured the vat that your brain is housed in? There's still objective, real facts that need to be determined before we can even jump onto that consideration.
Yeah, and
Well, you've already jumped the shark by asking him those questions, because you accurately in your language differentiated between a brain and the mind, right? The appropriate philosophical question when he says, "I'm just a brain in a vat," would be, why in the world would that possibly be true? What makes you think that? Like, what's the necessity of a brain in a physical location in order for this false reality to exist? Isn't it actually that the mind is the preordinate experiencer, not any physical object? And they would have to agree or lose coherency in their own assertions.
Right. I think he was establishing this brain in the vat idea so that at any point in time, a discussion about reality can go back to him claiming that there is an assumption made that we're not a brain in a vat somewhere, or blah, blah, blah. So any knowledge that is gained within reality is based off of assumption in his mind, right? Because he's preemptively making the assumption that we're not a brain in a vat, or that we're not some whatever experiencing some sort of virtual reality or whatever. It was his way of being able to establish that he could wiggle his way out of any conversation or any point about having knowledge of reality.
Wow.
It was weird.
Haven't helped them if they actually live their lives like that, because what it really is making clear in my mind is that along the way here, as we move along, there's going to be some of us that know where we are and know where we're going and have a purpose and are moving along that purpose with these living rules inside of us. Then there's going to be those that you just described who are going to just not be useful. They're going to be in the way. They're going to need to be directed. That's what they're like.
Or exterminated.
They're obstacles. They're fumbling around. They don't know what they're doing. They're like, let them be a brain event. Is that what they want? They're just accepting servitude, slavery.
No. So this gentleman did not.
Hold on. My last word. What they're accepting is victimhood, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. What this individual was. Freudian slip. What this individual was saying about the brain in the vat is he does not believe that he's a brain in a vat, right? But he's using that as he's assuming that he's not a brain in the vat, right?
Oh, but he's still allowing that possibility,
right? But he's bringing that up because we never really got back into flat Earth, right? This was somebody I started a conversation with earlier about flat Earth, and then a few hours later, another conversation. And we never got back into like a flat Earth discussion or anything like that, because when it comes down to certain things like the way that they claim that they calculate the radius of the Earth with sticks and shadows and assumptions of distance and size to celestial objects and things like that, I feel like he was establishing this assumption we're not a brain in the vat, so that no matter what you can talk about within reality, he can claim that there's still assumptions made within anything within reality, right? Because I was going along the lines of questioning of another individual as to what are the assumptions you're making within this calculation, and let's try to figure out how we can either eliminate these assumptions or establish empirically that it's not an assumption.
Yeah, so is he basically saying, bottom line is that there's no absolutes?
Correct. He's basically saying, yeah.
Okay, well, someone that believes there's no absolutes are truly lost.
Well, I guess the question does reveal a certain nature of reality that we do need to acknowledge. Reality is filled with some subjectivity of the experience, in that, reality is kind of formed for us. We come into this world outside of our control, and in many ways, a reality is made for us beyond our control, leading to some level of subjectivity. We can choose to, engage with this reality that's been partially made for us, and or not, or try to formulate a reality apart from this reality here. And that is an honest appraisal of reality, that there are parts that we can control and not control, sure. And so the question begged is, okay, if somebody else is controlling my reality for me, why can't I take control from this entity and make a reality of my own, or whatever? Or how much of reality needs to be experienced this way or that way? I mean, that's a fair question. But, that doesn't mean that there isn't such a thing as reality per se. I mean, as long as this reality that we're in is maintained constantly without changing, drastically, we still have an objective reality of some sort, no matter what's maintaining this reality for us.
Yeah, we sure do. And it's right in line with our nature. Like our nature, we've been so like people have been so separated from their own true nature. They don't even know what their nature is. They have no way of finding out who they are, because they're removed from their fundamental basics of their life. They don't even know who they are. Like when I go out into nature, I find out more and more closely who I am and where I actually am. It's amazing. Just by sitting there alone by myself in the woods. And it is so quiet.
Let's talk about that, bro.
Sorry. Okay.
Let's talk about that in light of the philosophical implications of these assertions. Okay, so he keeps saying brain in a jar, brain in a jar, brain in a jar. Okay, so let's use a rhetorical device to switch the connotations. So say, okay, what if you're a mind in a jar? Then he'd be like, well, that doesn't make sense, because a mind is immaterial. How could it be in a jar? Well, then I would posit the idea, well, we are minds, are we not? And we are in jars of clay. Now, whether or not that jar of clay is tangibly real in any existential external reality, and I use that word external specifically, because so far this argument has all been about external reality, not internal reality. You can be mistaken about the source of external stimuli that informs your internal reality, to which then gives rise to experience. You cannot be mistaken about your own internal experience, because you are present for it and experiencing it in the present moment. Therefore, those internal realities are reality, period. So if anyone wants to deny reality, they have to deny their own sentience. It's incoherent on its face.
Well,
so the only people, I'll put it to you like this, the only people who don't have a reality to experience are not people. So they would therefore be, by axiom, an NPC, a soulless nothing. And nobody actually thinks of themselves as that, honestly.
Well, since there's so much of reality that we don't control, and that we have to be under the control of something else to experience, a certain degree of faith is necessary. There are parts of reality that we can subjectively monitor and quote unquote control, and parts that we cannot. We have to submit to reality being a thing that is reality with faith. Otherwise, without faith, we're just going to go crazy and be like, how much of this am I controlling? How much am I not controlling? We're just going to have faith that reality is reality, as long as it's consistently displayed or demonstrated in this way.
Yeah, for example, by faith, we can assume that we're not the only ones who hear that chime, that Lemonbird actually hears it as well.
Oh, yes. And there's something,
what if you said, right, but what if you said, I don't hear it? Would it be rational for us to say, no, you're full of crap, dude? Or would it
I
be
might be trying to.
irrational?
It would be irrational, yeah.
Exactly, because we all have the intuition that that external world constancy actually exists in a tangible way. And we operate as if it does, proving by our behavior that we agree that it does, even though we may philosophize and pretend that it's some kind of etherical mumbo jumbo that a brain in a vat is experiencing through electrical stimuli. Nobody actually really believes that or operates that way as if they do. Their actions belie their true intentions.
And we can share a reality. You know, I can share a reality with you whether or not I constructed you, you know, in my mind, you know, with solipsism or whatever. You know, there's a reality that I submit to even with you, even though I can't control what you are in reality at all. You're an objective, concrete thing that reveals itself to me, just like I'm an objective, concrete, real thing that revealed myself to you, to share this reality.
And isn't it funny how in this topic, right, it's like, well, if the earth is flat, then that means reality isn't real. It's like, that's the go-to argument now. And by the way, this isn't that new of an argument because the Rumpus famously had a mental breakdown on the Nathan Oakley show when he was presented with the absolute fact that the horizon isn't physical. He literally said, if I can't trust that, and if the earth's not a globe, then reality itself is breaking down.
Well, I don't know about that, Rumpus. I mean, the horizon is just a visual representation to the eye. Is there physical ground? Yes, but it's not actually ramping up and blocking stuff at the level of the eyes or toward the level of the eyes. That's the part that's just a fake effigy, a fake image, an abstraction of what's there presented to the eye. Is there ground there? Yes, Rumpus, yes. But the way that it's represented to the eye doesn't quite go with reality. It's not actually ramping up. That's all. It just appears to be ramping up due to perspective. Parallel lines appear to ramp toward the level of the eyes. And eventually a horizon forms in the foreground, and anything that's way too tall appears to set in the background because you're too low to the ground.
In that
Absolutely not.
In that instance of Rumpus saying that reality is breaking down, what was breaking down was his false reality that was presented to him as reality. That's what was breaking down. And true reality was starting to reveal itself.
So true.
Right. So let's say that that's true. Okay. So we have these two different groups of people who seem to live in different realities, whether false or real. Okay. So the easiest way to let everyone have their cake and eat it too is just to change the nature of the understanding of reality to be a subjective render that we all inhabit, essentially a game world where every instance of that world is rendered to us subjectively to our player character. Now, this idea has been posited before by prominent people, not only within the flat earth, but physicists, you know, people like Elon Musk, et cetera, and it seems to be taking off. Not necessarily that we're in a video game, but that we're in a construct that is similar to one in that it's rendered for the individual on the individual scale as the individual experiences it. And you know that you've heard the similar things in quantum mechanics and stuff like that, where people, whether true or not, they say things like, you know, if a tree falls in the forest, did it make a sound? Well, the answer is no, because the tree isn't there, because there was no observer there to observe it, right? And so it didn't render. It's not rendered in reality until there's a constant observation. Lo and behold, Berkeley College is actually named after a famous guy who has a whole set of philosophy about this very subject, and using God as the grounding for the final observer that renders reality as the substrate matrix to which we all can then move in and around. Now, people will agree with that, right? But they won't call it God. They'll call it the overmind, the one consciousness, the monad, the hoobly doobly, the ether sphere, whatever.
But the thing is, it's not consistent to say that the tree can move and fall, but that, you know, air particles or whatever you think is the vector for sound can't move to quote unquote make a sound. at that point, the mechanism for a sound to be produced, aka moving tree, falling tree, moving air particles, sound, is still there. The only thing that you're questioning is whether the observer is necessary for a there to be there. That's inconsistent, though, because if the tree can move, the particles in the air can move, and aka a sound can be produced, nobody would know it, though. They just wouldn't hear it. It's not consistent to say that, oh, there's no sound just because there's no observer there. That doesn't make sense. If we explain sound as, quote unquote, the movement of the wave of air particles to produce said sound, all the conditions are there. So why wouldn't the sound be there? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's the claim. This claim is not just that there's no observer to experience the sound, is that there literally is no tree. There literally is no air. It's not rendered tangible reality at that moment. It's just an existence of probabilities within the possibilities, and it's back rendered upon conscious observation, just like in a simulation, like a video game.
Yeah, but what I find interesting about this conversation is it's completely excluding that other beings have the ability to experience the reality that we do as well, right? So if you're talking about a tree in a forest, would we have to eliminate all the birds, the snails, the beetles, all of these beings who experience reality in a similar way that you and I do and interact with reality in a similar way that you and I do? Is it just
right, so let me posit you a question. Let me posit you a question, okay? How could you possibly know that?
Well, I can know that the birds that I'm looking at right now are interacting with the reality that I'm in because I'm experiencing it, right?
Absolutely. So you're seeing a mechanical action occur in front of you. But what I'm asking you, how do you know that the birds are actually having an internal sentient experience?
Well, I would make that assumption based on the actions that they're taking, that they take in food in the same way that you and I do. They defecate. They do all of these things in a similar way that you and I do.
No
Right?
problem, but so do cars. Cars have fuel put in, they utilize the fuel, and then the fuel goes out the back end.
Yeah, you and I do this, right? There is no human being who is imparting anything into this bird in order for the bird to function. The bird is doing that
so
on its own.
then at best you've established that it's an automated machine. But what I want to know is, where's the evidence? Yeah, sure. And again, that could be automation. So what I'm getting at is, how do you know? Like, what faculty do you have that informs you that this thing has sentient experience?
Well, the closest
My
analog
interaction with them, right? When I stare into the eyes of a bird that's been in my backyard since it was a fledgling and I've held in my hands, I can know that there is some sort of sentient being behind that. Same with the bunny rabbit that lives in my backyard that I give food
but
to
you keep
and interacts with
just
me.
saying I can touch it, therefore I know it has internal experience. Those don't logically follow.
Well,
No.
what about the word growth?
Well, when an animal comes up and actually looks at you.
Well,
about that?
Yeah. But what about growth?
Are you talking about like plant growth?
No. Yeah, you said fledgling. It was a newborn bird, and now it's an adult bird, probably. So that is a function that I've never seen in the machine world.
Right. I saw it from egg to hatchling to fledgling to full blown adult.
Yeah, so we've established that it's a more complex physical mechanism. We haven't established that it has internal experience.
So with it, along that line of thinking, right, this kind of comes down to solipsism, right? So any individual that you interact with AI, you are making the assumption that they have some sort of sentience, but you have no understanding of this outside of yourself.
No, I do, but you guys just haven't got to the answer yet. There is an answer.
The answer is you will never know.
That's true.
No,
No.
what was the question? Hold on. What was the question that I actually asked, though?
Do you know that an animal is having a sentient experience based off of our sentient experiences as the template? I don't know.
What I said is,
we
what
have
faculty? What faculty do you possess that informs you that this thing is sentient?
We have sentience ourselves, thinking. I don't know, a mind.
Yeah, we not
We
only
have a mind.
Is sentience the same thing as what we have inside of us, known as the observer?
Yes, the internal experiential observer agency.
Observer, yes.
The internal observer. So obviously a machine. So for example, a machine doesn't need internal experience, a sentient experiencer to do its functions. It just gets data and carry out the programming. Nobody needs to experience it for it to function.
Well, in that case, we're talking about the ability to separate ourselves from, other things inside of ourselves. We can separate ourselves from our flesh mentally or from our mind mentally and say, I am this or I am that, or I can try to be something else. Can a bird do that? Do they have art? Do they have history? Do they say this is the beginning of the bird kind? Do they have any interest in that?
I think they just have a local. I think they have a local. I think they just have a local sentience. It's they're aware of their surroundings, where they are in the moment. Like I don't think they're really aware of. There's no way to know this though. Aware of themselves as something, where they can see them. They can't. I don't think they can see themselves as a second person like I can, which I often do with myself. I see myself as, like, I know I'm an observer. I know this body I'm in is just a conduit or I don't know how to describe it.
A vessel, like an attempt to try to present their consciousness into something else. Do you see these birds try to make transcendent art where they take like acorns and make a bird form? Do they collaborate? Do they say, hey, I'm going to project my consciousness onto you and you can project my consciousness onto me? Do they try to communicate with us? Do they try to take on words or stuff like that, or imitate us, or, let us know that they're there and, sharing experiences of sentience with us? Is there any concern with, sharing an experience with anything at all?
Well, I feel like, you could say that they share experience in a way that, during this time of the year, as birds are starting to hatch, you can see other birds feeding them, right? Helping to feed them, and or the mating pairs feed one another, right? So there has to be some acknowledgement of something outside of themselves.
That's true.
Or if I may say something really quick, or maybe we should look at this from this perspective. These things, which are not human beings, which are ultimately animals, were created to fulfill their certain type of mechanism, whatever they do. Dogs bark and do dog things, cats do cat things, right? But essentially, if we look at the human being, which is, if I'm gonna put myself into going back to what is written, the human beings are made in the image of God, so we are creators in a certain way, right? We want to create things, and that's the same as creating these theories in our mind. What are the animals actually doing? But maybe the animals, anything around you, were just created for the purpose that they have been created for. You have been created for the purpose to also create certain things within the limitation in the creation that you're created in, if that makes sense.
It does. So I think it might be. I think it might be something.
But so everything we come up at the end is just our own creation, imagination, or whatever it might be. Thinking could be a possibility, but at the end of the day, the one who knows 100% is the one who made these things, which act in the way they act over thousands of years. Dogs bark, cats meow, and I don't know, an ape makes ape noises. They have all their different ways of doing things, but I would not say that they're essentially really thinking about who they are or if they're gonna create something new, they're just gonna fulfill what they've been created for. We are actually the only ones who constantly think about creating things, same as we think about creating these theories to answer certain questions that we at the end of the day can't answer 100% because we're also within the limitation of the creation. So we have limits and we need to be honest about them. That's all. Right. So
I think we're limited by, I think of it like this, like the bird caring for its young or the wolf caring for its pack, its young, like those instinctual things about like caring for your young, feeding them, doing those things, I think are instinctual things that may be just programmed into the DNA like a seed. Has all the elements of a giant tree inside of it. So I think we have this in common with them as far as some of our instincts, but the difference between us and them, I think, is that we can actually look at our motives and decide and make a choice to do one thing or the other. Like humans are the only ones that make a choice to not take care of their young. Like I don't think birds have that. I don't think there's a link when birds just decide not to take care of their young and leave and let them, fend for themselves.
Bro.
And we also are the only ones who can create individual things. The beaver will always build his beaver dam, but a human being can create whatever he is desiring for. Once it started to create his creation in his mind, after he created this in his mind, he's going to make it physical, right? I don't know. For example, if you draw a picture or something.
Yeah, but you're basically.
Can we just hear AI's point? I'd like to just hear AI's point that he was trying to make because it's been a while.
You seem a bit upset.
What?
I don't know.
No.
You seem like okay.
No. AI, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you let me know what you said, how do you establish the knowledge of another being's sentience via your own faculties? This riddle, what is the answer to the riddle, please?
Okay, so we have a faculty that allows us to be informed about that. That faculty is called intuition. And intuition is an immaterial thing that cannot be informed by any external mechanism, cannot be explained by any external mechanism. There is no knowledge necessary by any facts that you can ascertain from the external world that proves in any way, shape, or form that other sentiences exist. It's purely an experience within your own mind that you believe it as knowledge based on your faculty that you already possess, that nobody gave you later on in life. You were born with it. Again, proving materialism is false and that your nature was informed by a higher entropic being.
Well, you also have the attempt to reprogram the programming. Does the bird say, you know what, I'm tired of flying. I'm going to make a rocket or something like that, or I'm just going to walk around instead of, flying around, or I'm going to resist my instinctual drives. I'm going to recognize them and separate myself from those instinctual drives. You know what, I'm a bird today, but today I'm going to be a dolphin or a walrus or something. That would tend to imply volitional, conscious, sentient control and recognition of one's, self on a mental level. Could the bird have a different mental experience than us? Sure, but we just don't see tokens of it that are recognizable. We see what appears to be a biological machine with maybe a little bit of recognition at best, but if so, any recognition of that isn't really generated or channeled toward technology, art, communication beyond the bird kind. We don't see many indicators that we would recognize as a sentient, volitional thinking being. It's more like a big biological machine that doesn't really address its own drives or have an interest in doing so at all.
Hey, let me ask this real quick. What about like in a case you've seen where, say, someone were to heal a hurt bird when it was in its migratory state, somewhere else, and it goes away, and then it comes back and it recognizes the person that healed him the previous season, and I've seen videos of that and stuff happen where the bird fly up to the person. And it's you can tell by the wing that it was the same bird that person healed, like a year or so before when it got hurt. Yeah, that may give a little bit of an inkling to that.
It does appear to be somewhat of a volitional process, true. I guess they're on a different level. We're put here to rule with probably somewhat, more amplified volitional faculties, and the other creations are like, I'm comfortable flying or just, crawling on the ground or my station in creation without, trying to, go too far past that. I think we're on a different level as the rulers or the cultivators, the ones who kind of, integrate a bit more information than these other entities.
Now, look, this argument actually has a point. So this was argued in the past. Because if you go with a solipsistic route where you're the only one who exists, right? And technically what that means is you could do whatever you want to whoever you want, however you want. And the only consequences would be mechanical, logistical consequences. Okay, so in light of that, where do you get the argument that other beings have rights, right? Which you can then force other people to respect. Well, the answer was already given that humans are created in the image of their creator, and therefore they have quote unquote divine privileges and rights that supersede their physical and internal limitations. Now, who made this argument? The most prominent guy, right? His name was William Wilberforce. It's how he proved that slavery was immoral. He used to campaign all around trying to get slavery back in the day canceled. And his argument was that every man is created in the image of God and therefore has specific dignity and rights that are God-given. So he grounded human value in a greater entropic source than the sum of the parts. Because if we are nothing but our parts, then killing us or enslaving us is no different than kicking over a sandcastle, as an astute atheist must agree. Or especially if you're a physicalist or a materialist. Like if you're a physicalist or a materialist and you think that humans have innate value, then where did you get the concept of a value from? Because they don't exist in the physical world.
Even worse if, we're not, sovereign entities and, we're just part of the universe. Well, then, you can dispense with a person without dispensing with, quote unquote, the universe. It makes it permissible to kill one person for the greater good, get rid of a couple people for the greater good, but the universe will still thrive without these individual people. Monstrous acts can be committed for the greater good because we're not focusing on humanity at all on an individual level or anything like that. The only thing that enshrines our rights is if we're sovereign, image bearers of a creator individually, as opposed to this collectivist caste that can survive while the individual parts are dispensed with.
Correct. And in an ecosystem where the parts serve the system, the individuals are expendable at will.
That's what they're trying to create.
A way to get rid of people that are not convenient for quote unquote whatever you define the collective as, on that day or whatever, the universe, the collective, whatever.
But it's the method that's most profitable that's used right now. The human misery is profitable for those people.
Right. So somebody listening might be, oh, I thought this was a flat earth server. What are they talking about? Well, what we're talking about is the philosophical implications of the question quite often asked. Why would people lie about the shape of the earth? It doesn't have any bearing on my life. Yes, my friend, it has deep philosophical bearing on decisions people make about the nature of what a person is and what their roles and rights are. Not only in society, but on a personal level. Okay.
I've been hearing,
so,
I've been listening.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I've been listening and I've been waiting for this question to pop up, and it finally popped up. So, I'm a flat earther, obviously. But it's good to be conspiracy minded and try to question reality to its core. But what is the point of being in a flat earth server? What is the bigger picture, right? If the world that we live in, the realm that we live in truly is flat and there's a firmament over our heads, what's that mean? Right? Subconsciously, what does that mean? Does that mean that there's a divine architect behind it all?
More than likely,
And,
yes.
I've met a lot of flat earthers, but flat earth becomes their central purpose and they basically get absorbed into the flat earth community and that's all they focus on is flat earth. But there's a bigger purpose to it all. It's not just flat earth. Flat
Well,
earth
it's
to me
hard
is
for
a
you to
big
speak
piece
for
of the
everybody.
puzzle. No, I know. I'm just speaking
Well,
in general
well,
terms. I'm just giving
well,
my
I
opinion.
agree with them. I
I
agree
There's
with
agree
them.
there's
too.
more.
I do too.
Flat earth is just one piece to the puzzle of many puzzle pieces that we're left here to put together and figure out the
Amen.
reason why are we here, why are we alive, why are we in somewhat of a construct that seems almost like a video game, right? We have a finite length, finite width, finite height, and it's almost like we're in the middle of a cosmic play between good and evil. And is good even a thing? Is evil even a thing? Does evil actually exist? Right? And these are things that I start questioning myself. And a lot of people, I was an atheist, or I was an agnostic. And then once you go down the rabbit hole and you start connecting all the bloodlines and the conspiracy theories and the flat earth, then you start questioning, is there a God? Like that's the ultimate reality. Is there a divine architect or not? And I'll mute the mic.
Well, we already know what good and bad is. We already know what actual versus conventional versus metaphorical is. Like we understand all of these things, you know. And we also all understand basically that in order for something to exist, there must be something to have facilitated that existence. Like that's just like things don't just happen for no reason, you know. So in my mind, like when it's like, yeah, there's more to it than flat Earth. Yeah, that's right, because it's not about flat Earth. It's actually about heliocentrism and why they've been lying for 500 years. Who knows what they've lied, like how far back it goes, but at least this lie specifically, this cosmic paradigm that people are believing in is a 500-year-old lie. And the question really is why? Why did they lie? You know, so once you start questioning those things, then you begin to see clarity into who actually should be questioned. Why wouldn't you question a professor? Now, it has to come to the point where the people that are already in school, not the people who finished, who are on their way out of the system, the people who are going through the system to challenge it and to stuff it up and to speak truth, there to the point that they're not afraid to say, hey, you know what? This doesn't make any sense. Why is this a contradiction? Why am I paying for this? Why are we all even here? Let's go, guys. Then the magic trick goes away. Then they have to do something else, which inevitably will happen. But I'm just saying, there's not going to be any change made without acknowledging the people who are keeping the lie going. Whenever your friend says, oh, another year around the sun, happy birthday, like all of these things are perpetuating the lie, which is ultimately murking up what would be clear as
It just
reality
it
so that
just
we
turns
could just
on
move.
it turns on the mind that's been, shut off by consensus and authority. We had to look at this flat horizon, but turn off our mind and say, we're not going to go there. We're going to believe it's a ball because of these pretty pictures we've been shown, because of all these other things that don't match, our experience. the scripture, the account from the guy who made the thing, whoever you believe in, we're going to just, turn all of that off and believe consensus and authority. That leaves the mind broken and crippled. We can't even find the truth anymore unless it's dictated to us by a power structure. And so it just turns on the mind again. And that's why I say flat earth is the final conspiracy. It gets people, turning on their mind again and discerning and looking at the truth themselves and being like, you know what, on a certain level, I can find the truth myself outside of consensus and authority. It's so pivotal in that regard and more.
If I may add, so the quality of human life, right? The heliocentric model points to atheism because we're basically meaningless life. We're an accident. We're a rock of possibly trillions of rocks or planets that are just floating through the universe, right? With no real direction. We're just an accident, right? And we're basically in this vast emptiness, and we're just this lonely little planet floating aimlessly through space, right?
Yeah. It leads to self-hatred in a way because our individual experience that tells us it's flat is meaningless. We have to get along with the collective, but we're not a collective, we're an individual. But we're basically saying in the back of our mind, I don't matter. My experience doesn't matter. I have to get along with this collectivist of, being one of millions of specks of dust in the world. And I really don't matter ultimately. My experience is meaningless and I can just, assimilate into the Borg collective. It is, in that way, a very self-hating narrative.
It's an empty
All right,
feeling.
1 second. Hold on. Elijah, you're breathing heavy in the mic, so I muted you. So if you can hear us, breathe away from the mic. You're probably riding your bike. All right, everybody continue.
Yeah, and the ball is less likely to be created because it's just wandering through the universe aimlessly, no destination, no point, going through black reaches of space, made by naturalistic laws, with no account from a creator of any sort saying this is how I made it, as far as I can tell. It just points away from creation, in that regard, as opposed to something that's obviously created, like flat, covered by a dome, motionless, stable, everything else is circling over and around us, paying homage to us. These are implications that, materialist atheist thinkers just hate. They hate that prospect. So they try to make us one of wobbling, expanding, balls that are just naturally part of the collective to take away any sort of unique individual experience of any sort.
Well, hate is I would say it's annoying. Like they're displaying their annoyance because it's inconvenient. The truth is inconvenient because a lot of people have put money into this system. Like who's gonna admit that it's all BS after they've built their life and social status around all of this, you know? So I can understand why they have this allergic reaction to truth, because sometimes it gets in the way of who they are as people, because we think that our careers and what we do is who we are. But really, that's kind of messed up, because who we are is who we are. It's just we've been made and put into this existence now, based on the governing bodies here, where that value is put on us. It's not like we don't have. It's like it's almost like we see ourselves as not having any intrinsic value, when actually we get value everywhere we go.
It's a sort of anti-logic, and by anti-logic I mean trying to escape an otherwise inescapable conclusion because you don't like the implications. I think that, if I had to, do some dime store psychologizing to try to figure out what's going on, it's a hatred of, frankly, the individual nature of God. There's nobody else like him, at least in the Christian worldview. So the hater says, you know what? I want to be just like you. I don't like your special position, and I don't like the position that I'm at. So what are we going to do? Make everything the same. Communism. We're all gods now. We're all rocketing through space. We're all the same. We're all part of a collective. Why? Because I hate your special position, and I'm going to try to take it away from you by, this hated form of collectivist communist ideology where the ball is just one of many rocketing through space. That way, at the very least, I can take away your special position and elevate my own. I think that some of it comes from hatred.
Yep, and absolutely it is, and that I think is one of the whole purpose. That's why they can't wait to get away from here, to send your mind into this Narnia space, to go somewhere else, to forget about where you stand, where we live, the system here, to forget about that. Like it doesn't mean anything. It's quite aggravating to see that this is the way it all is going.
Picture this. They say that it won't make a difference. They say, what difference would it make? Snap your fingers like Thanos. Imagine tomorrow everyone knew and accepted that the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is a lie. Therefore, all knowledge derivative of that also has to be a lie. If it's predicated off of the idea and the premise that it's a ball, then you would have to reanalyze everything.
Yep.
Which is why they say, well, you would have to throw out all of science and this, that, and the third. Well, really, no. You just have to, like, everything that came with the worldview based on us living on a sphere. You would have to figure that out. But the bottom line is, if everyone understood and accepted that it wasn't a sphere today, the fact that, like, just because it's a thought experiment, right? When people say, what difference would it make? Well, technically, if we're having a little thought experiment, right, then all of the professors, all of academia, pretty much, like, everything would stop tomorrow because they couldn't just go on telling you the same shit they was telling you yesterday.
Yep, exactly.
Then the propaganda on TV, literally everything on okay, maybe I can't say literally, but I mean Universal Pictures. Every time you see a globe in an anime or when they're in space, like that's like 90 something % of the time there's like some sort of globe or some sort of heliocentric residue. So it's like, if we knew tomorrow that it was flat, then all of that would be cringy. That would have a major impact on societal conversation and psychology.
Yeah, and all the other things that go along with this too, Elijah, and everyone else listening, that people would go back to looking at the ground we live on. They would start planting food again. Instead of all this wasted space that's not being utilized for its purpose to grow things for us, there would be food everywhere. People would just grow things again instead of this blankets of useless grass.
Hold on a second. What you're trying to say is that they wouldn't have hopes in the future that one day their children would be saved from this earth by Elon Musk's kids to travel to another planet where they found this little hole in the ground, and they're like, oh my goodness, we could all live in that hole in the ground on another planet, which doesn't support life. Oy, oy, oy.
Praise Elon Musk. But the thing is, with a shell game or a proxy, a Ponzi scheme, you start looking for a return on your investment after like maybe 1 to 5 years, and you're like, where's my money? It's the same thing with the space narrative, except multiply that times 40 or 60 years. We basically had faith in this Ponzi scheme that hasn't delivered and ignored every time they made a pronouncement of going to space here, not delivered, going to space here, not delivered, because of our level of faith in the institution. Well, some people will choose to keep faith, but I just don't have faith in it anymore. As far as I can tell, the Earth is flat and covered by a dome, and the rest of their narrative is just ball, crap, basically.
And I don't remember seeing a warranty with any of their space product that I got for what I paid for. I wonder when people are going to ask for their money back. That's what needs to happen. I want my money back.
Yeah, they're basically funneling their money towards some sort of other project with what they're really doing with the bases in Antarctica or whatever they're doing.
Think
So
about who.
stinks.
Think about who worked for all that money that they stole from us, our parents, and our grandparents for the last 70 or 80 years.
Yeah.
How much money is that?
It's a lot of dough, a lot of money. I mean, they're like, oh, it's just a couple millions of dollars a day. It's nothing. I'm
Yeah,
like,
so
well,
all those
that's more
little
money I'll
pencil
ever see in my
pushers,
lifetime.
so all those little pencil pushers and bean counters, they just need to go back to, tilling the soil, perhaps.
And, we're still going to have problems even with or without the flat earth. So people are like, at the end of the day, people are going to be the same, but we have one more truth to help us peer through the lies. And that is an eternal comfort in this hellish world of lies and deception. One more truth, can give you the strength and the faith to go on. That alone is worth, so much.
Yeah, it's too late for me. I know I'll never see any of the rewards of most of my labor throughout my whole entire life. We only are getting a fraction of value out of how much labor. Well, I would die to change that for my children.
Well, we get to see a little bit of it, Sonny. I mean, that's what generations and civilizations are for. 1,000 years ago, when they were, waging war to have a peaceful place to live and set up a civilization, they're like, you know what? I may not get to see the iPhone. I may not get to see the horseless carriage, aka the car, but I could set up conditions where my children can go forward and do this. And, maybe I can smile down on heaven on them, because I helped put that in place with my little action. It's
Yeah,
a little baby steps that count. A little truth here, a little truth there, a little fight here, a little fight there. We don't have to do it all on our own, but we can do little steps to try to get, closer and closer to that mountain, that goal, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I would do anything to change that.
One little step. And we were blessed by people that fought the wars, put down the infrastructure, gave us plumbing, running water, did the work, built the stuff, sacrificed, worked, slaved, toiled, just to get us to where we are today. We can do that for the future too if we wish.
Yep. This is really the ultimate culmination of this conversation. Really, I think it's the highest level, or we're getting there. I appreciate all of you being here.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Yeah, same back, man.
So the flat earth is a key baby step. Next up, we have to deal with the pawns of scientism, putting their shills and disinfo agents in these fora, trying to stall and take the conversation nowhere, and peek past their ball crap and see what they're hiding exactly.
That's why it's very important because, again, it's the heliocentric religion. It isn't the globe Earth religion. The globe Earth is a byproduct of their entire cosmology and philosophy, really. And they're just trying to pass it off as something that just is, and people accept it as just is. And we're here to tell people people actually know. I don't know why we all thought it just is. Sure, when we watch media and we watch TV personalities and when we speak to each other, we think it's just is. But whenever I look to an actual authority, they speak ambiguously. In fact, sometimes, hi, how you doing? Sometimes they actually even indict themselves. I always bring up Edwin Hubble, who basically says there's no justification for our cosmology. So we'll just come up with something else that'll fix it, move it along. The bottom line is, yeah, the problem is we actually just need to address the heliocentrist. And the biggest purveyors of that are, y'all know who it is. We have to actually question the people in power. Like I got more spiritual power between me and two other people here than in any big cathedral. But they're running things.
Running things because of their
And we
access
can't
to the
question
knowledge. Yeah.
them. And we're not allowed to question? No. Nah. When we begin to question the right people, that's when that's when the real stuff begins. This is baby stuff. This is them being nice, I think.
Mm-hmm. And where are they? Why don't they come and confront this? Because
it's a lie. There's nothing
yeah,
to do other than expose themselves.
yeah, exactly. So that's what we're here to do. Help with.
Question. Why would they ever confront something that's part of their plan? The confrontation is going to be executed by people naturally, or by them according to their ever evolving synthesis. Right? All this stuff's going to be synthesized into the new syncretic world order, one way or the other. Make no mistake about it. It's not going to fly Earth all of a sudden have this revolution and everyone's now on the truth side. Well, it's not going to happen.
You're roboting, bro.
Yep, you're at a 5 to 10% ratio of roboting right now.
Yeah, for a while I could understand it, but then the phase.
Yeah, me too. I wasn't going to say nothing, but the
phase inversion.
That's how you know we're all becoming robots. It's like I actually began. I was understanding it, and I just decided.
Me too.
Why say
No,
anything?
it's about a threshold. There becomes a time where it is not practical. But there is a certain level of roboting has become generally accepted.
That's what I'm saying.
it comes
It's
in
a
little
phase
packets. So
inversion. When it's at a certain phase, it's hitting all the right points. And when it inverts the phase or shifts the phase, then you're losing those words.
Something like that.
So it'll hit on the spaces instead of the words.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's magical.
That's just my musical coming into play there.
People control, people with access to information. They're like, the truth in your hands may allow you to reach your purpose and possibly rule over me. So I need to keep you ignorant of the truth. I need to lie and or deceive you or lead you down a rabbit trail that goes nowhere. Otherwise, who knows what you would do if you had the power of the truth in your hands?
How old does the heliocentric model go? How far back?
500 years. 500 years.
Any some other opinions?
Yeah.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. the history, 500 years. It's when Copernicus said, "Hey, I think we're moving around the sun." That's when it started, 500
Yeah.
years ago.
No, I've heard that, but I've also heard Copernicus got his knowledge from even older information that he was exposed to.
Okay, but nobody adopted any of these ideas until around then. It
Mhm.
wasn't modeled and propagated until that's what the history says. That's it.
Keyword
Now there
mystery.
Because
yeah,
the only reason I
that's the
say
thing.
this,
So when it comes to God, what Gospel Bearer is about to say, yeah, the idea that it's a ball is way older than 500 years. I would say, but then that takes a lot more research and you know. But you said heliocentrism. You didn't say.
yeah,
Just
the
so
fact
happened
that
to
it's a
align.
ball.
It just so happened to align with the age of exploration and those other events. You can't leave that out. A lot of things were happening during that same period. Books were being printed, that kind of stuff. Maps were being made, explorations were going on. They were trying to figure out, where are we? Yeah, we know it's flat, boss. We came back. We used elevation angles the whole way. We found our way. It's flat. Well, shit, we can't tell them that. We're already invested in this globe thing. Uh-oh. We're printing books and stuff. We better take this narrative and take hold of it, or it's going to get out of control with these pagans. We better incorporate them in.
Ultimately,
What were you gonna say, Gospel Bearer, about the mystery school?
Well, apparently there's 7 of them. Tibet, Japan, England, North America, Australia, Romania, and Africa.
Like 7 continents.
Huh.
Wow. That's shut up, Gospel. Listen, we're not gonna continue this coincidence
Oh, but
trail.
did you hold the phone? Did you get my correction? Did you get my correction from earlier?
No, I think I might have missed it.
I pinged you and Chocolate, which I see is in the VC right now, and I also pinged Miggy, which is not here right now, but I was incorrect on one detail, and that is Rick Astley was not 33 years old. He was apparently 41 years old, somewhere between 40 and 41 years old. So,
But 4 minus 1.
Yeah, you clarified that
Huh?
earlier to me.
Are you a
yeah,
coincidence theorist, Gospel?
now earlier I made a mathematical error, and I'm just setting the record straight that I did make a mistake. Now, on the other hand, Rick Astley's birthday is still 2666, so there is that. Why did this come up? Because Roger was talking about how NASA included a Rick Astley tweet in one of their videos and how peculiar that was. So I just, for kicks and giggles, looked up a little extra information about him and noticed that he was born 2666. Not that that means anything necessarily at all. And then I was like, well, when did the Rickroll take off? And I made a major mathematical error. He was somewhere between 40 and 41 years old when that happened. But anyway, with this, though, this is just, yeah, absolutely. There's still the mystery schools. Now, the issue is there's 2 in Asia, but none in South America. I don't know if this is relevant to anyone, but I was just
Another coincidence.
thinking about South America. I was like, out of all of the places in the world, where are the most revolutions taking place? There was a connection here that I thought was really interesting about South America. It's also, there's one other special detail about South America
There happens to be
revolutions.
the most flat earthers there.
Okay, there's that.
So they say.
I think also what I found out, and I could be wrong, somebody correct me, but I think it had to do with specifically sodium hexafluoride, not sodium hexafluoride. Whatever the special ingredients are that they put in municipal water. That was one of the details that was lacking. But there's a whole different culture in South America, basically, and I've just drawn a blank on the one particular detail that makes a big difference. South America is an interesting place. But yeah, it's apparently one of the only continents that doesn't have one of these mystery schools where
Can I
they
give you a
teach
coincidence?
the ancient teachings.
Can I give you a coincidence theorist test?
Yeah, sure.
Gravity was supposedly come up with by Isaac Newton in 1666. Coincidence?
Maybe.
Nah, that's not.
Do you want only yeses or nos?
Yeah, it's got the test.
Yeah. I'll do only yeses or nos.
But I understand. It's a little more nuanced than that. I get it, right?
I'll say yes.
Okay. Then I think this will definitely be yes. But the Selenilian eclipse that debunks the heliocentric model. First time it was supposedly ever spotted and recorded. First time it was ever recorded was 1666. Coincidence.
See, more details. I start to lean.
How many more of these do you have?
I start to lean to no. Go ahead.
You probably the rest of them. So here's one that I would the curvature rate 0.666 feet per mile squared.
And I would attribute that to contrived, and I would say coincidence on that.
Yeah, actually, I kind of agree on that one.
8, 12. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, sun goes. We go
So
around the
let's
sun.
hold on. Let's synthesize those two things, because in order for both of those to be true on a globe, and that observation be possible, they need a miracle, and that miracle is, of course, their mystical, magical refractometer, right? Now, too bad. The United States government just recently hired universities in cooperation with Boeing to test some lasers of 3 different wavelengths. They all hit the same target over 120 kilometers away. Now, anybody who knows anything about the globe refractive model and still is a glober should be shivering in their boots right now, because they would recognize that different wavelengths of light have a different refractive index. So if all 3 lasers hit the target 120 kilometers away, when they should have been separated by 20 feet, means that now officially validated that your atmospheric refraction that you dream of at night, right, and while you pet your globe plushie, doesn't exist.
Yeah, can we
So
get some documentation?
I rest my case.
Where can I find this info?
Bro, I will hook you up.
Thank you, brother.
All
I was
right.
trying to find laser weapons by the military in depth, and I was just getting blocked everywhere.
I start off with the 8 inches out of 12 inches being contrived, but then I look, then I find this article. There's 63,360 inches per mile.
What do you say again?
Yep, 63,360 inches per mile. There was a mile was defined to be 80 of Gunter's chains, and each chain was 66 feet long. So if you read this article I posted, it starts to make it feel a little less comfortable to just simply say, yeah, probably a coincidence.
Yeah, it's like a preponderance. Like, that's why I throw the curvature rate in there when I do that on the mic or whatever, because it's like the point being made is you think these are all collectively coincidental, because that's when you become the conspiracy theorist, like that.
Coincidence theorist.
Yeah. Because that's just ridiculous, man. Like, that's repetitive coincidence, coinciding. Okay, the North and South Arctic circles are at 66.6 degrees. Now, Google has updated it to 66.5 in the last couple of years, but nevertheless. So, what do you think? Coincidence?
No, I think a lot of those numbers are not a coincidence.
Yeah, like
And
the amount of Newton's gravity is on Earth, 666.
the amount of what?
666 Newtons
Oh.
is, yeah.
Oh yeah. No, no, definitely not. And the thing about Newton is you can validate the lack of coincidence in looking into what he was interested in and what he studied. The ancient mystery school religions of Babylon is what he spent multiple millions of words writing about. Anyway, that article that I posted definitely has the 33s, the 66s, lots of special numbers in there.
Yeah, we
Go
go
on.
around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Coincidence?
No.
They came out with a patent to monitor body activity through like basically a crypto network. And the patent was 2020-06-06-06. Coincidence?
I didn't think that was a coincidence when I saw it either. Nope.
Yeah. The thing they use to inject into people to track the light activity. Well, no. Yeah, that's luciferase.
Yeah, luciferase. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, luciferase. And then the world's biggest observatory, owned by the Vatican, named Lucifer.
Yeah. No, well, no, I don't think that this really contrived. So yes, on purpose.
Right. Yeah.
Not even covert, just overt symbolism. Yeah.
Yeah. The point that I guess I'm making is the table flips. The scripts flip where it's like you become the one that's unfounded and grasping at straws if you just claim that it's collectively repetitive coincidence. Because that's contradictory, man. Like if you just say coincidence, but they're related, if the things are related, then that's very illogical.
You're a coincidence theorist.
Yeah. But you would definitely get coincidences on the etymological tip, huh, Gospel?
But see, is it a coincidence because it's
homophones?
Because
yes. But like I was saying, a homophone can be used. It's like the eye of the newt. What's it? I don't think that if I had a newt, like a pet newt, I don't think that there's any special power in the eye of the newt.
Oh no.
You get what I'm saying? What's it?
Not like
just because the witch uses the eye of the newt in her recipe does not make me think that the eye of the newt has some type of inherent power. I guess he had to go.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, like I agree. Like
I get what you're saying, but what I think, but it's
you didn't get to see my meme last night, did you, Elijah?
I don't think so.
I'll post it again.
But I'm saying like the things that are coincidental, at least right now, is like it's a lot of numbers that are that show up again and again and again. Isn't that probably just because of a mathematical framework?
Yeah, typically, yeah, exactly what it is.
Which makes it literally like it's. Well, wait a minute. Wouldn't that make it not coincidence? Oh, the gospel's right there.
That's exactly
No.
right. And so you would craft the entire mathematical framework, like the location of the North and South Arctic circles.
Yeah.
Like you can't do too much with that, man. Like,
well,
that's
it's
that's kind of arbitrary, I guess. Actually,
I would argue it's homage. I would argue that someone is paying homage to a thing that they're believing in. And I would leave it just at that until more evidence was provided. But I would leave it at that alone.
Homage.
What's that?
Homage. They're paying homage to the father of lies.
Did you see my meme, Elijah? Now, homage is a really interesting word because it implies that you're paying tribute or faithfulness to a feudal lord who makes war against another. Isn't that interesting? Homage. What a good word. I'm gonna have to remember this one. I feel like I'm sending telegraphs when I ask questions. Elijah must have got preoccupied. Speaking of telegraph, obviously telegraph does mean tell, lie, graph.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why they use telegraphs in statistics. Wait a second, that's not what telegraph means.
Anyway, where's this number 6? Where's this number 666 come from anyway?
Revelation.
Oh, I keep seeing it all the time, everywhere.
Yeah, but what is it? What is it the number of? What is it the number of in the book?
Number of a man, which I think is Solomon.
There you go. The number of a man. So the origin of this number isn't the devil, quote unquote, it's man.
Well, a man, right?
So it could be, well, yeah, you might say a man or a man in general, like the measure of a man, whatever. Right. It's a general term.
Yeah.
Or a spiritual being inside of a meat suit.
Yeah. Sure, but the point I was trying to make is that these numbers and ratios are inherent in the world and in mankind. They don't have.
Yeah,
but like how fast we're going around.
That's why some people say math is reality, but that's like kind of you're kind of not thinking of it in the right way. It's just like,
like
the way you quantify
for example,
something is
the golden ratio, right? The Fibonacci sequence. These things are intrinsically a part of, quote unquote, what we experience in the world. Like we see it everywhere. It's just there. Like we recognize it. Oh, look at this spiral. It follows the Fibonacci sequence. This thing follows the golden ratio. Everything seems to have this numerical order to it and these ratios.
Yeah. Like we're just kind of describing
even beauty.
The ratio.
Yeah, even when you do surveys about beauty of men and women, like when they follow the ratio, people will say rank them higher on the scale.
But I mean, they clearly threw the number in there or something, though. You know, like how fast we go around the sun. I mean, I guess it's all relative, though. That's what's interesting about it. All the numbers are relative, but when you can just move around numbers, I mean, you can if you had a goal to get 66,600 around the sun, all you have to do is manipulate like the size and distance of the sun. But it's very interesting how it was done because then you have to keep it within a certain relative parameter to the moon. But of course, it is relative, so you could just change the moon
and to its angular size.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is a certain limitation that's based upon a ratio system.
Yes, but it's just like since it's a ratio system, you can fluctuate one to fluctuate the other. but it would definitely be a bit tedious. I think it would be pretty tedious. Like
yeah, kind of like my taxes.
Yes. I don't know. That's why I kind of lean towards it's almost like I don't know that just humans alone kind of did this. I don't know though. I'm not making any claims, but it just seems very wild that they were able to pull. But I guess you fidget with numbers long enough, you can.
Hey, I just posted a photo going back to ancient Sumer, right? Showing a heliocentric model in their petroglyph with the sun in the middle. Now, granted, it shows what looks like to be 13 planets, but still, I believe that the heliocentric model comes from the occult, and it's a lot older than 500 years. Copernicus just absorbed information, probably from reading occult history, really. I mean, I really don't, we can speculate, but the Egyptians also were sun worshippers, and they
Yeah,
had in their
Elijah
mythology.
wasn't disputing that, by the way.
No, I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to share what I believe to be the truth, but who knows, right? Also, now I don't know how true the information from Thoth or Thoth, Trismegistus. There's two of them. There's Thoth and there's Thoth Trismegistus. Some people conflate them. There might be two different characters. We really don't know. We can speculate. But even he said in his writings that the sun was at the center of the universe, and same thing with the emerald tablets of Thoth that apparently were discovered in the Atlantean chamber and the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now I don't know how true this is, but apparently Alexander the Great, he set on his mind that when he went to Egypt, he wanted to scavenge for artifacts, and he ended up finding in the Great Pyramid of Giza. We're going back, 400, 500 BC, and they were robbing graves, and they found these emerald tablets, and they were written in Phoenician script, Paleo Hebrew, and apparently in those tablets, it also talks about heliocentric model, and it talks about the bottomless pit, or what the Greeks called Hades, a bunch of other stuff. It's pretty interesting. But at the end of the day, it's all occultic, and it's the occult that perpetuated the heliocentric model and the sun at the center of the universe, apparently.
Well, okay. For one, like this picture right here with the sun, I mean, that doesn't actually mean, like, for example, like there's like a Ptolemaic interpretation from back in the day where, the way it's basically like it is like the sun being in the center and the stars kind of all moving relative in a weird way. Like the way they tracked everything, they'd use the sun as a reference point. But that was a geocentric model, right? So, like, I mean, you would have to say that they're saying that one of these circles is the Earth out in the sky with the sun. So I don't know about the Emerald Tablet thing, but I mean, I know of those. Those are kind of hard to get to the bottom of, to be honest, like validity wise.
Point.
Yeah, it's hard to really vet this information. That's why I'm saying I take it with a grain of salt, because I really don't know. But there is some sort of historicity to heliocentric model going all the way back to Egypt. And
wait. Can you substantiate that claim?
Right, I'm driving right now. I'm at my job, but I would definitely, when I get home, I'll definitely post sources and links to resources where you guys can vet the information yourself.
There's also links
that
to
would
ancient Jewish
be
mysticism, similar thing, and a lot of people believe they got it from the Babylonian times, or predates the Babylonians.
Definitely. The quantum physics, quantum mechanics, all goes back to Babylon. And
It's
the beginning
all
of the universe, the Big Bang.
kind of.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't.
The Kabbalah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Einstein, Newton, they all read the Kabbalah. They all read the.
Yeah,
ancient-
keep talking. Show me the double slit experiment in the Kabbalah right now. Or do we have to wait for you to get home? Fucking clown.
What do you mean? First of
What
all,
do you mean? Support the
I'm not
shit
trying.
that's coming out of your pie hole.
Wow, bro. Why you?
Wow, yeah. Support your shit that's coming out of your pie hole.
Bro, everybody has a chance to express their thoughts and opinions. You don't have to come at me.
This isn't a fucking opinion server or a feeling server, clown. That's your first mistake. You're in the wrong forum. Go find an opinion in a feelings forum. And when you can support what you say, as in cowbell, then you can come back. Okay?
So,
is that good?
I don't know if anyone heard what you just said because the stream was robot, I think.
I heard it.
Could have been me, though. Okay.
So does anyone have any problem with that? Am I out of line? Or are we going to make this an opinion and feeling server? Get Indio in here. Let's see what he has to say.
How does that make you feel, bro?
Yeah.
He was speculating the idea that the heliocentric model may not be as new as some of us think. I kicked back though. I mean, speculation.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, if he could support that, that's fine. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but quantum racer, this is a problem with this type of discussion is that oftentimes people use that word quantum mechanics when they're really talking about Kabbalistic mumbo jumbo, not the actual science of quantum mechanics. They conflate the terms and really don't parse it out before they say it. And then you're summoned from the ether sphere, drop anchor, you teleport and you arrive, so, if people, look, you guys, if you want to use scientific terms, kind of know what you're about to say and parse it out. I mean, be fair to yourself and to everybody else.
Yeah. If you don't know what you're talking
Notice
about.
how if I ever say something like that, I go like this, quote unquote. That is plausible deniability.
Hey, Quantum, I had
anything though, right? I mean, if you're going to speak to something, especially in a server like this, if you're going to talk to something, make sure you got all your ducks in a row. Is that too much to ask?
I'm out,
if you
guys.
come a half step in
Don't kill each other while I'm gone.
If you come a half stepping in here, you're going to get your ass handed to you. I'm going to tell you that. Quick.
Well, sometimes people want to assert things and then bring evidence later. Like, well, then tell us the story later, man. Like, I could be watching other YouTube videos or something.
Exactly.
Hey, Quantum, do you have a good source or what you would consider the best relevant data or information or possibly videos or things like that regarding
His
the
website?
double slit experiment?
My YouTube channel?
Oh, you've done the double slit on your YouTube channel?
I think through the years, I think the double slit is on there. The most I've done with is my namesake, the delayed choice quantum eraser. It's definitely on there.
Okay, where you've actually performed these experiments?
No, I don't perform that damn experiment.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking for, like information regarding people actually doing the experiment, the setup.
Yeah,
like
just go on
the
my
most
channel.
comprehensive. Okay,
just go on my channel, right? No, you don't have to go there. Go to any one of my videos or Nathan's videos, and then hit description, and then you'll see the different quantum eraser and quantum mechanics stuff in there. And then there's one person performing the experiment for you. I think it's at the bottom. Been too long since I looked. Hold on a second. Show. You hit show more. You know where I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have. Let's see what we got here. We got science versus scientism. quantum mechanics, double slit, and the quantum eraser. That one's explained. You also have the double slit experiment, and then you also have light as a particle in the menu right there. So go through them, and if you have any problem, you can PM me. How about that?
Okay. Light's instant though, bro.
Hey, QE, was the observed phenomenon, wasn't that diffraction or something like that?
Say
Or
again?
is that not? What was the
I
observed
can't hear
phenomenon
you.
for the
Who's
double slit?
speaking? I can't
This is
hear.
Coso. Oh man.
Hold up. Let me
Can
turn you up.
anybody else hear me?
Hold up. Where are you?
Right here, Coso. Can you hear me? Check. 1, 2.
Coast. Oh, there you are. Let me turn you up. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what was the observed phenomenon? Was it the diffraction pattern or something like that? For the double
Yes,
slit?
diffraction is it depends on what experiment you're talking about.
Okay.
In Thomas Young's, not Andrew Thomas Young, but actual Thomas Young. I think you know what? I think that numpty's named after him. I'm going to have to check that out. I'm going to have to vet that. The new word today is vet. Now what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, Thomas Young in 1801. Yeah, he threw some light through a slit, and you can go look at that stuff right there. That started the whole.
Hey, so QE, if I had a string and I stretched it across the room to the other side, and then I moved the string from my side, and we followed the movement going through the string all the way across the room, and then you asked me, "Hey, Austin, how long did it take that string to get to the other side?" I'd be like, "What are you talking about, bro? It's already over there."
That's pretty funny.
Would the proper question be what was the rate of induction?
Oh God.
I'm not doing that right now. But maybe.
I'm pretty sure you were just doing it. Pretty sure you were.
I have a policy that I instituted about 8 months ago is to not talk about light with flat earthers. Mainly, I usually say pretender clown flat earthers, but since Witsit's here, I don't think he falls in that category. I don't put him there. But my policy in general is not to talk about light anymore. I've done it for about 6 years. Nah, let's make it 7 in the flat earth community. About 8 years before that, with the general evolution fucking numpty dipshits. However, we can talk about something else because light and everything else acts the same way. So why don't we just talk? We can just move on to something else. Let's talk about proteins. Because we can throw proteins through the double slit experiment and they do the same fucking thing. So let's do protein. How about that?
Good. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it.
Everything does the same thing. Why is everything associated with light? Por favor. Not
What
you,
if we sent
everyone else.
What if we sent enzymes?
Yeah. Everything.
Proteins.
I already told you that.
Are you looking for an answer to why is everything associated with light?
Nope. I'm saying, why does everyone I already know the answer to this question. It's sort of rhetorical, but I just like to point that out there. Everyone, maybe the penny will drop.
Can you tell us the answer?
Because it's
yeah.
it makes you feel enlightened.
You're the expert in the house, so you're not going to keep these secrets to yourself, are you?
A secret, man. Yeah.
I just want to let QE know that it's not por favor, it's por favor.
Oh, shoot.
Listen, I'm a gringo, man. I say it the way I say it.
Yes. As long as you fix it, it's all good.
I only give poor favor.
Elijah, you're roboting, man.
Yeah, that mic's doing a really poor favor right now.
What I hear this morning, I heard that the Baltards are jumping headfirst in the cement pond with the Coriolis effect again. Is that am I correct?
Oh, and now Cavendish is a measurement.
I didn't hear that one. I just heard people were coming out with another new twist on the Coriolis. They want to play whack-a-mole again?
I see what you did there with the new twist on the Coriolis.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody notice when they start talking about anything like this, everything has to stop. No more wind currents, no more crosswinds, no more humidity layers, no more temperature differentials, none of that. It all has to just stack up evenly and stops when the glober starts talking about it. Then when they stop talking about it, everything goes back to normal. Shit's all moving again.
This is what I heard this morning. I heard that, and if somebody's in here, correct me if I'm incorrect, that the Coriolis effect doesn't apply to two-dimensional objects.
What does that have to do with reality?
Does anyone? No, I couldn't believe when I heard it. I said, "What? Wait a second. What?"
Two-dimensional objects.
Now, does it apply to two-dimensional objects, or it doesn't apply to? I gotta ferret that out. I did.
Not even a sheet of paper is a two-dimensional object.
Shut up! Don't, Sonny. Don't shut up. You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill him before I can corral him.
Could anything 2D be classified as an object at all?
Say again?
Oh, he really went in there and just slayed it out.
So, yeah, Blue Marbles saying since they now Cavendish is not experiment, it's now a measurement. Therefore, since they measure gravity, gravity's free.
Wow.
Is that the new thing?
Yep.
Yeah, because they did this experiment where they were like, "I'm going to show how it's wrong," because I just poo-poo on their gravity with electrostatics all the time. So they like put it in a Faraday cage, so one ball outside of it, one in it, then grounded it, and say that they proved that they measured gravity.
That they measured it. Well, I got Blue on recorded that he said it was an experiment, and then that Cavendish found or somehow came up with a couple different things, and I think I have him saying that it wasn't a measurement. I have to go back and listen. It's one of the numpty clips.
Oh, dude, they say everything though, right? I mean, it just changes with the wind.
Right. Yeah, this is like maybe this weekend or Friday.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it just depends on how well you destroy their argument, QE, because they're just gonna say something no matter what. So when you get them in the corner, they just say whatever they can.
Yeah, I know they're just making shit up, but then you just laugh at them. You know that too well.
Yeah, like they just get words out. It's really wild. In fact, what's really easy about debating the Globe Zealots, in my opinion, is just they're going to disagree with what you say no matter what. So you just use that to your advantage, and you just tactically set them up. Because they're going to disagree with everything you say. So it's that simple.
Yeah, I've been doing that for 7 years.
And then they look it up for 2 seconds and they're an expert after that.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So you're like, what you just said? That's not true. You're so dumb. And then they look it up and they come back and then they're about to teach you about it.
Yeah. You've had some classics down. I think some of yours are in the numpty clips too, man. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to them again.
Yeah, those people, man. I had to delete that whole server, man.
Oh yeah, I did too. It's been a while now. I felt that I needed to get a shower, even with it not even me going there, just with it in my Discord choices.
I mean, you can literally say anything and they're going to disagree with you. It doesn't at all have to be about the Earth.
All knowledge is belief.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Brenda, last night.
Last night?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
All knowledge is belief.
Brenda with Witsit. I got Brenda's greatest hit with, and Witsit's part of it. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's really easy. That's a perfect example. Like, Brenda's going to disagree with everything you say. It doesn't actually matter what it is.
I started posting all of his citations, like the shoe one, the donut hole one. Yeah. So everyone could listen to those citations from him.
Oh, like, okay, for example, Brenda was talking about like relativity. I'm like, so yeah, the idea basically in layman terms is if you were to go the speed of light, then you'd experience timelessness. She's like, yeah, that's a fact. It's been proven. It's just subjective. It's a fact. And I'm like, wait, so you proved the top speed of light and that if you attain that speed, you'll experience timelessness? Well, no, that's impossible. You can never do that.
Right? In the same breath, right?
Yes, dude. Like, so, right, back to back.
Yeah. And they don't think there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
Did she realize it, or she was just going on?
Well, I think that Brenda realized it, but honesty is not on the top list. Like, she had to because I pointed it out. I just laughed incredibly hard at her, and whatever. But so then all they do, of course, is they invoke like atomic clocks, and they try to claim they proved time dilation, which adds validity to the idea, to the theory, which somehow makes the theory true. Right.
Yeah, they've been using Pound Rebecca, was replica pound experiment, quote unquote.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because how could you ever even test such a claim that if you went the speed of light, you'd experience timelessness? What?
How dare you not believe that your feet are older than your head?
I have a theory that when things are really, really stupid, they sell them as if they are profound. Because that's the only way they can, because it doesn't make sense. So then they leave the audience that's perplexed with the impression that it's just too profound for them to fully understand.
Right.
Too profound.
The stupidest things, I swear, that's like Elon's go-to move, Everything he says is stupid, but they're like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I can't even listen to that guy without cringing inside. It's literally, this guy can't even make one sentence without having long pauses between thinking or saying something. It's really weird, and everybody in the comments on YouTube is always like, "Wow, listen to this man."
It's
Such
You're
a
not smart
weird
enough.
it's a syndrome.
You're not smart enough to know what the functions of a ball are. Yeah, drop over distance. That's too difficult for all of you. You're going to have to go back to school, get a degree in standard geometric shapes. It's so complex.
Hey, there's a compilation of Brenda in the live stream.
Oh, I'm gonna listen to that as soon as I'm cruising.
Thank you, Gooey.
Hey, does anybody know?
Scary thing about.
I was just going to ask if anybody knows if the Lorentz contraction was first figured prior to any time dilation alleged experiments with clocks and atomic clocks.
There was some.
Yeah, of course.
It was first a postulation, right?
Pretty much, yeah. They said that as an object picks up speed, it approaches the speed of light and takes on mass or something like that from moving faster and faster. They termed it more like a Lorentz expansion. this light is making it move faster, and these particles are picking up so much energy and shaking so violently it's starting to dissociate and expand. It was really a Lorentz expansion as opposed to a Lorentz contraction. But it was basically postulated that as an object moves closer and closer to the speed of light, faster and faster, it picks up energy, starts shaking violently, and more or less dissociating or expanding, from that fast movement, like a Lorentz expansion. But a
Was
Lorentz
Lorentz
contraction, what was that?
was Lorentz first attributed to Michelson-Morley, or was there any type of postulation of this Lorentz contraction prior to the Michelson-Morley?
I think that was a separate researcher, and he was doing different work with different postulations. I think they tried to apply the Lorentz expansion to kind of reverse it and say a Lorentz contraction to explain why the instruments aren't acting right, and showing basically the movement of the Earth in this Michelson-Morley fashion. I think they basically tried to repurpose it as an excuse for why Michelson-Morley isn't really showing that the Earth is moving based off of the ether drift speeds that we're getting, because the instrument is basically shortening in space. So it's basically assuming what was supposed to be proved by saying we're moving through the through space. It's just that the instruments are contracting so much we can't tell that we're moving through space or some crap.
Yeah, so they took the Lorentz contraction and then they applied it to like actual matter, and they said that the apparatus itself was contracting. So it was like something they stole. It was like a grasp at straws attempt to explain it away.
So they're inferring a physical contraction through the equation, but there was no actual physical contraction measurement.
Pretty much. An inference that was necessary for them to salvage their theory that the Earth has to be moving despite the indicators from the experiments that otherwise appear to be going against that assumption.
No way. You're saying people have assumptions?
No, there weren't any experiments. That's the elephant in the room. So they were trying to explain away something that it wasn't an experiment.
Yeah, they were just looking at light.
Yeah. That's the point.
But
right, like Michelson-Morley's not technically an experiment, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, they basically came with the assumption that if Earth is moving through a substance, this ether, it would be like going through a river. You can go across to the river, you can go with the river's flow, but you will see a difference in your movement going across to the river and or with the river through space. Space being a river like an ether. They basically said in an interferometer, you split the light and one and or both of the rays is interpreted as slowing down because you're getting an interference pattern. The light rays split and then, come back together going down a path of the same length supposedly, and they're out of phase, like one or both of the light rays was slowed down by something. They theorized that the way to explain this observation was that space is a thick, treacly fudge in ether that is slowing down the light when you go one way or another, when you turn the interferometer and make the light go in different directions by rotating it. And so they said, okay, based off of this, we can clock the movement of the Earth based off of the light-dark band interference pattern that we're seeing in these things that we're doing with the interferometer, and clock the movement of the Earth at like 30 kilometers per second, assuming it's moving through an ether. They were lucky if they got 5 to 8 kilometers per second of calculated ether drift based off of the light dark band patterns that they were able to register. So they had a problem. They couldn't really prove the Earth was moving based off of this thing because they're not getting 30 kilometers per second of ether drift. They're getting more like 5 to 8. So at that point, they had a dilemma. Keep the ether and admit that the Earth is moving probably much more slowly if it's moving at all, or junk the ether and pretend that we're moving through vacuum space, basically, based off of the interpretations of the experiments that were on file at the time.
There weren't any experiments. That's a bunch of horse shit that you just said. There weren't any experiments to begin with, so your whole diatribe right there is nonsense. And what the fuck is ether?
It's the colloquial sense of experiment.
It's not a colloquial. I don't want the colloquial.
See what happens when they
I don't want the colloquial. No, colloquial bullshit. What's ether? Citation, please. Then demonstration.
I don't think in citation. I can't cite my thinking.
You have to define the fucking thing first and then demonstrate it.
Most people don't need definitions like that. They just infer a definition based off of the drift of the conversation.
No, ballers don't need definitions. That's right. So that says that you can make anything you want up, right? If you don't define the fucking thing, then everything is that. or
Usually you
anything.
infer a definition based off of the context of what's being said.
Shut
That's
the
how we
fuck
learn
up.
language in the first place.
Provide the definition and then
Well, I
demonstration.
think the thing that's kind of been the annoying thing um, is that you've given a dichotomy based off of faulty foundation in the first place.
What? Well, okay. I had to jump in. Like, okay, if it's a false binary, basically, what you're saying. Well, the thing is does light or whatever propagate through nothing, or does it propagate through something? If you start to call it names,
That's not what he said. I'm sorry. He was
I
saying
know.
either we're moving through an ether or scrap the ether. That's why it's like, when you're saying what you're saying, it's like it's all good. When you start saying shit like that, it's like, come on, son.
Well, but it wasn't
Elijah, can you provide
experimental.
another
It wasn't.
option? If you can provide another
Lemon.
option, Elijah, then you've proven that it's a false dichotomy. But if you don't have another
A
option to
false
explore the
dichotomy
experiment
off
with,
of
then the,
something that
the
isn't
dichotomy
actual.
starts to emerge.
Yeah, okay. You
I
guys are
get what
talking
you're
past
saying,
each other.
Elijah, but it
Let me
just doesn't
moderate.
sound like you have an alternative, so it's hard to take your criticism of a false dichotomy seriously.
Let me
What other
moderate,
option is
please.
there to prove that it's a false dichotomy, Elijah? If you can't present one, then it's hard to take you seriously,
All right,
frankly.
Lemon, let me moderate, please. You guys are talking past each other. He's saying that that's coming from a globe paradigm that isn't real anyway. Okay, so that's what needs to just be addressed. That was people going in there thinking the Earth was a spinning globe. They also believed in something called the ether, and I did say the word "believe" on purpose. Okay, it wasn't a scientific experiment, as QE has explained. It was an interpretation of the behavior of light with the assumption that the Earth is a spinning globe with a substantive background called the luminiferous ether, and then they dissected from there. And within that paradigm where the Earth is spinning, you would have to scrap that substantive background because it would be detected if it was defined as the luminiferous ether was at the time. Okay.
Well, Elijah, I was trying to give you a chance to present another option because basically they're shooting these lights in
He
these
doesn't get it.
interferometers, splitting the
He
light,
doesn't get it.
and saying the thick, trickly fudge of the ether is slowing down one or both of the light rays as the interpretation. If you can offer another interpretation to break the dichotomy, by all means. But all I hear from you is, we need to find some other option, but you can't even present what the option is. That's
Lemon,
hard
you
to
have to
take
calm
seriously,
down.
Elijah.
You're not understanding what he's saying, bro. Calm down and listen to what I'm saying. He's not arguing that. He said that whatever. The point is that it's coming from within a globe paradigm. So when you're like, either the Earth is spinning in the ether, and it can't be spinning in the ether, right? Or it's basically not spinning, or so slow that it's basically not detected, and there is an ether. Okay, that's within the globe paradigm. What he's saying is, well, we don't actually have to address that because the globe paradigm is all fake. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, if Elijah is going to be seriously taken with this false dichotomy criticism, I hear you, Elijah. But the
What's your
basis of that
problem, man?
dichotomy, Elijah, is what is happening in the interferometer when you split the light and one and or both of them come back out of phase. You need to offer another
This is why.
interpretation to break the
This is why
dichotomy.
we argue.
Otherwise, it's just not going to happen.
But this is why we argue, because there's miscommunication. And I mean, whose problem is that? When you present an argument and you do it faultily, it's your fault.
So
You said
the globe
what you said.
paradigm is
You said what you
before
said, not
I
what
give
you're
up.
saying
Hold
now,
on.
and even still.
Hold on, Elijah. Hold on, Elijah. The globe paradigm where we're spinning or a globe isn't the
He's
only
in a
interpretation available. We can be flat and motionless with the substance of space, the ether, flowing over us like a tornado. That's available also. I agree with you on that level that it's a false dichotomy in that sense. But the interpretation of these experiments is key. So that's why we're asking what other interpretation is available, Elijah. That's all.
You're saying what you're saying is relevant. However, I'm going to sidestep that and pretend that it's an experiment anyway. And then everything that I'm going to ask you is based on that. Forget your criticism is what I'm hearing. Like I know that I'm hot-headed with you usually, but since we have QE and we have Witsit in here, I'm actually trying to be reasonable and patient so that everyone else listening can hear what's going on or not going on. You don't have to be upset, at least right now.
Well, basically, we're talking about the interpretation of these these things, these blanks, these things that we're doing to see what happens.
Observations. They're just observations, bro.
These things.
They're observations, bro. That's what they are. Like we it's important that we understand that we did not manipulate the ether. If the ether, quote unquote, exists, we did not manipulate it in any way in Michelson Morley at all. And that's why, in fact, whenever you turn, if you were to measure like a vertical axis as
Oh,
opposed
he's
to a
gonna call you
horizontal,
an atomistic. Because now you're thinking with the restraints of science and the scientific method. This is too restrictive now for Lemon. Now I'm
well,
getting
no.
upset.
Well, restrictive logic is going to be a problem, Elijah, if your brain is so rigid and unable to or unwilling to make connections that your logic ultimately takes you nowhere. At that point, that's not logical. That's anti-logical. That's not following the logic to any sort of conclusion or any sort of new action. At that point, the logic turns your brain into a stone that can't do anything experimentally, scientifically, theoretically, or otherwise. That's a problem. The way that they interpreted these experiments was based off
You
of the
don't even have a concrete
interferometer,
method
splitting the
for
light. The light
interpreting.
ray is slowed down by some thick, treacly substance like the ether. If you have another interpretation to base another round of interpretation off of in these things, then please present it. Otherwise, the mind stops. I'm sorry.
But
Okay,
you're
just
acting like
to,
I'm arguing with you. You're just putting forth a faulty argument. That's the only reason I said what I said. That's it.
yeah, to try to bridge the
I
gap
don't.
here. One of the things that happens, Lemon, I'm going to be real with you, okay? A lot of people, they don't like when people make claims about the ether as if so matter of factly, right? And I'm trying to be honest about it. And so the truth is, we did not manipulate the ether, and Michelson and Morley never thought such a thing. Okay, and they tested the horizontal axis, but really when you test the vertical, there's evidence to lead that there's a much bigger change, which is interesting. And so that goes into what is light perceived to be, what's the difference, and then how does it, behave on Earth? These are very deep questions. So it's like it really comes down to similar. I use the container analogy, and I think this is the best way to put it. We know there's a container because we have gas pressure. We do not know what
Well,
the
we
container
changed
is,
the
where it is. Wait. We do not know what the container is, where it is, what it is made of, nor do we have to make any of those claims, right?
Well,
And
in
so,
the Michelson Morley thing with it, we changed the direction that we shot the light
Dang.
ray. So
He
that
was
at
trying
least
to
is
finish
the
a
thing.
point, and he asked you. Hold on.
yeah, just
He
listen to what I'm
asked.
saying. So, like, the middle ground or the bridge here would be like if you look at it similar to the gas pressure thing, it's like you're making an antecedent acknowledgement, then you don't have to make all kinds of additional claims. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't go look into it or come to your opinions or anything like that, but you should be careful about walking right over it and stating it all as if a fact, because that's why people are gonna oppose it. That's why you get kickback.
Well, that's the only framework that I find worth exploration. I talk to people about this stuff, and they can't present another framework that's worth exploration at all. So at
It's
that
because
point,
you're
either thinking
dogmatic and
stops
your
and
foundation.
theorizing stops, and interpretation of these experiments stops dead in its tracks, or we go in another direction. Those appear to be the only options, and the only option I see that's worth exploration is that space is a thick, treacly, fudgy substance that slows down the light depending on which way you shoot a light ray through it, and this can be used to quote unquote clock the movement, if any, of the Earth. So I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, so I'm definitely not gonna absorb all the adjectives you threw in there, because that's the point I'm trying to make to you is like when you get hyper specific with claims about the ether as if definitive, you can't really even define ether. I think that there is no actual agreed upon that ether is a framework, okay? I like the word background is much better to make the point. Like some type of background. I say it like this: there's either nothing there or there's something there. Whatever you do beyond that's on you, but I'm just saying when you like say it so matter of fact, bro, it comes off the wrong way, and then it's like, damn, this is kind of the same type of conflation between philosophy and pseudoscience that we're fighting as flat earthers that have drowned the entire world in
But the thing is, so much of science is philosophy with it. What science used to be known as natural philosophy. So interpretation is key. How are we going to interpret this evidence? What frameworks are
Negative.
we going to use to interpret the evidence?
Negative. That's pseudoscience. That's never been science.
Yeah, like science gives you the info, man, and then it shows you your limits, and then you try to interpret it separately. That's a separate thing. what you do with what can be proven is when philosophy comes in, right? But proving it is the science part, bro. Natural science is the proving it part. It's very rare.
So can we all agree in the fact that energy can neither be created nor destroyed? It can only be transformed.
We can't even
Is that
agree
an
on that
agreement
because we
within
haven't
science?
tested all energy. I mean,
Well,
we
that
just
doesn't make any
axiomatically
sense to
state that,
me
but we
because
haven't tested all energy.
that doesn't make any sense to me because energy would have had to be created just like the Earth.
Would that be a red herring? Because I mean, you're talking about something else.
Well, isn't this kind of a law within science?
So yeah, it's an accepted law.
Or I was just stating that.
No.
Okay, go ahead. There's a
I guess
contention
there's
with that?
natural laws, and then there's the scientific method, which is it's just a way of listen. All it is if this then that. Holy shit! I tested that and I was correct, or I tested that and I was incorrect. I mean, it's really that simple.
To be fair, I kind of straw manned you, bro, just to throw this in there because, like, that's not obviously you're talking about the study of the natural world, which is limited to our study of the natural world. So me bringing up the creator is kind of not related. So I will retract that as relevant because it's not. And I mean, you have to. If I was to be able to make a ball of energy float above my hand, you still would have to argue: did I create that, or did I just draw that from somewhere? And so,
Right,
I mean,
and
who could answer
and
that?
that's why I brought up the energy neither being created nor destroyed. Right, it's just transformed. Because if you want to think of where this energy is induced from, that's kind of what I would interpret as the framework of what's considered the ether.
I mean, even with energy neither being created nor destroyed, it's like we just stated axiomatically. Did we prove that by experimentation? No, we just axiomatically stated that and went from there.
No,
We
because
didn't
it's
see
a natural
energy.
law. You don't know what science is.
Well,
That's the
with
problem.
all
How do
power
we prove the
generation,
law, though?
So let's think about this logically. Let's think about this logically for a
It's a
second.
description of. I'm sorry. It's a description of what we observe. That's what natural laws are. For you to refute it, you would have to create something from nothing.
So with electricity, how is electricity induced?
I'm not
in
talking
something
about
like AC
electricity.
matter?
I'm
Well,
into
is that
metal arc
energy?
here. I'm
Okay.
here to metal arc. So for you to refute the first law of thermodynamics, you would have to create something from nothing.
Yeah. And even if you, in theory, could make that happen, what does that mean? Because you can't. What is nothing?
Yeah.
Which comes full back to this is all intertwined, and there's a background because if you don't I don't know what to call it, and that's the best thing I've come up with to call it to try to bridge the gap. But it's either nothing or something. Seeing as how nothing cannot exist, it's something. So
It's a CMB, man.
yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, that's obviously there.
So people are comfortable saying energy can neither be created nor destroyed based off of the logical axiom that you have to have something come from something else that's like it.
Logical axiom. How is that logical? Post the syllogism.
The syllogism would be something like things only come from other things that they're like or something like that, or that have power to create something
Not a
like them.
syllogism.
Energy and matter had to come from something, therefore energy and matter could only come from energy and matter and not just be created out of nothing.
Nonsense,
That'd be a
man.
rough syllogism. That appears to be the
That's
syllogism
pretty
that
rough.
this form is taken. The form that this syllogism is taken.
Shit. And your whole point was to have Elijah offer you an alternative, right?
Yeah.
With you proving the primary. So prove the primary first, and then we'll try to disprove it.
But I need to know how Elijah is logically thinking about the issue to see what proofs would be adequate for him or inadequate. Once I see how his mind works, I can offer him proof that's satisfactory to him potentially. But if I don't even know what he accepts or rejects as proof, then it's going to be a pointless exercise for me to try to prove anything like this or whatever.
I don't have an issue. All I know is that you committed a logical fallacy. Like, why can't it just end there?
Yep.
Oh, I see what I did there. My mistake. I'll think about it and reword it or not. Why can't it just be that?
Because
Chance
the
the envelope.
fallacy that you cited may not be a fallacy. What fallacy did I commit?
Argument from ignorance fallacy. That's what you committed.
Argument from ignorance?
Yeah.
The only alternative appears to be something
There you
slowing
go.
down.
The only alternative.
What other alternative is there?
You have to be
You have to
hyper
prove-
specific, man.
You have to
It
prove
would
the
be an
primary
it would be
before
an
you
argument.
pick the alternative.
It would be an argument from ignorance to say that there has to be some other alternative. I don't know what it is, but there has to be some other alternative. That's why I gave Elijah the chance to show me what other alternative there was. Therefore, that way we could go in another direction.
Prove the primary. Prove your claim right now that it was the ether. Right fucking now.
You can only prove something to somebody who's thinking consistently about the issue. So I need to gauge the person's opinion or their knowledge about the issue to see what proof is available.
Well, can let this is what you said, Lemon. You said it was this is the part that I decided to type up. You said the conclusion was either that the earth was moving through this sludgy substance or there was nothing and it was a vacuum. I said, well, that's only a dichotomy within this made up idea. And you never addressed it. You just said, yes, so prove it's a false dichotomy. Give me another alternative.
Yeah.
How do you not see the problem? Oh, okay.
Because you might be saying I don't believe you, but have no consistent way to think about the issue that provides a real alternative. At that point,
No, it's not. I don't believe you. You said either the earth is moving through ether or it's moving through nothing. All I said was, don't say that. That's all I said.
So what else should I say then, Elijah?
Prove it's moving. How about
I
let's
don't even
start
know if I
there?
can prove anything to you because I don't even know if you're thinking consistently about the issue.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
not
know what
actually
proofs you'll
asking you to
accept,
prove it's
what proofs
moving. I
you'll
know you
reject,
don't
and I
think
don't
it's
even know
moving.
what proof is available for you because I don't even know how you're thinking about the subject, if at all. So at that point, I don't know how to prove it to you.
I'm not asking you to prove that the earth moves. I'm saying that's basically what you said. It's the earth is either moving through something or it's moving through nothing. That was the statement you made. I don't think that you meant to make that statement. But you keep fighting me. I don't get why this is a thing.
I'm just asking you to prove that it's a false dichotomy by presenting another option. If you can't do that, it's hard to take your criticism seriously because you don't even know of another option. So at that point, I'm not going to take your responses seriously until you present another viable option for interpretation. I'm sorry.
Well, you have to prove the premise
of the
and
things
you
that
have to
happen
prove
with the
you
Michelson
have
Morley
to prove
link.
the premise first, because I'm not talking about Michelson Morley. I'm talking about the statement you made. So either you're going to subtract it and clarify, or you're going to prove that the Earth is moving before I accept that and move on.
The Earth isn't moving, Elijah. The point is,
well,
the
then
ether
stop
is
saying
flowing
dumb shit
over it
like
like
the
a
shit you said.
tornado.
It's not my fault you speaking accurately.
You don't even know how to think about the issue. You just sit on your soapbox and just pine and criticize without even knowing anything about the issue, having any curiosity about the issue, just critique. This is why this goes nowhere. We have no imagination. We have no theory. We don't know how to think about the science so-called at all. All we do is just criticize the crap out of it. It takes us nowhere. That's why I asked to see if you even know how to think about the issue, if you even have a framework to work off of other than, constant criticism and saying, I don't know what the third option is, but there has to be another third option. That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, huh? What's your claim? Let's get to that. Really slow. What is your claim, Lemon? Slow, so everyone can
that
pick
the
up
Earth
on it.
is flat and motionless with, at best, a substance of space, aka known as the ether up until 100 years ago, swirling over it like a tornado.
What's ether?
Figure it out.
Yeah, there you go, folks. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
One man says, "What's ether?" Another man says, "What's nothing?" Who will figure out the riddle?
The substance of space, basically. Space going around in and out of objects like you and me.
Right. Yeah, bullshit. Prove it.
I don't know if I can prove anything to you. I don't know if you're thinking
Well,
consistently.
that's right. You can't prove
enough
it.
to make any sort of necessary inference. I don't know if proof
You're
is
just making
available.
shit up. My claim is that fucking invisible three-toed gnomes riding on fucking pixie dust flows through everything.
But this sort of rigid logic isn't really going to
We're
help you
on equal
theoretically.
standing.
You're not going to come to any sort of
We're
necessary
on
inference or any
equal
necessary
standing.
conclusion. No, we're not.
Yes, we
You
are.
don't have a framework to explain what
Yes,
the hell,
I
if anything,
do.
is happening in the
Yes, I
interferometer.
do. My framework is fucking invisible three-toed gnomes flying on pixie dust. That is my framework. You're going to ask
The
me to prove that. I can't. Yours is ether flows in and out of everything. I ask you to prove it. You can't. We are on equal standing right now.
No, we're not. You're
Yeah,
just trying
fuck
to present
off.
some sort of
You're a
weird framework
clown.
to try to say that I
You're a
don't have
fucking
anything to
clown.
present,
I
but
just
the only
proved it.
framework that interprets
Prove it.
what's going on in the interferometer is some sort of thick, trickly substance slowing
Prove
down the
it.
light if you're going to go with a mechanical
Prove
explanation.
it.
That's the only one that's
Prove it.
available. And just like with Elijah, I'm
Prove
asking
Just
for an
like with your
alternative.
horse shit.
You're not going to give one, and you're going to feel
Prove it.
comfortable sitting on your
Prove it. You're not
soapbox,
going to give one.
criticizing and shitting
Prove
on
it.
other people's
Criticizing your
interpretations
fucking fairy
when
tale
you have
parroting.
none to offer yourself.
All right, fuck off. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You and your Elmer Fudd fucking sophistry isn't going to work here, son. I just put us on equal grounding and everyone heard it. So you're not Elmer Fudd sophistrying your way out of this. Prove it. Prove the ether right fucking now. And after you do that, I'll go ahead and refute it with my three invisible three-toed gnomes and pixie dust. We're on equal footing. Period.
Well, that's a false dichotomy because I like to think that it's carrier pigeons from the Hogwarts realm. So
That's legitimate. We're all on equal footing.
Damn, I must have missed it.
Can you show three-toed pixie gnome footprints or anything like that?
My preference.
Can you show ether?
My
Well,
preference.
that's the only framework that explains mechanically.
Yeah,
what's
the only
slowing down the
framework
light.
that explains, right? Equal footing. Mine's
So
the
you
only
just put
framework.
your shit on other people's interpretation while not offering one of your own.
Mine's
That's
the
fine,
only
too.
framework.
It explains mechanically what's slowing down the light. Something touching something else to slow down the light.
We don't need an explanation. We need
So
demonstration.
we're just going to have no explanation.
That's right.
How are we going to interpret what's
That's
going
right.
on then?
That's right.
Everything's
No
not
explanation.
mechanical. Some things aren't mechanical.
No
Like
explanation.
what?
Anyone, when you say explanations, do you mean just so stories?
A just so story to go forth and interpret what the hell's going
there
on.
you go. That's what you got. Your explanation is a just so story. Just
well,
like mine.
otherwise, QE science and exploration stops.
like you wouldn't
because
know
we
what
don't know how to
science
go
was.
forward with any sort of story.
You wouldn't know what science was, natural science was, if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
Well, what are you going to do with the interferometer?
Fuck off. What are you going to do with the interferometer? This is natural science. Show me an interferometer in nature.
So you just avoid the need to
Show
interpret
me
what's
an
going on
interferometer
by
in
saying
nature.
that it's not natural science. You're just
Show
avoiding
me
the
an
issue.
interferometer in nature, please.
This is the problem with
Yeah,
logic
that's
like
the
this.
fucking
It stops
problem.
the
You
mind
got
and
it.
turns it into a stone
right.
and makes it unable to
Yeah.
interpret anything.
Fuck off. Science doesn't have anything to do with interpretation. Religions do. Interpretations are subjective, whereas natural science is objective based on empirical evidence from experiment. That's where you're fucking
That is
wrong.
false, QE. You don't even know how to interpret anything without a prior framework in place to offer some chance for exploration.
Nuh-uh. So subjectivity, do you know the difference between subjectivity and objectivity?
Enlighten me.
I have to enlighten you on what's subjective
No,
versus
I'm just being polite because I know that the moment I offer an explanation, you're just going to refute it and go to your copy pasta. So I'm not even going to play your game. Enlighten me.
It's easy.
You enlighten me.
Expose you. I've been doing
I
it
know
for
you're just
years.
going to play your
How
copy
many
pasta
times you want me to
game
do it?
and be like, you didn't give me the
How many
exact
times
copy
you want me to
pasta,
do it?
therefore I reject your
Fucking
definition.
clown, fuck. You're a clown.
I'm not even going to play your game, QE.
I'm not playing games. You're a clown. I already exposed you. How many times you want me to do it? Here today or the past 3 or 4 years? Each instance. I think I got them saved, a couple of them. You want me to show them?
All you've proved is that you have the same stony mind.
Fuck off.
Or allow you.
Fuck off.
Timothy 6, verse 20. I mean,
Hold
he's
on,
telling you to
Elijah.
beware. He's telling
Hold
you
on,
to beware of
Elijah.
calling things
Hold
experiments
on,
that aren't
Elijah.
experiments. Just letting you know.
This stony mind will take us nowhere scientifically. We will make no necessary inferences and go nowhere with the stony thinking that leads to nowhere but a hole, scientifically, theoretically, or otherwise. It will lead nowhere.
No, Lemon, you have to be able to properly acknowledge and denote things, right? Like denoting something an observation, denoting that humans have human input, typically synthetically, where they're trying to make other observations and then theorize why they have those observations. There's a distinction between that and science, bro. Natural science has no value if they mean the same thing.
Yep. Very well
You
said.
don't even have a theoretical framework to interpret what the hell is going on. So why the hell should anybody take what you say seriously?
Why do you keep repeating yourself, bro? You saying that to me, QE or Witsit now? Because we're all saying the same thing.
Well, that's just a vague statement. What I said was pretty specific. Like, if they're the same thing, then natural law has no value at all. It denotes nothing.
What's natural is only known vis-a-vis the supernatural. Otherwise, natural is a meaningless statement that encompasses everything. The only way for natural to have any sort of meaning, science-wise or otherwise, is for it to be, vis-a-vis something supernatural. That gives you the full meaning, if anything, of what is natural versus supernatural.
Incorrect.
Otherwise, natural is just
Incorrect.
a meaningless statement.
Incorrect. False dichotomy. There's 3 categories. There's
True
supernatural.
dichotomy.
Shut the fuck up. There's 3 categories. Natural, man-made, which is synthetic, and supernatural. So false dichotomy there, brother.
Well, man's natural, so that would fall.
Man's natural.
Man-made would fall under natural anyway, wouldn't it?
Natural, right? So
yeah,
everything
they're born, they die, all that.
So everything is then natural, right?
That's what your definition collapses to, a meaningless thing, unless it's contrasted vis-a-vis the supernatural to give it more explanatory scope.
You know what you did? Fallacy of division. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. You're guilty of fallacy of division. Another logical fallacy. You're like, are you going to celebrate the entire logical fallacy catalog here today?
And let me put this in here, Lemon. You're saying that it's important that it's compared to supernatural for context. Dude, he's including that. That's included in his list of 3. So you do get the full context. He's actually making sure we get the full context. That's his point. And, what he's saying makes sense. And something doesn't become natural simply because a man makes it. That's the opposite of that.
So man-made synthetic drugs. Synthetic drugs.
Natural. That's what he's saying. Exactly. You got it.
Natural woman is anything nowadays. Look on Instagram. What's the
definition of synthetic? Sorry.
Anyway.
Let him go. Let him go. Let Lemon answer that. Was that from Gemsy? Or Gippy?
Ooh.
Or am I wrong?
Oh, shit. El Boricua.
El Boricua. Sorry about that, Tuna. Go ahead. Ask him again, Tuna.
What's the definition of synthetic?
Ask him again, Tuna. If man makes a synthetic drug, is that synthetic drug now natural? Answer him.
And then define synthetic
drug would be man-made. It would be artificial.
Well, I thought you said that everything the man make is natural.
He's part of